Chapter 116, Chapter 116, Acts of Retribution. Soon enough, Butts led his men to secure funding from melee tech. He casually picked up a restricted heavy weapon and chambered a round. The crisp metallic click made a huge grin spread across his face. "Get everything ready. Tomorrow's the day we show those corpo dogs what happens when they mess with us." "What's been going on with the Maelstrom gang these past couple of days?" Roland turned his head and asked the intelligence team member in front of him. "Not entirely sure yet. They've been very active recently, moving all over Watson District, but they haven't made any concrete moves." The agent shook his head and handed Roland a report on the Maelstrom gang. After reading it, Roland's expression grew somber. He waved his hand, signaling the agent to leave. "Astat, check the recent surveillance data. See if you can find any intel on Maelstrom's movements." "As you command. Apologies, but there are no surveillance devices in that area. Should I dispatch a security team to investigate?" Send a small squad of fanged hounds robots and ant robots instead." Roland lowered his head, thought for a moment, and gave the order. "Understood. Units are being dispatched to the area." The ant robots were a new robotic blueprint Roland had developed recently. They came in two variants, worker ants and soldier ants. The queen ant model had not yet been completed. After all, the so-called queen ant was less a robot and more an AI intelligence. Given the current situation, it didn't seem necessary to deploy it yet, so Roland decided to keep it in reserve for the time being. Worker ants were small robots primarily designed for transport and reconnaissance. They weren't very large, certainly not as small as real ants, but roughly the size of a cat. They mainly carried small items. Transporting larger objects was possible too, but it required a greater number of units. Soldier ants, on the other hand, were combat-specialized units. They were humanoid combat robots incorporating ant-inspired features, equipped with powerful exoskeleton armor and alloy weapons designed specifically for close combat. In short, they were melee-focused units rather than ranged ones. Their strengths lay in immense power and exceptional defense, while their weaknesses were limited long-range capability and relatively slow movement. The purpose of dispatching both robot types this time was purely reconnaissance. That said, Roland didn't completely stop paying attention to Maelstrom. After all, there was someone on his side who dealt with the Maelstrom gang far more than most. "Pike, you've been dealing with the Maelstrom gang a lot lately. Tell me, have they been acting unusual recently?" Inside a brightly lit factory, Pike, his body covered in blood, glanced at the Maelstrom gang member's head he had torn out along with the spine, then casually tossed it aside. "They're a bit different. They've gotten noticeably more arrogant these past couple of days." As he spoke, Pike recalled killing the factory's person in charge earlier. Even at the brink of death, the man had shouted that Pike wouldn't live much longer. And this taunting felt different from before. In the past, it had clearly been all bluster. This time, though, it felt like confidence. After asking Pike a few more questions, Roland ended the call. After a brief moment of thought, he sent Elizabeth a reminder to be more cautious for the time being. "Don't provoke the Maelstrom gang. Observe their movements first." Upon receiving Roland's instructions, Elizabeth naturally chose to pull back. After all, during this period, the Mox gang hadn't been fleecing the Tiger Claws, they'd been fleecing Maelstrom instead. Newly expanded territory needed time to settle. Expanding too fast could lead to choking on more than they could swallow. "So arrogant, which corporation is backing them, I wonder?" Roland stroked his chin. At this stage, he wasn't in a hurry to get involved in the proxy wars between corporations. He preferred to sit back and watch the show for now. As for the clash between Arasaka and Melee Tech, he had even less interest in stepping in. After all, better them than him. After finishing up matters on this side, Roland took a moment to check on Yin. Verdict confirmed, still an absolute mess. Yin had taken Jackie and the others on another gang clearing gig. Even though it was just a small gang, Yin charged in at the front without hesitation. Small caliber weapons were meaningless to Yin, and large caliber ones could barely hit him at all. The ones who suffered were the people following behind him, but they also grew remarkably fast under such conditions. Once he confirmed there were no issues over there, Roland decided to head home and get some sleep. Soon, deep into the night, the prime time for violence and chaos, the most vibrant hours of nocturnal activity arrived. One of Butts's lieutenants had already led a group of men to the outside of one of Project Corporation's publicly known factories, armed with grenade launchers and other heavy weapons. Each of them was itching for a big fight. The security robots stationed on the walls quickly detected the anomaly. After all, a large group gathering here in the middle of the night was anything but normal. Warning! This is private property of Project Corporation. All personnel must withdraw immediately, or we will take enforcement action. As the security robot finished its warning, it raised its weapon. Its intelligent targeting system instantly locked onto the Maelstrom gang members, while the automated machine guns mounted nearby quietly activated. "Hat! Move in!" The Maelstrom lieutenant sneered coldly and shouted the order. The moment his words fell, flashes of fire and deafening explosions turned the area instantly lively. Roland, who had been sleeping soundly at home, was jolted awake by an urgent report from Astat. Still half asleep, he looked around in confusion before finally registering Astat's words. "Sir, our corporation has been attacked by the Maelstrom gang. They're equipped with heavy firepower and have caused significant damage to our factory." "Hey!" Roland's eyes went wide. "What the hell? You're picking a fight with me? What, tired of living? That was the past. The past is the past, this is now. Let me tell you, if you dare make a move now, you're not getting out of this alive." 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Ghost Parser. Chapter 117, Chapter 117, Massacre. Roland rubbed his eyes tiredly, then shut down his body's biological simulation system. The moment he did, he felt far more comfortable. Yes, given his current physical condition, if he didn't simulate the biology of a normal human, he could probably go a full month without sleeping. Roland felt that was completely unnecessary. It was nothing but self-inflicted torture. And besides, if this went on for too long, he might eventually lose the ability to tell where the line between himself and a machine even was. It wasn't the template's influence. It was simply that maintaining such an inhuman schedule for extended periods would make him feel less and less human. In the end, he chose to keep simulating normal human physiology. "All right. Let's see which little bastard was bold enough to make a move on my factory." Roland's face darkened as he began reviewing the surveillance feeds and combat footage Astat had sent over. Whether it was economic losses or damage to his pride, he was going to make someone pay for it. Otherwise, how would that be worthy of his status as the head of Project Corporation? Soon enough, footage from a destroyed security robot revealed a familiar figure, Butts, missing one arm and one leg. "Ah! Got you. That settles it. This wasn't just a few people acting on their own. The entire Maelstrom gang is involved. No need to hold back anymore." Roland nodded quietly. Judging from the footage, the Maelstrom gang hadn't had an easy time either. After all, these factories were equipped with extremely strong firepower. While they couldn't compare to secret base-level defenses, they were still firmly in the realm of military-grade combat capability. By his estimate, Maelstrom's losses this time were substantial. And that assessment was correct. Butts had never expected that a mere factory would be armed to such a degree. Less than 10 minutes after they started the attack, large numbers of armed reinforcements arrived. If they hadn't retreated quickly, none of them would have made it out alive. On top of that, their objective hadn't even been fully achieved. They had only managed to break into factories with relatively weak defenses, and those facilities produced nothing more than ordinary components, no critical or core parts at all. In other words, the damage to Project Corporation was extremely limited, while Maelstrom lost at least half its manpower in the process. Bang! Inside the Maelstrom gang's base, Butts, his missing limbs now replaced with cyberware, slammed his hand down on the table in rage, leaving a deep dent in its surface. He had gone head-on against a night owl robot. At first, he'd assumed it was a sniper-type unit and rushed in without hesitation. Who would have thought that thing was hiding a powerful close-combat weapon he had never seen before? He swore he had never witnessed a blade seemingly formed entirely of energy. That Centauri bastard! Using me like a knife is bad enough, but not telling me something this important. Butts unleashed a torrent of curses. Only after venting for a while did he take a deep breath and force himself to calm down, starting to think about what to do next. Regret was already creeping in. If he'd known Project's combat strength was this terrifying, he would rather have gone and provoked those lunatics in the tiger claws. Go. Install the Berserk components melee tech sent over. Boss, you know what happens after they're installed. The subordinate beside him was instantly alarmed and hurried to warn him. They'd already tested the components on some of the gang's lower-ranking members. Several of them couldn't withstand the side effects of the Berserk cyberware and died on the spot, blood pouring from their noses and mouths. The remaining two were hardly better off. One went completely insane and had to be blown apart with grenade launchers and heavy machine guns. The other used that so-called hero descent once only for both leg bones to shatter, triggering cyberware overheat and literally burning his brain. The Berserk cyberware component was nothing but a massive trap. Of course I fucking know, Butts snapped. But we don't have a choice anymore. I know my own body. If I install it and don't activate it recklessly, I can handle it. He shot the man a glare, then thought for a moment before adding, also, pick a few tougher guys and have them install it too. If Project really comes knocking, at least we won't be completely helpless. I understand. VMMM. With a low mechanical hum, the AV slowly came to a stop on the rooftop of the Project Corporation building. Roland stepped out, while Kiwi approached from the side. Boss, they're already waiting for you. Good. Let's go to the conference room first. I need to give some instructions. Sasha's situation can wait. Yes. Kiwi nodded and followed half a step behind Roland. Before long, they entered the conference room. Pike was sitting in the far corner, fiddling with something on the table. When he noticed Roland arrive, he casually waved his hand and stowed it away. Roland still caught a glimpse of a tiny energy figure flickering on the tabletop. His mouth twitched slightly, but he said nothing. On the other side, Violet was flirting with Tina, legs crossed and posture completely undisciplined. When she saw Roland, she immediately straightened up and sat properly. The other mercenaries Roland had recruited from outside glanced at one another, then quietly put away the cards they'd been holding. All right. I don't care what you're like in private, Roland said. I called you here for one reason only. The Maelstrom gang attacked my corporation. I need you to act and make them pay for it. He planted both hands on the table and swept his gaze across everyone as he spoke in a low voice. Boss, I have a question, Violet said. Go ahead. Roland glanced at her calmly. How far do you want us to go? How far? Roland let out a cold laugh. Wipe them out completely. One by one. If we don't make a big enough mess, they'll really think I'm still as easy to bully as I used to be. With that, he issued his orders. A grin immediately spread across Violet's face. Ever since she'd obtained the power of judgment, she'd grown increasingly fond of combat. Lately, she'd mostly been hunting Cyberpsycho. But Cyberpsycho came in wildly varying levels of strength, and she hadn't had many truly satisfying fights in a long time. This time, she finally had her chance. The other top-tier mercenaries Roland had hired through headhunters were just as excited. Their performance bonuses were directly tied to the number of targets eliminated. Which meant one thing: they were about to make a lot of money. After finishing the arrangements here, Roland also issued an order to Lysandra, telling her to have someone place a commission with Yin. It would be perfect for training his people and it would save on costs at the same time. If we wipe out the Maelstrom gang, Roland muttered, there should be quite a lot of essence, right? Chapter 118, Chapter 118, Battle so damn good. Soon, Project's armed forces in Night City sprang into action. The first to mobilize were the Project security units deployed on the streets. Hounds and various security robots funded by Project and assigned to the NCPD immediately rushed toward Watson District, drawing the attention of countless NCPD officers and pedestrians along the way. Holy shit, what's going on? Is the NCPD making some kind of big move? Yeah, right. Believing that is easier than believing a corporation suddenly grew a conscience. No major corporations in trouble, so why would they act? Wait, wasn't there an explosion earlier? Didn't you notice? Everything moving out there belongs to Project Corporation. Looks like some poor bastards about to be screwed. Project Corporation. Hearing that name didn't spark much fear among the crowd. Mostly because Project Corporation hadn't been caught in any major scandals recently, and it had provided quite a bit of support to the NCPD. Sure, there had been significant property damage when dealing with cyberpsychos, but compared to MaxTac, it was still much better. So for the average Night City resident, Project's robots had, in a way, genuinely improved public security. Overall impressions were fairly positive. Alright. 2-person teams. Each team takes one unit and clears out the Maelstrom gang inside Watson District. Roland pulled up the map of Watson District and divided the north, east, and west sectors among Violet, Pike, and Kiwi. Each of them was to pick one local mercenary as a partner and lead a security robot squad to handle a sector. He planned to hand part of the southern area over to Yin, leaving the rest to the Mox, since they'd already infiltrated that area extensively. As for worrying, that simply wasn't necessary. Rather than worrying about whether his people might get hurt, it made more sense to worry about whether the damage would be so excessive that he'd have to pay compensation. This time, Roland deployed nearly 1/3 of the armed forces he'd accumulated in Night City over this period. Yes, that 1/3 included the secret base. The forces stationed at the secret base were the real heavy hitters, and it was better to keep them hidden. Otherwise, it would be hard to give the new United States and Arasaka a proper little surprise later. Before long, under Roland's arrangements, everyone boarded the AVS and headed toward Watson District. Roland himself returned to his office, eyes fixed on the map before him. A three-dimensional data model of Watson District unfolded in the air, with the life signals of every Maelstrom gang member clearly marked. This was the power of AI. This time, however, it wasn't Lysandra, it was Kelly. Roland had another reason for having Kelly handle this. He wanted to see if it might draw out the rogue ace that had previously tried to surround and kill her. But for now, the other side seemed completely scared stiff, showing no intention of revealing themselves. At that moment, a large cluster of green dots appeared on the map, slowly closing in on the red dots representing Maelstrom members. Oh, right. Tell them to hold back a little, avoid excessive damage to buildings and the like. Except for Maelstrom strongholds, of course. And be careful with economic buildings like nightclubs. Understood, boss. Leave it to me. Kelly's projection nodded before vanishing from Roland's sight. Astat had already taken full control of all security robots and begun strategic deployment. At this very moment, Maelstrom gang members lounging around their bases chatting and killing time still hadn't realized how serious the situation was. Many of them were already high, seemingly celebrating how they'd slapped the corporation in the face and gotten away with it. Butts, meanwhile, was leading his men as they prepared weapons and equipment. As someone higher up the chain, he understood corporate methods all too well. They'd humiliated the corporation this time, and retaliation could come at any moment. They had to be ready for combat. Over on Yin's side, he directly woke up several people who hadn't been asleep for long. In response to their dazed looks, he pulled out a transfer receipt showing an enormous sum of money. Their eyes instantly snapped wide open. Let's move. Targets are several Maelstrom bases in the south. It's corporate work, but nobody hates money, right? Ha! The corporation? Just a bunch of trash. Look how badass we are this time, blew their factory sky high in one shot, and they can't do shit to us. A clearly high Maelstrom member waved his arms wildly as he bragged to the person next to him. Cut it out. The boss told us to stay alert. If something goes wrong, you'll be the first to suffer. The man beside him shot him an exasperated look, then smacked him on the back of the head. The guy collapsed straight backward. The sight stunned his companion. Hey, what, you playing dead? He crouched down and reached out to check on him. Suddenly, the scene shifted. His hand felt slick and then warm. Dark red blood spread across his fingers. He stared blankly ahead, only to see his companion looking back at him with sheer terror. When he finally looked down, he realized his hand had already pierced straight through the other man's chest. This, what the hell is going on? Swish! Thud! With the sound of something landing on the ground, a mantis-shaped robot slowly retracted the blade from its arm. Assassination-type robot Edge of Karma, specialized in covert assassinations. Equipped with optical camouflage and a highly integrated stealth chassis. Commonly operates alongside Shadow during assassination missions. A hunter of the darkness, boasting extreme mobility and lethality. Its only drawback is its exorbitant cost. Pike stood quietly outside the perimeter wall, calmly watching the scene unfold. In his line of sight, figures were falling like harvested wheat. In less than half a minute, every outer sentry post had been wiped out. We can move. Pike gave a slight wave of his hand. The security robots behind him immediately chambered their weapons. At the front, several unusually tall robots raised massive shields and cutting tools. At that moment, the mercenary wearing a half-gas mask returned, his body now splattered with fresh blood. Looks like we won't be needed much anymore, hey. We just need to deal with the boss. As they spoke, the lead smasher-type robot sliced through the gate. The deafening noise immediately alerted Butts inside. All of you, on alert. Get ready to gun down those damn corpo dogs outside. Clang! 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 The sound of metal hitting the ground made Butts's pupils contract sharply. Before he could react, a blinding flash of light filled everyone's vision. Boom! 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Ghost Parser. Chapter 119, Chapter 119, The Apocalypse of the Maelstrom Gang. A massive blaze instantly filled everyone's vision, setting off all kinds of munitions Butts had stockpiled inside the warehouse at the same time. The result was simple. The entire front of the warehouse was blown completely apart. What remained was little more than ruins. Nearly half of the Maelstrom gang members inside were wiped out on the spot. Immediately afterward, laser-cutting grenades began bouncing into the air one after another. Crimson beams flashed, slicing several Maelstrom gang members who had just crawled out to check what was going on into chunks of meat. The smell of roasted flesh spread across the area. No one felt hungry. If anything, it made their stomachs churn. Butts shoved aside the metal plate that had slammed down on him, gritted his teeth, and roared. Fuck! Fight back! Activate your berserk cyberware! As his words fell, powerful shockwaves erupted from several points on the battlefield at once, hurling chunks of stone into the air and instantly drawing the attention of countless security robots. Thud! Following a heavy, muffled footstep, a panting giant with glowing red eyes hurled a massive rock aside and charged straight at Pike. Obviously, Pike, who was surrounded in the middle, was taken by the opponent to be a high-ranking figure. Boom! Before the giant could get far, an equally massive figure rushed out and blocked his path, crashing into him with a deafening impact, the same smasher-type robot that had smashed its way through the gate earlier. Roar! The Maelstrom gang member let out a furious howl and threw a crushing punch straight at the smasher-type robot's face. The robot merely took a single step back to evade it, then reached out, seized the attacker's elbow, and squeezed. Crack! A piercing scream rang out. At the same time, several other towering Maelstrom gang members clawed their way out from beneath the rubble. Under the flickering firelight, they looked like incarnations of demons, charging forward without fear of death. But reality was far less dramatic. Countless security robots raised their weapons, and an overwhelming storm of bullets poured out. The sheer firepower instantly turned several Maelstrom gang members into clouds of blood mist. Seeing the situation turn hopeless, Butts immediately retreated deeper into the ruins. The cyber optic over Pike's right eye instantly marked his movement. With a flash, Pike vanished from where he stood. Compared to Pike's methodical advance, Violet's side was far more explosive. She led her troops straight above a Maelstrom gang stronghold. The hatch opened and she jumped. Several Imperial Guard robots followed right behind her. Boom! The thunderous impact and the screech of tearing metal stunned everyone inside the stronghold. Several Maelstrom gang members were crushed flat on the spot. A smile tugged at Violet's lips. Energy surged around her hands. She brought her palms together, and a powerful shockwave blasted outward, sweeping away the smoke and dust. Only then did the Maelstrom gang members finally react. Their eyes widened as they raised their weapons. Ha! Violet pulled one arm back, her body arching like a fully drawn bow. Then her fist came down. Boom! In an instant, terrifying force slammed into the ground. Massive chunks of stone were hurled toward the Maelstrom gang. When the rocks fell, only the blood stains beneath them hinted at what had happened. The Imperial Guard robots moved in formation, lifting their shields and steadily advancing. Roar! At the same time, the sound of shattering glass rang out. Hound-type robots burst through the windows, charging straight at the surviving Maelstrom gang members. Screams echoed, mixed with the sickening sound of flesh being torn apart. It was clear none of them were getting out alive. Swish! Thud! Violet spun around and caught a sudden incoming punch, a grin spreading across her face. I thought this place would be boring. Didn't expect to find some fun after all. You arrogant bitch, just you wait. Once I deal with you, I'll tear this pile of scrap apart and show you what your daddy can really do. Roland glared at Violet with a twisted expression, his words carrying a strange, unsettling undertone. Oh? Not bad trash talk, Violet replied with a chuckle. Too bad you don't have the strength to back it up. She gave an order to the nearby security robots, telling them to ignore this fight and focus on cleaning up the battlefield. Then she slammed her forehead straight into Roland's. Boom! Roland didn't dodge at all, smashing back head-on. A white shockwave burst outward from the point of impact. Roland clenched his molars hard. That hit nearly rattled his brain loose. What the hell was this woman's head made of? He had titanium alloy bones. Up you go! As Violet spoke, Roland felt an overwhelming force surge through his arm. His pupils shrank as he realized he was being lifted into the air. Boom! A human-shaped crater appeared in the ground. Cough! Roland spat out a mouthful of blood, sharp pain tearing through his body. Damn it! Boom! Without hesitation, he activated his berserk cyberware. His wounds began healing at a visible speed, and a powerful wave of energy surged outward. Violet stood her ground, unmoved by the energy, watching with clear interest. Oh? Is this a new feature? I don't remember seeing this before. Humph! Roland exhaled sharply, white vapor spilling from his mouth. His muscle fibers swelled, and an attack far faster than before lashed out toward Violet's side. Violet raised a single arm and blocked it head-on. The resulting shockwave sent her hair flying. Look at that! Not even careful now, my hair's a mess. Roland, who had been lost in rage just moments ago, suddenly snapped back to clarity. His eyes widened as he stared at the scene in disbelief. I've had enough. I'll take you back and let the boss have a look at you. Transcendent force. Boom. A thunderous roar followed. A fan-shaped trail of terrifying yellow energy ripped out behind Roland, and a perfectly round hole appeared in his chest. Thud. All done. Time to wrap up. Violet clapped her hands, then grabbed Roland and dragged him away. Chapter 120, Chapter 120, Cleanup Operation. Damn it, project moved this fast. And what kind of firepower is that? They could go head-to-head with a regular army. Butts cursed under his breath as he sprinted for the exit, fear impossible to hide in his voice. He knew the Maelstrom gang was likely finished this time, but he didn't believe they'd disappear entirely. As long as he survived, there would always be a chance to rise again. Under normal circumstances, his thinking wouldn't have been wrong. The Maelstrom gang had existed for a very long time, and its creed resonated with plenty of people on the streets. Their numbers stayed high, especially among criminals. For many of them, Maelstrom was the perfect place to end up. More importantly, Maelstrom had been entrenched in Night City for years. They controlled vast territory and commanded huge numbers. To corporations, they were a pack of rabid dogs that bit anyone they got near. Spending enormous resources to wipe them out brought little benefit. On the contrary, their feral nature could be put to good use, so Maelstrom had been allowed to exist and grow all this time. But now, things were different. With the new United States pushing its unification war, stability was crucial. Variables had to be minimized as much as possible. As the most uncontrollable gang in Night City, Maelstrom was a liability Militech wanted to reduce. At the same time, they also wanted to suppress both the Tiger Claws and Project. So they hired the Maelstrom gang. If Maelstrom succeeded, great. If not, they'd simply let the gang disappear and send their white glove proxies to clash with the Tiger Claws instead. As for the Voodoo Boys, those guys were too busy locking horns with the Netwatch crowd to bother with Night City right now. No need to struggle any further. Just as Butts was about to burst out of the alley onto the main street, a ghost-like voice whispered beside his ear. Without hesitation, his right arm snapped open, mantis blades deploying as he slashed backward. A slicing sound mixed with crackling electricity rang out. Butts twisted his body and spun around. Pike stood silently in front of him. A chill ran down Butts's scalp. He was sure he'd hit something, felt the blade cut through it. Yet the scene before him told a different story. Pike stood there completely unharmed. Behind Pike, energy blades shaped like fishtails drifted and gathered, slowly forming into a harpoon attached to a long chain. Clang! Pike tightened his grip as the harpoon dropped to the ground with a crisp metallic ring. With a flick of his wrist, the chain began to spin. Seeing this, Butts lunged forward. The berserk cyberware at the back of his neck activated instantly, converting the surge from heroic charge into pure acceleration. Bang! In the blink of an eye, Butts was right in front of Pike, mantis blades flashing. Pike could even feel the scorching heat radiating from the blades. Sleep, sleep. Swish! A black shadow flickered past. Butts's pupils shrank as Pike vanished from his sight. A violent electric shock coursed through his body, and he immediately lost all control. The chain wrapped around him completely. Another soul to harvest. With a sound like overlapping scales, the chain in Pike's hand shattered into countless razor-sharp energy blades. No, 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 no! Swish! Blood and flesh hit the ground. Pike flicked his wrist, and the chain retracted, reforming into a reverse grip blade. The blade pulsed faintly, flickering like a living breath. He walked over to Butts's scattered remains, crouched down, and picked up the chip. My side's done. You can send people to take over. Copy. After reporting in, Pike melted back into the darkness. Meanwhile, Violet had already finished clearing the Maelstrom gang's largest stronghold. The remaining small fry weren't worth her attention, though she could deal with them if she felt like it. When Roland saw the footage from Violet's side, his eye twitched. There was no other way to describe it. Violet fighting Maelstrom members who had activated Berserk cyberware was more bulldozer-like than an actual bulldozer. Thankfully, the base she hit wasn't one Roland needed. Otherwise, repairs alone would have cost a fortune, not to mention later renovations and reconstruction. Ironically, the side that worried Roland the least was Kiwi's. The disturbance there was minimal, probably because everyone sent over was focused on long-range combat. Roland felt enlightened. Next time he assigned Violet to an operation where buildings mattered, he'd pair her with night owl robots. Looking at Kiwi's area, almost all she'd done was eliminate Maelstrom members, with barely any structural damage. That likely came down to fighting style. Roland rubbed his chin. After all, both Kiwi and the night owl robots were, in a sense, assassination-type units. At that moment, Kiwi was sitting on top of a crate, casually twirling a set of keys. Below her lay several Maelstrom members who had rushed in head first only to be shot down. Aside from crossbow bolt wounds, their bodies also bore several horrifying blade marks. Clearly, someone hadn't relied purely on long-range sniping. Alpha prototype units, both the boss and Yi use this model. Is there some connection between the two of them? In Kiwi's vision, surveillance footage from her earlier operation with Roland was playing. She hadn't deleted it completely, keeping a copy for herself. Using Purification's scanning function, she identified Yi's body model in the footage. It matched perfectly with the scan she'd taken of Roland back in the office. The appearance was different, but that could easily be concealed with synthetic skin, so very suspicious. Roland, meanwhile, had no idea what Kiwi was thinking. He was happily reviewing the gains from this operation. Of course, the biggest payoff hadn't arrived yet. True settlement would only come after the Maelstrom gang was fully purged from Watson District over the next few days. Roland was already preparing to acquire 2 more templates. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Ghost Parser. Chapter 121, Chapter 121, The Impact of Project Spirit and the Maelstrom Gang Incident. By the time the first rays of dawn pierced Night City, the large-scale firefight in the Watson district had mostly come to an end. Only a few scattered, small Maelstrom gang holdouts remained. It could be said that after this night, the Maelstrom gang's entire upper echelon had been completely wiped out. Roland dispatched some security robots to clean up the remaining small fry, and casually tossed a few mercenary contracts Elizabeth's way to help boost her reputation and influence. After that, he stopped paying them any attention. It would have been a waste to have Yin deal with such small fry. The events of that night sent shockwaves throughout Night City. From this operation, Melee Tech finally caught a glimpse of Project's armed strength and immediately grew wary. Based on the firearms and robotics technology Project Corporation had previously revealed, they had expected its combat power to be impressive. What they hadn't expected was just how overwhelming it would be. This was a force capable of going head-to-head with the regular army of the new United States, one that could even be said to surpass them in combat effectiveness. There was, however, a clear weakness: the lack of heavy firepower. As a result, while Melee Tech feared Project, that fear was largely limited to urban environments. A bit of a problem. Weiss rubbed his forehead as he looked over the intelligence report on Project Corporation in his hand. According to the data, Project had almost completely mobilized its armed forces this time. They had then gone on to eradicate Night City's largest gang as easily as cutting vegetables. Melee Tech could have achieved the same result, but the collateral damage would have been far greater. Project's superiority in robotics technology gave them an enormous advantage. It seems we'll need to pay closer attention to Project before the main force arrives. Weiss narrowed his eyes, deciding to endure the situation for the time being. Kuroda had naturally noticed the power project had displayed as well. Two thoughts immediately took shape in his mind. One was to make use of Project's armed forces to help Arasaka achieve certain objectives, the other was to guard against Project's own moves. In Night City, corporations had no eternal friends, only eternal interests. Once Arasaka officially established itself, the headaches would no longer be limited to melee tech alone. Another force observing everything from the shadows was Night Corp. At that moment, a blue-eyed man stood on the upper floors of Night Corp, looking down at the city below. I think we must bring that corporation under our control. Mr. Blue Eyes turned his head and spoke to the woman behind him, whose eyes glowed with a crimson light. I have no objections. But do you actually have a way to deal with that corporation? If I remember correctly, their network technology is far from simple. Even if it isn't simple, can it really compare to ours? Mr. Blue Eyes glanced at her, let out a brief chuckle, then grew serious. Besides, their technology is simply too important to us. Those powerful robots, that incredibly efficient production rate. Just imagine if we could get our hands on all of it. Maybe our dream could truly be realized. And if we go one step further, find a way to send those things beyond the wall, then that's enough. Thinking that far ahead is pointless right now. We need to prepare properly and take control of that corporation first. With what method? The same approach we used on Night Corp. It's worth considering. After all, their situation is quite similar to Night Corp's, both are controlled by the person at the very top. Then I'll bring in a few helpers to deal with that corporation's compatriots, just in case anything goes wrong. Once we free her, she'll understand our good intentions. If that doesn't work, then dismantle her data and upgrade it. All right. I'll leave it to you. After this conversation among several mysterious figures within Night Corp, a force targeting Project Corporation quietly began to take shape. It was worth mentioning that, aside from the major corporations being shaken by that night's events, there was also one individual who was utterly stunned. That person was Nielsen. Drunk out of his mind, he had accidentally added 2 extra zeros to the numbers on the body lotto ticket he bought. As a result, he won the night's ultimate jackpot, instantly igniting a wave of jealousy among Night City's countless gambling addicts. Roland, however, had no time to worry about any of that. He was already busy selecting his preferred template. In truth, he'd long had a question: if he applied a template to Lucy and the others before they had fully matured, would it change their appearance and physique, or would it instead be calculated based on their original bodies? Roland had no answer, and he had no intention of experimenting recklessly. What if someone ended up permanently locked into this stage of development? He wasn't a lolicon or anything, though, then again, it probably wouldn't affect Rebecca much. Maybe he could consider giving Rebecca a template first. After stroking his chin for a moment, Roland went ahead and purchased the Spirit of Seduction. After all, the most suitable candidate at the moment was Kelly. Kelly, start getting ready. I've almost prepared a body for you. Really? Kelly's face instantly lit up with joy, her eyes filled with anticipation as she imagined what the new body might look like. Lysandra, put Kelly into sleep mode first. Understood. Roland waited until Kelly was confirmed to be asleep before bringing out the spirit. Before him stood a fully mechanical body, modeled after Kelly's appearance. He glanced at the spirit's hairstyle. Interesting short white hair, different from the original style. All right, Lysandra. Wake Kelly up. At his words, Lysandra nodded and gently waved her hand. Kelly immediately opened her eyes, staring curiously at her own hands as she sensed the immense power contained within this body. When she lifted her head and saw Lysandra standing there, she froze. Only now, having gained the spirit's power, did she truly understand just how terrifying Lysandra's computational capacity was. A sense of confusion followed. With Lysandra around, what was she even needed for? Roland explained that the current Lysandra couldn't act directly and could only intervene through subsidiary intelligences. If Lysandra's main body weren't temporarily unavailable for purchase, Roland would have created one for her on the spot. Let this place truly experience what an AI crisis felt like. Chapter 122, Chapter 122, Sasha's Arrangements. Alright, stop standing there daydreaming. I still have things I need you to do. Roland looked at Kelly, who was currently staring blankly at Lysandra's projection, and spoke with a hint of helplessness.
Boss.
Miss Lysandra is right here, you probably don't need me, right? Kelly shrank back a little as she spoke, sneaking a glance at Lysandra out of the corner of her eye. Lysandra has more important matters to handle. That's exactly why I need you to step in. Besides, your abilities are no longer limited to the cyber world. Once you finish the task I'm assigning you, you'll be able to officially join the project team. Oh then, boss, what do you need me to do right now? Kelly tilted her head slightly and looked at Roland with curiosity. In a bit, Lysandra will release some cyber viruses and AI consciousnesses for you to fight. I need you to first get used to the power that belongs to the spirit of seduction. Once you've adapted to it. At this point, a sharp glint flashed through Roland's eyes. I need you to steal the core intelligence and key technologies of the major corporations in Night City.
What?
Me? Kelly was so shocked she froze on the spot, lifting a finger to point at herself. Me? Going after corporations? Seriously? That's right, you. With your current capabilities, once you're fully accustomed to them, I don't think anyone in Night City can compete with you in cyberspace. Roland nodded calmly. Am I really that strong? Kelly was still unsure. She could feel the changes in herself, but she lacked confidence. All you need to do is trust our corporation's technology. I'm not asking you to take control of their ace, just infiltrate and collect data and intelligence. I understand. I'll do my best. Kelly nodded, accepting the assignment. Seeing her agree, Roland shifted his gaze to Lysandra nearby. Lysandra nodded in return. Then, Miss Kelly, please follow me. A concealed door opened inside the room. Kelly glanced inside curiously, then followed Lysandra's projection in. Roland withdrew his gaze. Kelly's side didn't need his attention for now. Lysandra would handle her training in cyberspace. What he needed to do next was meet Sasha. Ever since Kiwi brought Sasha back, he hadn't met her in person yet. Sasha stood in front of the massive floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the neon-lit city below. After watching for a while, she seemed to lose interest and returned to the sofa, hugging her knees as she stared off into space. After bringing her back, Kiwi had arranged for Sasha to rest here, without telling her anything else. Several times, Sasha tried to go out, but each attempt was stopped by the security robots. It made her feel stifled, as if she were under some kind of soft house arrest. What unsettled her even more was that Kiwi hadn't come to see her again during this time. As the only person she knew here, that absence made Sasha uneasy. Just as her thoughts began to wander, the sound of a door opening reached her ears. Sasha immediately turned her head. A handsome man in a well-tailored suit, with light stubble on his chin, walked in at an unhurried pace. His bearing and appearance reminded her of the corporate representative who had visited them before. Who are you? My name is Roland Vimmers. In terms of status, I'm Kiwi's boss. Kiwi is the one who saved you. You remember her, right? Yes. My name is Sasha Yakovleva. Where is Sister Kiwi? After hearing Roland's introduction, Sasha straightened up and couldn't help asking. She's been working overtime lately. There's a lot going on, so she doesn't have time to come over for now. Roland softened his tone, smiling as he spoke. Oh, then, sir, is there something you need? The corner of Roland's mouth twitched. Kiwi gets sister, and I get sir. Great. It's nothing major. I just came to check on you and ask what you're planning to do next. Roland collected himself and continued. When asked about her future plans, Sasha blinked, lowered her head to think for a moment, then explained what she had originally intended to do, carefully avoiding any mention of Biotechnica. Roland understood her caution. She was most likely afraid of Biotechnica's influence. In that case, why not join my corporation? Hey! Sasha froze, staring at Roland in confusion, clearly not processing what he had just said. But, is it really okay for me to join? It's fine. You have excellent talent, so I'm willing to cultivate you. Once you've learned enough, you can help me. Roland smiled and stepped forward, gently patting Sasha on the head. Feeling the warmth on her head, Sasha fell into a brief daze. The last person who had touched her like that was her mother. I'll cover all your expenses during this time. I just hope you won't stand me up, little Sasha. Roland rubbed her hair lightly, silently noting how good it felt, then withdrew his hand. Sasha blinked, then nodded firmly. Yes. I'll definitely repay you properly. Oh, right, Sasha, you have an older sister, don't you? Bring her to Night City as well. Is that really okay? If I say it's fine, then it's fine. Also, since you seem closer to Kiwi, I'll have her take care of you from now on. Haha. Well. I'm not really at the age where I need someone looking after me anymore. Sasha scratched her cheek shyly. It's fine, it's fine. I'm sure Kiwi won't mind. At this very moment, Kiwi, soon to be saddled with babysitting duties, was at the corporation, reviewing records of Yi's movements and quietly noting down traits related to him. After settling matters on Sasha's end, Roland instructed someone to arrange her schooling. Thinking about it, Roland suddenly remembered V. If he recalled correctly, the last investigation records showed that V seemed to be attending school as well. We definitely can't forget that top-ranked young lady. Put Sasha into V's class. If they can become friends, wouldn't that be another wave of essence? Roland stroked his stubble and nodded, finding the idea quite promising. After all, according to the events of 2077, V and Sasha could barely be said to have crossed paths. It was just that, this barely was really stretching it. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Ghost Parser. Chapter 123, Chapter 123, The Academy Trip. Miss, please hurry up and get ready. You're about to be late. Ugh, I know. Stop rushing me already. V rolled her eyes, hurriedly slipping on the neatly ironed academy coat beside her. She grabbed a slice of bread from the table and rushed out the door. Have a safe trip, Miss Valerie. Before she left, the smart home robot in V's apartment added a polite farewell. Once the door closed, the robot immediately began tidying up the room and starting its cleaning routine. After taking the elevator down to the first floor, V spotted a luxury sedan parked by the roadside. Standing beside it was a driver whose entire body was fitted with brass cyberware, with a curved mustache above his lip. Clearly not factory original. Welcome to Edward Transportation Services. Please get in, Miss Valerie. Time is tight. Your parents specifically instructed us to make sure you arrive on time. All right, I got it. Let's go. V nodded, opened the door herself, and climbed into the car before the driver could even reach out to help. Seeing this, the driver immediately fell silent and decided to keep his words to a minimum. It was obvious this young lady wasn't in the mood for conversation. Better not disturb her. If she got annoyed and left a bad review, his career would be over. Before long, V arrived at Sengberg Academy, currently regarded as the finest academy in Night City. Many children from the city's upper class studied here, though in reality, even more attended schools elsewhere. Or specialized academies operated directly by corporations. It was worth mentioning that those academies also sold tutoring packages and even full student management services. Fortunately, V's academic performance had always been solid. After a long stretch of coaxing and negotiation, her parents hadn't signed her up for too many extra classes. Otherwise, sleeping in would have been completely out of the question. As for her parents' future plans, they intended to send V to Europe for further studies. With a strong academic background and their current status, it would be easy to help her land a position at a major corporation afterward. "Hey, V, did you hear?" When V entered the classroom, everyone was already seated in what looked like extremely comfortable chairs, with their brain dance equipment properly set up. "Heard what?" V turned curiously toward her friend Adeline beside her. "They say we're getting a new transfer student today. Came in all of a sudden. Might have some serious backing." At this point in the term, V glanced at Adeline in surprise, then noticed something else today. Even the usually absent teacher was present. When you put it that way, yet. That person never shows up unless something important is going on. And that was indeed the case. The so-called teacher mostly handled key administrative matters, student oversight, and coordination work. As for actual teaching, most lessons were delivered through pre-recorded braindance content. Of course, some special courses still involved instructors entering braindance for live, immersive teaching, but those were rare. "All right, everyone, please look this way. Let me introduce our new classmate joining us today. Her name is Sasha Yakovleva. Come on, Sasha, say hello." "Hi, everyone. I'm Sasha. I usually like studying network technologies." "Hey, V, look at that old hag, she's smiling like crazy." Adeline leaned over and whispered in V's ear. V glanced up at the teacher and sure enough, her face was practically creased with smiles. "All right, Sasha, you can take the seat next to Valerie. And a quick reminder to everyone, don't bully our new classmate. Her guardian is Ms. Kiwi, the head of the Special Security Department at Project Corporation." The teacher smiled warmly, pointing in V's direction as she spoke, prompting a variety of reactions from the class. At those words, expressions around the room immediately shifted. Some students looked eager to ingratiate themselves, others clearly unimpressed, and a few showed open dislike or irritation. Yet without exception, every gaze carried a trace of caution, most likely fear rooted in Project's reputation and force. As for Sasha, she could only smile helplessly at the teacher's announcement. She hadn't wanted such public attention, and she wasn't even related to Kiwi by blood. Compared to everyone else's reactions, all she wanted was a calm, ordinary school life. "Hey, I'm V. This is my friend Adeline. Nice to meet you, Sasha." "Hello. Nice to meet you too, V." Caught off guard by the sudden greeting, Sasha froze for a split second before quickly responding with a smile. "Is your mother really that legendary Kiwi?" "Ah, no. She's more like an older sister to me, we're not related by blood." Sasha waved her hands quickly in denial. "So you really do know her?" V's eyes lit up with interest as she continued. "Yeah, I do." V, are you looking for Sister Kiwi for something?" Sasha nodded, tilting her head curiously as she looked at V. "Not really. I'm just curious about her as a person. Besides, she once saved my life." V shook her head and explained calmly. "She saved your life?" Sasha was visibly surprised. The experience sounded oddly familiar. Sasha, Valerie, pay a bit of attention. It's good to welcome a new classmate, but you can save these conversations for after class." That old witch spoke. "Let's talk later." "Ah, okay. So, how's Kelly doing?" Roland stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking out over the city while news played quietly on the screen. He turned to Lyssandra's projection as he spoke. "She's mostly gotten the hang of it. Ghost technology and electronic control are both usable now, though there are still some issues. She'll need more training. That's good. By the way, what about those rogue AI you mentioned earlier? They seem to have taken an interest in our corporation.
Good. Prepare a small gift and send our greetings.
Yes. Chapter 124, Chapter 124, Subsequent Developments. Several days later, Roland received a system notification. From that moment on, the Maelstrom gang officially exited the stage of Night City's history. Or rather, Maelstrom still existed, but it was no longer the Maelstrom of old. Now, it was nothing more than a loose collection of street punks, a gang that could be wiped out by almost anyone with a bit of muscle. Melee Tech was extremely satisfied with this outcome and immediately began their next phase of operations, cultivating chaos. With the Maelstrom gang, the former overlords of Watson District, eliminated, the surrounding gangs were bound to grow restless. Groups that had once been squeezed to the brink by Maelstrom would inevitably try to claw their way up and seize territory. This was exactly the moment Melee Tech had been waiting for. Only then could they push their own white glove proxy into power. But would Roland intervene? The answer was yes. He had slaughtered the pig himself, why should he let others feast while he stood by watching? That said, he had no intention of meddling too deeply. With Maelstrom gone, a power vacuum had opened up in Watson. He didn't believe Arasaka would let the Tiger Claws sit idle, they would definitely move in to take control. After all, in Arasaka's long-term plans, Watson District would eventually become the area closest to their core territory. The coastal zone they coveted, what would later be known as the Arasaka waterfront, was part of that vision. Of course, it didn't go by that name yet. According to intelligence gathered by Roland's people, Arasaka had been bribing City Councilman Smith, hoping he would allocate that entire stretch of land to them. Smith had previously agreed and quickly began making preparations. However, recent moves by the new United States made him change his mind. He seemed to have seen through Arasaka's intentions. So he decided to jack up the price. In response, Arasaka's people in Night City chose silence. They offered no reply, seemingly weighing their options. And so, the two sides fell into a stalemate. Back to the main issue, Roland only planned to have the Mox expand a limited distance north. After that, some of Project's security forces would move in, while Project also funded the NCPD to establish more substations throughout Watson District. Next came donations to the city government, securing land in Watson for an industrial park. As for the justification, naturally, it was compensation for the factories previously attacked by the Maelstrom gang, which had caused Project enormous losses. They had destroyed, let me check, yes, they had destroyed the gates of 11 factories. That definitely warranted some kind of gesture. Mr. Kuroda, do you think we should take action? That councilman is being far too ungrateful. Standing beside Kuroda, Iwazen Soichiro narrowed his eyes as he spoke. He was Kuroda's new secretary. As for what happened to the previous one? Well, opinions differed. Humph, a greedy bastard. Ignore him for now. If he wants to stall, let him stall. He'll learn soon enough who the real winner is. Kuroda snorted and tossed the tablet in his hand aside. I understand. Then what should we do next? Just wait. Iwazen asked for instructions. Hearing the question, Kuroda stroked his chin and thought for a moment before narrowing his eyes. No. Didn't Project Corporation just finish dealing with the Maelstrom gang? We'll step in. Isn't that a bit risky? Iwazen hesitated, recalling the combat footage he had seen of Project's operations. Based on their current firepower in Night City, they probably couldn't win a direct confrontation. What? Arasaka is backing us, so there's nothing to fear? Don't joke around. Backup is still just backup, it only matters after something goes wrong. If you're wiped out on the spot, what good is backing then? It's fine. At least for now, we're still considered friends. I'll talk to their boss. After that, just have the tiger claws go in and stir up trouble for Militika's people. I remember the Mox and the tiger claws have a grudge against each other. Iwazen couldn't help adding that. So what? As long as Project doesn't object, the Mox won't make a move. If Project tries to dodge the issue, then have the tiger claws handle it. I don't care how they do it, I only want results. Kuroda shot Iwazen a cold look as he spoke. Understood. I'll take care of it immediately. After Iwazen left the office, Kuroda let out a quiet, cold laugh. He knew Iwazen's personality well, afraid of death, greedy, and reasonably capable, though nothing exceptional. That was precisely why he had chosen him as an assistant. As for why he didn't hire a beautiful and capable woman instead? Women only interfered with his efficiency. That was why Kuroda had always employed male assistants. Smith, the coastal district, raising the price that much. A faint smile crept onto Kuroda's lips. What a shame. I still think the price there is too high. It would be better if it were lower. He opened his communications interface and sent a new directive back to headquarters, instructing them to add an extra area to their follow-up strike plans. That area was the coastal district in the northwest of Night City. Development there was sparse, making it a relatively poor region where many vagrants and lower-class citizens gathered. For Arasaka, the land had little value as it was. If destroying it served a purpose, then leveling it and rebuilding from scratch would be just fine and cheaper, too. Sir, I intercepted a message Kuroda sent back to Arasaka headquarters. A faint purple glow flickered in Kelly's eyes as she transmitted a map and Kuroda's message to Roland. With a single glance, Roland understood Arasaka's true objective. Flattening the existing buildings in the coastal district. Looks like someone demanded too much. He chuckled and shook his head. Otherwise, there'd be no need for an artillery wash. Then a troubling thought crossed his mind. If Arasaka carried out a full bombardment of that area, what would happen to the people living there? And with no warning at all. Roland narrowed his eyes. He didn't consider himself a good person, but he wasn't so deranged as to carry out a massacre like that. He could already guess the contents of Arasaka's follow-up announcement, condemning Militech for hiding weapons of mass destruction or armed forces in some XXX district, followed by claims that the bombing had been unavoidable. If there's a chance, Roland said quietly, we should save whoever we can. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/ghostparser. Chapter 125, Chapter 125, Silence is the Cambridge of tonight. Boss, I have something I want to ask you right. After reviewing the intelligence from Kuroda's side and roughly deducing that they intended to suppress land prices in that area while showing off their military strength, Roland suddenly received a message from Kiwi. Roland stroked his chin and called Kiwi back. The result was obvious: no answer. What is Kiwi up to? He scratched his scalp and shot a look at Lysandra beside him. Lysandra immediately understood. With a small wave of her hand, a screen appeared in front of Roland. Kiwi was leaning against a wall by the street, her ponytail undone and hanging loose. As if sensing something, she glanced toward the camera. Then she gave a small nod. At the same time, Roland realized the scene looked strangely familiar, as though he had been there before. Lysandra, have I been here before? Yes. This is where you and Miss Kiwi parked during your first mission together. Lysandra checked briefly and gave her answer. Everything was recorded in her database. Hearing that, Roland's mouth twitched, and he rubbed his face with a headache. This was awkward. Since she had chosen that location, it meant she had basically confirmed his identity. There was no point in hiding anymore. That said, it wasn't something that truly needed to be hidden in the first place. It was just embarrassing now that it had been exposed. Sigh. I'll go see her, then. Let's find out what she wants. Roland adjusted his clothes and prepared to head out. But just before leaving, he turned back. Suddenly, he felt that meeting her under a different identity might be better. Kiwi slowly withdrew her gaze from the camera and turned to look at the abandoned factory nearby, the place where she and that person had carried out their first mission together. To be honest, she didn't know why he had left such a deep impression on her. They hadn't even met that many times. And yet, she remembered him clearly. What truly annoyed her was his real identity. "Long time no see, Kiwi." Hearing the familiar voice beside her, Kiwi froze for a moment. She let out a slow breath and turned her head toward the newcomer, the familiar exoskeleton helmet, and the single strand of white hair drifting behind him. No, boss. MHM. Roland nodded and removed the helmet from his head. "Sorry about telling you a small lie before. At the time, I really didn't have anyone else I could use, so I had to handle it myself." He smiled at Kiwi and sat down cross-legged on the hood of the car, looking slightly helpless. Kiwi stared silently at his face. "I remember you even threatened me back then. I really thought it was something important that absolutely couldn't be revealed." Roland gave an awkward smile. After clearing his throat, he said, "What's done is done. At least now you know some of my situation." "Then were the things you said before actually true?" Which ones?" Roland paused, blinking in confusion. "About the corporation modifying you and saving your life." Kiwi narrowed her eyes slightly as she reminded him. "Well, in a sense, that part is true." Roland thought for a moment before answering. After all, the system really had saved his life and modified him too. That wasn't a lie, right? Then what exactly is this corporation? Kiwi frowned and couldn't help asking. "If there's a chance in the future, I'll give you an explanation. But not now. This time, I'm serious." Roland looked straight into Kiwi's eyes. Seeing his expression, Kiwi understood what he meant and nodded. "All right. I get it. I won't ask any more. But I want compensation for lying to me." Roland couldn't help laughing. "What? Now that my identity's changed, I don't feel as oppressive as a boss anymore." "You're still my boss. You don't really have a choice." Kiwi rolled her eyes. "Haha, go ahead. As long as it's nothing too outrageous, I'll agree." Such a textbook answer. Kiwi smiled, tilted her head, and looked at Roland. "Then, dear boss, I want a raise, more vacation days and a bit more time to see you." Roland fell silent for a moment, then nodded. "All right. I agree to your compensation." Roland's feelings toward Kiwi were actually quite complicated. If one only looked at her actions among the Edge Runners, it was easy to think she had betrayed the team and dislike her for it. But if you truly understood her, you'd realize she was just another pitiful soul, someone struggling to survive at the bottom of Night City. He was also somewhat glad that he had met her before she was sold off as a sex doll. Otherwise. "All right. Now that you've confirmed my identity, can we head back?" Roland leaned against the car door and tilted his head toward the vehicle. Kiwi raised an eyebrow and nodded, showing she had no objections. She had already made her move directly, so Roland's reaction didn't surprise her, though she did feel a faint sense of disappointment. She got into the car. Roland followed shortly after. On the way back, he glanced at Kiwi beside him. "I know how you feel. I'll give you a formal answer in a couple of days. I don't dislike you, Kiwi." "You mean that?" "MHM. After all, you're someone I brought in myself, aren't you? You've brought in quite a few girls." Kiwi shot him a sideways glance. "Ahem, that's different. But I understand. Thank you, Roland. Without you, I don't even know what kind of life I'd be living in Night City right now." Kiwi smiled at him, a faint blush quietly spreading across her face. Seeing this, what crossed Roland's mind wasn't how pretty she looked, but... So even this kind of reaction can be imitated? And speaking of which, what's Kiwi's current condition now? Still blueberry? Not really. Hey, watch the road. Oh. Relax, relax. Trust my driving. We're about to crash. Chapter 126, Chapter 126, Bart Moss. What a hassle, this charm of mine has nowhere to go. Roland tilted his head slightly and sighed before turning back to the matters at hand. When it came to Kiwi's feelings, he could have accepted them outright, but the consequences of doing so were something he felt needed careful consideration. For now, it didn't seem like there would be any major problems. The main reason he hadn't agreed immediately was simple. Her advance had come too suddenly, leaving him caught completely off guard. So he decided to give both himself and Kiwi some time to cool off. Though, in this world, that kind of caution was probably unnecessary. Thinking of that, Roland shook his head and smiled. While Roland was still thinking about Kiwi, Mix, over on his end, had found a freezer that matched Roland's description almost perfectly. It was a refrigerator whose exact model was hard to identify, and it appeared to be in remarkably good condition. This freezer hadn't been discovered by robots, but by two internal employees instead, which was why the information hadn't reached Roland immediately. Naturally, those two employees didn't know what was really inside. They only knew that Mix was looking for a freezer. Mix reached out and gently brushed his hand across the top of the freezer, slowly narrowing his eyes. He was extremely curious about what it contained. All he knew was that Roland had asked him to find a freezer that preserved a corpse. Preferably an older model, or at least one whose exact make couldn't be identified. The freezer in front of him looked old and unfamiliar, perfectly matching both requirements. Mix had a strong feeling that this was what Roland was looking for. Without hesitation, he opened the freezer. The sight inside made him freeze in place. The corpse was preserved almost perfectly, and, if one ignored its unhealthy complexion, he wouldn't even think the person was dead. It looked more like someone who had simply fallen asleep. Mix slowly leaned closer and began examining the body. Holy hell, how many years ago is this thing from? Don't tell me the boss is into collecting antiques. He clicked his tongue in amazement. But when his eyes landed on the Netrunner cyberware, his expression instantly sharpened. This is... A product name surfaced in his mind. Still uncertain, he leaned in closer. When he finally got a clear look, shock filled his face. This was one of the top-tier network access pods from decades ago, SGI Technologies Elysia. Which meant the person in this freezer had likely been an extremely skilled netrunner. Which also meant this person's identity was almost certainly extraordinary. Realizing this, Mix quickly removed the netrunner pod, closed the freezer door, and decided to investigate which netrunners had been most active during the peak period of the Elysia model. Don't tell me it's Bart Moss. Mix chuckled and shook his head, dismissing the idea as unlikely. He set the netrunner pod aside and began digging through records. What Mix didn't know was that, because he hadn't uploaded the information, two employees had already reported the situation. Kelly, who was temporarily handling monitoring duties in place of Lysandra, immediately noticed the anomaly. As for why Kelly was working here, she needed training. Taking over part of Lysandra's workload was the best way to do that. You're saying Mix discovered a new freezer, but didn't upload its data to the database and instead opened it himself to investigate? Roland narrowed his eyes as he looked at Kelly. Faced with his gaze, Kelly instinctively shrank her neck. Even though she knew it wasn't directed at her, she still felt a bit scared. Yes. This is his current browsing history and open pages. Kelly nodded and waved her hand. A screen immediately appeared in front of Roland. Turn on his computer's front-facing camera. I want to see what he's doing now. Okay. Kelly nodded. The screen flickered, and Mix's large face appeared, along with the room behind him. With a single glance, Roland spotted the freezer not far behind Mix. "Kelly, scan the freezer behind him." Kelly nodded, and a faint purple light flashed in her eyes. "Done, boss." Inside is a male corpse, Caucasian. Based on the freezer model, he's been dead for many years. "Can you construct a rough body model?" Roland continued watching the projection and asked calmly. "I can try." Soon, a rough simulation of the height and build appeared, though the facial features were still unclear. "That's already enough probability. Wait, is there something on his desk?" Roland nodded and noticed the corner of an object. "Yes. That's SGI Technologies Elysia. Damn, that's a seriously old antique. It'd be worth a lot to collectors." Kelly's eyes widened, while Roland had basically confirmed the identity of the corpse in the freezer. "Looks like we've found our target. The guy in there is very likely who I've been looking for." "The person you're looking for? Oh right. That's kind of how you dug me up back then, too." Kelly reacted and nodded. "So, boss, who are you going through all this trouble to find?" "Bart Moss." "Hey! You heard me. That so-called god of netrunners, Bart Moss." Roland glanced at Kelly's stunned expression, then calmly looked away. I holy crap, boss, you're not joking, right? That's Bart Moss." "Quiet. Keep yelling and I'll have Lysandra lock you up." "I understand." Kelly answered awkwardly, but her eyes were already full of curiosity. She was clearly fascinated by Bart Moss's network access pod. "Then, boss, should I give the order to take this guy out?" "Look, he's already showing signs of rebellion." Kelly impatiently pointed at Mix on the screen. We could, no, wait a bit. I kind of want to see what this guy is planning." Roland nodded at first, then suddenly recalled the fate of a certain individual from Cyberpunk and broke into an intrigued smile. Kelly glanced at Roland's expression, then turned to look at the netrunner pod on Mix's desk. She immediately understood what Roland was thinking. After all, if that really was Bart Moss's network access pod, that thing wouldn't be easy to handle at all. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Ghost Parser. Chapter 127, Chapter 127, Greed and Dismissal. After some investigation, Mix learned about several netrunners who had been extremely famous back then: Spider, Bart Moss, Shadow Cloud, and others. In the end, he locked onto the most likely candidate, Bart Moss. The moment that thought crossed his mind, Mix couldn't help swallowing as he stared at Bart Moss's network access pod on the table. If I can crack this thing, wouldn't I inherit all of Bart Moss's accounts? And there's probably records of those hacking techniques inside too. Money stirs the human heart, people die for wealth, birds die for food. Mix was tempted. He stretched out his trembling hand, excitement surging, fingers shaking, and then, just as he was about to touch the network access pod, he stopped. His expression turned complicated. Greed, excitement, fear, joy, each emotion flickered across Mix's face in turn. Roland sat in his chair, watching the scene with interest. What happened next, however, surprised him slightly. Mix lowered his hand and let out a long sigh. "Ah, forget it. Even if I cracked what's inside, could I really escape the corporation?" As he spoke, Mix gave a self-mocking smile, as if ridiculing his own overestimation. "Besides, this is Bart Moss's stuff. How could I ever crack something like this? I really let greed blind me." Mix lightly slapped his own cheek, then picked up a bottle of liquor from the table, poured himself a glass, and downed it in one go. After that, he prepared to report everything honestly. Seeing this, Roland raised an eyebrow. "I didn't expect him to hold back." So we let him go?" Kelly blinked and asked cautiously. "Let him go? Why would we let him go?" Roland shook his head with a smile. "Oh. Didn't he resist temptation and avoid betraying the corporation? Doesn't that mean he's usable? No, 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 Roland replied calmly. He already had thoughts of betrayal. He just couldn't afford the cost of betraying the corporation. If he thought he could trade this thing to Militech or Arasaka for protection and money, I'm sure he'd do it without hesitation. Roland clasped his hands together, his gaze steady as he watched Mix writing his report. In his eyes, Project Corporation can't compare to those two. Clearly, he doesn't really understand what happened back then. What happened back then? Kelly looked at Roland, confused. Roland glanced at her and explained, Militech hired Bart Moss, Morgan Blackhand, Johnny Silverhand, Alt, and others, basically all the top-tier mercenaries of that era, to attack Arasaka's building. Wait, Militech did that? Kelly was momentarily stunned. In her understanding, the incident had always been blamed on terrorists or some kind of internal scheme. The truth had never been clear. Yes. That's why both Arasaka and Militech are extremely interested in what Bart Moss left behind. They know better than anyone how terrifying his netrunning abilities were. Roland nodded, then gestured for Kelly to have the security robots on Mix's side take action. Are we really going to take him out? There's nothing to hesitate over, Roland said calmly. He's no good person. Plenty of people could do this job. Besides, everything here is already settled, we don't need this extra expense. I also don't want any loose ends. If rumors get out, that wouldn't be good for me. You're not feeling sorry for him, are you? Someone who made it that far in Night City, do you really think he's a decent person? Don't kid yourself. Roland smiled and signaled for Lysandra to pull up Mix's past records. And now you're corporation personnel. Having compassion isn't wrong, but you need to know when to use it. Kelly schemed through Mix's history and quickly reached a conclusion, a crooked businessman, with several lives on his hands. In Night City, though, that kind of person was hardly rare. Give the order. Take care of him. If he'd been willing to work quietly, I would have given him severance and sent him on his way. Unfortunately, his choice wasn't the right one. Roland shrugged and stood up, heading outside. Boss, where are you going? Kelly blinked, puzzled, having already issued the orders to the security robots. I'm going to check out the junkyard over there. Oh, and lay off the staff there. Give the 2 employees who found Bart Moss's freezer a bonus, then lay them off as well. Understood. Kelly nodded, immediately generating termination notices and transferring severance pay into the respective accounts. Meanwhile, Mix finally finished writing his report. Just as he let out a long breath and prepared to upload it, a set of footsteps suddenly echoed behind him, making him turn around. You have violated corporation regulations. Corporate human resources cleanup procedures will now be carried out. After the cold electronic voice finished speaking, Mix's pupils shrank abruptly. No, you can't do this. I didn't betray the corporation. I contributed. I found Bart. Bang! Blood splattered across the walls and floor, cutting off Mix's final words. The security robot calmly withdrew its gaze, then carefully secured Bart Moss's network access pod from the desk. The noise naturally drew attention from outside. Several employees gathered out of curiosity, only to be stopped by the security robots. What was that gunshot? How would I know? Sounded like it came from that bastard Mix's office. Corporate operations are currently in progress. Do not approach. The security robots stepped forward, separating the crowd. Soon after, everyone received a message from Kelly, and their expressions changed instantly. What does this mean? Layoffs? No, how can they do this? A few emotionally agitated employees rushed forward, demanding an explanation. Then a security robot stepped in and lifted them away, literally lifted. Please leave the area immediately. Hearing the cold electronic voice and seeing the frightening weapons in the robot's hands, the remaining employees snapped back to their senses and chose to comply. As they left, they could only console themselves. At least the corporation still had some conscience. They'd even paid severance. Chapter 128, Chapter 128, The Adapter of Project Oblivion. Not long after all the employees here were dismissed, Roland arrived at the workshop with Kelly in an AV. Numerous security robots were already deployed below, lined up in formation and fully prepared. They had sealed off almost every angle from which the landing area could be attacked professional to the extreme. After arriving, Roland didn't linger at all and headed straight for Mix's office. A faint metallic stench of blood still hung in the air. There were traces of dried blood on the floor, but Mix's body was gone, most likely already dragged away. As for why the place hadn't been cleaned up properly, these were security robots, not domestic ones. Getting security robots to do housekeeping was probably harder than getting them to kill someone. Of course, if you'd modified them or bought upgrade modules from Project Corporation, that would be a different story. The modules weren't expensive either, as long as... Ahem. Getting off track. Roland walked straight to Mix's desk, picked up Bart Moss's Netrunner access pod, glanced at it briefly, and then casually tossed it to Kelly. Kelly's expression changed instantly. She rushed forward to catch it, then carefully inspected it. Only after confirming there was no visible damage did she glare at Roland with a resentful look. "Be careful, boss, this thing is extremely valuable." Roland rolled his eyes at her. Other people might think there was something priceless inside, but according to Roland's memories, there really wasn't anything good in there. Unless V hadn't checked thoroughly enough. That was why Roland had never truly been after Bart Moss's Netrunner access pod. He'd been looking for Bart Moss himself. Or more accurately, Bart Moss's corpse. Roland tilted his head toward the freezer containing Bart Moss's body, signaling the nearby security robot to open it and collect Bart Moss's genetic data. "System, check it. See if old Bart Moss is compatible with any templates." Received, host. Detection complete. Bart Moss is compatible with the Oblivion template. Roland blinked, then fell silent in thought. In the end, he reached a conclusion. Yeah, this thing absolutely couldn't be given to old Bart Moss. Even if it had to be handed over eventually, Bart Moss would need to be properly trained first. Otherwise, something would definitely go wrong. Even if Roland could reclaim the template afterward, the destructive power of Oblivion meant that even the briefest loss of control would cause damage far beyond acceptable limits. After all, Oblivion was something that could kill data. Through some unknown black technology, simply wielding its weapon could erase data itself, true damage in the most literal sense. "Kelly, how's the Netrunner access pod?" After finishing his exchange with the system, Roland turned to Kelly. At this point, Kelly had already formed a purple energy input line, connecting it to Bart Moss's Netrunner access pod. "It's a bit damp and encrypted, but overall it's well preserved. Still usable. You can crack it, right?" "Small case. Encryption at this level? Even the old me could crack it with some effort. Let alone me now." Looks like Bart Moss wasn't all that impressive after all. Kelly grinned, clearly excited. Seeing her confident expression, Roland's mouth twitched slightly. If he remembered correctly, back in 2077, someone had said almost the exact same thing. If V hadn't stepped in time, that guy would have ended up with a fried brain. Still, Kelly had the charm spirit template now, so it probably wouldn't turn into a disaster. "Yeah, this one's a bit tricky, but, alright, done. I cracked it." "Hey? What the hell is this?" Just as Kelly finished breaking the encryption and smiled in satisfaction, a virus shaped like some kind of alien life form suddenly charged straight at her in cyberspace, startling her badly. Then she casually used the charm spirit's ability and charmed it, instantly converting it into a virus under her control. "TCH, let me take a closer look." "Hey, this is a very old data construction method, but I've never seen anything like this. It directly attacks the machine's underlying logic, altering how it perceives humans. And after entering the first machine, it upgrades itself using internal data and databases. What the hell? This is basically a network virus with top-tier destructive power. Though the data damage is pretty severe. Kelly rubbed her chin as she studied the virus's faint, unstable form in cyberspace. She guessed the damage was caused by the condition of Bart Moss's Netrunner access pod. After so many years of degradation, both the virus and its data had inevitably suffered. Still, the important part was, this thing was hers now. Which meant this terrifying virus had become one of her weapons. Just as Kelly was about to repair and refine the virus for her own use, a massive green figure suddenly appeared in her field of vision. In the next instant, before her stunned eyes, the virus was transformed into something composed entirely of green data. Kelly froze in place for a long moment. Then an inexplicable thought surfaced in her mind. I got greened. The sir said this item is too dangerous. To prevent you from getting hurt, he ordered me to seal it away to avoid any unforeseen situations. Upon hearing this, Kelly instantly turned grey. Roland ignored Kelly's reaction and instead examined the newly obtained virus. Even he hadn't expected there to actually be a payoff, and it even came with a chunk of orange essence. So, by the time V found this thing, it was already mostly destroyed. Roland rubbed his chin, then instructed Lysandra to recompile and optimize the virus. Send Bart Moss's genetic data to Mutter. Tell him this belonged to the most advanced brain development mind from several decades ago in this world. Have him start experiments. The security robot acknowledged the order, then carried the container holding Bart Moss's genetic material outside. It boarded another AV that had arrived and departed the area. According to the data panel, Bart Moss had an intelligence stat of 20 and was a specialist in netrunning. If nothing had gone wrong, he could have changed this world. Of course, in a certain sense. What he was doing now was changing it. By the way, system, since he can adapt to a template, that means, he's not actually dead, right? 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/ghostparser. Chapter 129, Chapter 129, Restless Movements. Yes. He became a ghost drifting through the net, uploading his consciousness into cyberspace, and in the process, he borrowed part of the relic's technology. After hearing this, Roland nodded, then his thoughts drifted to Saburo Arasaka. If that was the case, then if Saburo had noticed Bart Moss early on and brought that genius into his corp from the start, maybe his objective would have already been achieved. After all, Bart Moss had originally worked for a corporation as well. It was just that back then, he probably hadn't caught Arasaka's attention. He wasn't famous yet. It was only after being fired that he developed a brand new, era-defining program. He then sold it in various places, earning enough capital that he no longer needed to sell his life to a corp. And then he began to look down on corporations altogether. Later, when Melee Tech wanted to work with him, it was Morgan, Alt, and others who had to persuade him. Even so, plenty of problems still cropped up. Bart Moss caused Melee Tech no small amount of trouble, but under Morgan's persuasion, he never launched a formal netrunning attack against them. Otherwise, Melee Tech would have suffered badly. As for Bart Moss's initial death, it was fairly unlucky, but that can't be confirmed either. It's just one version of events. He had commissioned a medical facility to maintain his vital signs in a life support pod, the very freezer that was later discovered. Yes, he had modified its exterior. At the same time, he removed the vital sign alarm systems and location trackers. Which meant, others could no longer use it to determine his location. But on the flip side, if something went wrong, no one would be able to find him either. So in 21, he suffered a heart attack. His heart stopped inside that life support pod. However, his brain was still alive, and continued to remain active in cyberspace. It was an incredibly bizarre situation. Later, after the attack on Arasaka, his location was exposed, and he was truly killed. But the exact details, no one knows. At this point, Roland realized something else. Logically speaking, Bart Moss's body shouldn't be here right now. According to the established setting, Bart Moss's body was leased under a 50-year contract. When the term expired, it was thrown here by respectable logistics. But judging by the timeline, whether in the game or now, the timing of Bart Moss's death doesn't line up. Which meant someone had moved Bart Moss's body once. In other words, this was still Bart Moss's original life support pod. The one that came later might not have been the original at all. That was very possible, because the thing in front of him now didn't look like a freezer at all. It also didn't contain the pile of ice-like material seen when it was opened in the game. In the game, it really did just look like a freezer. Thinking about all this made Roland's head spin, so he decided to stop dwelling on it. After all, Bart Moss's body was now in his hands. And it had already been confirmed that Bart Moss was compatible with a template. It was also confirmed that Bart Moss was still alive, still active beyond the Blackwall. The only question was what Bart Moss was like now. Had he absorbed massive amounts of data and become something like Alt? Or had he retained his sense of self, barely surviving beyond the Blackwall by relying on his own skills? Or perhaps, using his overwhelming abilities, had he managed to maintain his individuality while also controlling part of the AI ecosystem, becoming a major warlord on the other side? Roland had no answers to any of these questions. The only thing he was certain of was that sooner or later, he would come into conflict with the Ace beyond the Blackwall. And when that time came, that workshop was disbanded. Kuroda narrowed his eyes, looking at his subordinate while stroking his chin. He had been keeping an eye on Roland's movements, which naturally included the workshop Roland had people set up. Send someone to track down the workshop's former employees. Ask them what they know. And find Mix, he should know the most. Yes, understood. Kuroda waved his hand, dismissing the subordinate. He knew very well that the chances of getting useful information were slim, and that Roland had probably already obtained what he wanted. The only unknown was what, exactly, Roland had taken. Even earlier than Kuroda, some rogue ace arranged by Blue Eyes had already begun quietly observing the situation. Their intelligence gathering speed and capability far surpassed Kuroda's. Looking for a freezer? It's probably not that simple. I'll find a chance to break into the robots inside and check the intel. Another rogue AI, entirely yellow in color, glanced at the companion beside it and spoke. All right. Be careful of that AI over there. With the corporation backing her, her computing power is terrifying. Don't let her notice you. We haven't had time to transmit our scripture to her yet, we still need to lie low for a while. Understood. I'll be careful. With that, it turned into a streak of yellow data and vanished into the roaring flow of the net. Before long, following streams of data, it located the security robots involved in the operation. Very refined network security design, but still not enough against me. As it spoke, it merged directly into one of the security robots. As the data was stripped away, it swiftly seized control of the robot's body. It moved slightly, testing the new form, finding it unexpectedly suitable. This is surprising. It's actually so compatible with our AI data consciousness. Of course it is. This was specifically tuned by the master for my descent. Intruder, you have nowhere left to run. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed from within. In an instant, control of the security robot was snatched away. That's impossible. Realizing what had happened, it immediately launched a data assault at Astat. Several streaks of yellow light surged through cyberspace. However, now completely sealed inside the security robot, it couldn't cause any real trouble. Even its distress signals were completely intercepted. Astat didn't give it any extra time. It moved in directly, bombarding it with raw data firepower. No, with sheer data and computational force, then cut it off from the network and restricted its processing power. Simply put, the rogue AI was reduced to a mindless babbling state. Looks like Astat can handle things on her own now, Roland said to Lysandra beside him, having witnessed the entire process. How do you plan to deal with it, sir? Convert it, then send it back. Understood. Chapter 130, Chapter 130, Yorinobu Arasaka. Review Campaign. Love the story? Leave a review and I'll unlock one extra chapter for every review. Let's hit those milestones together. Your feedback keeps the chapters coming. You're back? Did you find anything? A little, but not much. The yellow rogue AI dispatched to Project Corporation shook its head and pulled up the intelligence it had gathered. First, all the security robots there had been modified, making them extremely compatible with AI intelligence. Second, Project Corporation now housed an internal security AI with exceptionally high computational power. It was no match for that opponent, so it avoided any direct confrontation. Instead, it hid inside the security robots, quietly stealing only the data it needed. Even so, there wasn't much of value. All it learned was that the robots had been deployed to protect the workshop, ensure the personnel there didn't leak information, and search for a freezer. That's really not much to go on. The red rogue AI nodded, then disappeared into the torrent of data, leaving behind only an order to continue monitoring. It failed to notice that, in the instant the yellow AI returned, a flicker of green data light flashed through its eyes. It seems Night Corp really has been heavily infiltrated by Rogue Ace, Roland said, stroking his chin as he looked over the data Lysandra had pulled up. Before, I wasn't completely sure. Now it's basically confirmed. When he had returned from Aga's city, he had already conducted a preliminary investigation, but it yielded no valuable results. This time, with the other side practically walking into the trap, the conclusion was clear. Yes, Lysandra nodded. According to this AI's data, most of Night Corp's upper management has already had their thinking influenced or outright controlled by AI. However, several of the key power holders have not been affected. And they don't seem to care at all. As she spoke, she displayed photos of several of Night Corp's top executives, including the heir of the Night couple. That's because AI technology is extremely useful to them, Roland said thoughtfully. And judging by how confident they look, they probably have countermeasures, or rather, methods to ensure they themselves won't be controlled. A glint of contemplation passed through his eyes. He could more or less guess Night Corp's plan, using rogue AI technology to control government officials in Night City who refused to cooperate, forcing them to work together on development projects. All for the sake of obtaining the city they wanted, nothing more than that. Project and Night Corp were supposed to be partners. Logically, they shouldn't have targeted him. But, they had clearly been persuaded. Most likely, they had their eyes on his security robot technology. Mass production would drastically strengthen Night City's security forces, which aligned perfectly with their goals. And they knew very well that he would never hand that technology over willingly. So they chose a more extreme approach. In a secluded corner of Night City, a figure wearing a futuristic helmet quietly tapped away at a netrunner chair. Bart Moss is still in that life support pod. I should find a chance to move him somewhere else. That place isn't safe anymore. The net watchers have been searching for his body recently, probably after the technology inside had. Oh, right, Roland said suddenly, as he continued observing the yellow rogue AI through Lysandra's perspective. Once you've finished dealing with that side, see if you can extract any technology or intelligence we might need from those rogue Ace. I understand. Also, sir, regarding Yorinobu Arasaka, the one you mentioned earlier, we've already made some progress. Oh. Roland's eyes lit up with interest. Pull it up. Let me see. He had been looking forward to this for a long time. Based on the current timeline, Yorinobu should already have returned to Arasaka and secured a foothold within the corporation. The real question was how much he knew about Saburo Arasaka's true plans. Yes. After returning to Saburo Arasaka's side in 2023, Yorinobu Arasaka was sent by his father to study abroad in Europe and other regions. After completing his studies, he entered Arasaka's management. His outstanding ability and prior experience as a leader quickly earned him the allegiance of many high-ranking executives. As Saburo Arasaka's health continued to decline, Yorinobu successfully became the leader of Arasaka's hawkish faction and the strongest faction within the corporation. As Lysandra spoke, Roland nodded silently. So far, the intelligence aligned closely with what he already knew. From Yorinobu's actions, it was also clear that Saburo Arasaka had tacitly approved of his struggle for power. That silent approval was the main reason Yorinobu was able to gather such widespread support. To outsiders, it looked as though Saburo Arasaka had already chosen him as his ideal successor. But Roland knew the old man better than that. Saburo Arasaka had never intended to give up anything he held. He wanted to keep absolute control firmly in his own hands. Send a secret message to Yorinobu Arasaka, Roland said. Tell him we share the same goal. If he wants to know more, he should come to Night City. Understood. The Arasaka Corporation was an empire built entirely by Saburo Arasaka himself. He had 3 children, Kei Arasaka, Yorinobu Arasaka, and Hanako Arasaka. Hanako and Yorinobu were full siblings, while Kei was their older half-brother. Kei placed great importance on the Arasaka bloodline and the family's honor, and he treated Yorinobu and Hanako with genuine kindness. That all changed when Yorinobu Arasaka betrayed the family and founded Steel Dragon. From that moment on, Kei resolved to kill him. Unfortunately, Kei himself died in the 2023 attack. With his death, Arasaka lost its most suitable heir, dealing a massive blow to both Saburo Arasaka and the corporation as a whole. From that point on, Arasaka began to decline. After losing the son he loved most, Saburo Arasaka fell into deep grief. His youngest son would never return to his side, disappearing without a trace. But was he really mourning his child's death? Was he truly at a loss over the disappearance of the son born to the woman he loved most? With the relic chip already making significant progress, the only remaining issue was physical compatibility. Seen in that light, the whole situation became deeply unsettling. At the very least, under the original circumstances, once Yorinobu learned the truth, he no longer believed that version of events. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Ghost Parser. Chapter 131, Chapter 131, Interesting. Tokyo. High above the city, inside Arasaka Tower, in a top-floor office. A handsome, middle-aged man with slicked-back hair and glasses was handling his work. After some time, he slowly let out a breath and was about to call his secretary to bring him a cup of coffee when a message suddenly entered his field of vision. The message contained neither a name nor an address. After hesitating for a moment, Yorinobu Arasaka decided to forward it to the corporation's security department for handling. But just as he made that decision and was about to act, an inexplicable impulse made him open it and take a look. The moment he saw the contents, his gaze sharpened. The message also carried the emblem of a steel dragon. Yorinobu Arasaka immediately glanced around, then moved to delete the file. At that instant, the screen distorted with static, and the email vanished on its own. Seeing this, Yorinobu Arasaka slowly leaned back in his chair and fell into deep thought. Night City, hey. I remember that city being a crucial part of his plan. Looks like once his plan is underway, I'll need to go there and take a look myself. Having made up his mind, Yorinobu Arasaka adjusted his expression and returned to his work. He needed to keep striving, to earn Saburo Arasaka's recognition. Although he didn't know what it would take to truly gain Saburo Arasaka's approval, at present he was the most suitable candidate to inherit the Arasaka Corporation. Of course, if it were Hanako, he wouldn't object either. After all, whether she inherited it or he did after Saburo Arasaka's death made little difference. But that technology known as the relic chip always left him feeling uneasy. However, Saburo Arasaka had not allowed him to get involved with that technology yet. His current understanding came only from fragmented information shared among upper management, leaving him with a very limited grasp of it. Once Yorinobu Arasaka made his decision, Roland received a deposit of essence, and a smile like that of a satisfied farmer spread across his face. He understood that Yorinobu Arasaka had already chosen his path. As for Yorinobu Arasaka himself, in a certain sense, he was genuinely a good person. He opposed the rule of megacorporations like Arasaka, hoping to return the world to governments and nation-states, to protect the interests of workers and ordinary people. Ideas like improving livelihoods and overturning the distorted system of the current world were exactly why he founded Steel Dragon to resist. It was also worth mentioning that his idol was Johnny Silverhand. As for why he idolized Johnny Silverhand so much, it was because Johnny had blown up Arasaka Tower doing exactly what Yorinobu Arasaka most wanted to do, yet never dared to do himself. Incidentally, both Yorinobu Arasaka and Hanako Arasaka were canonically quite good-looking. According to the setting, Yorinobu's charm stat was 9, and Hanako's wasn't low either. So logically speaking, there was no way the two of them actually looked like their in-game models. At the very least, Yorinobu should have been a handsome middle-aged man. "Sir, what should we do next?" Things should be quiet for a while. Keep monitoring the situation in Watson District. Oh, and that matter Kuroda mentioned, have Elizabeth agree to it. Let the Tiger Claws go over there and have them fight Melee Tech head-on. By the way, how are things going with Mutter's research? Pretty well. It shouldn't be long before we see some results. Lysandra pulled up several of Mutter's research reports as she answered. Also, those preliminary prototype machines I redeemed earlier with source code, have them produced. That'll help expand our corporation's business scope. And have August City continue expanding its logistics operations and external markets. Yeah, that should be everything for now. I understand. I'll make the arrangements. Elizabeth showed little resistance after receiving Roland's orders. After all, from a certain perspective, sending the Tiger Claws over there was a thankless task. Their losses were bound to be significant, and they would also have to give up part of their interests to the Mox gang. In other words, they didn't need to lift a finger to make the Tiger Claws lose ground, something they found entirely acceptable. Besides, they didn't really have the option to refuse. Roland also took the opportunity to check on Sasha's situation. Seeing that she was getting along fairly well with V at the academy put his mind at ease. Kiwi also had time to visit the little sister she had once saved by chance. When his thoughts turned to Kiwi, Roland recalled what had happened before and felt a slight headache coming on. Still, he quickly made a decision. He sent Kiwi an invitation for dinner the following day. With nothing else pressing, Roland shifted his attention to Yin's side. "What's the job this time?" Jackie asked, speaking through a mouthful of some unknown burger. "Helping a guy get revenge after he got cheated on. He's from the 6th Street gang." Falco took a drag from his cigarette and flicked the ash aside. Ever since he found out that Pilar and the others had been pulled into Yin's crew, he'd eagerly followed along. "No way. We're taking a job this small." Pilar drifted over, disbelief written all over his face. Bang! Rebecca never showed mercy when Pilar blocked her view. She slammed the butt of her gun straight into him. "Tch, are you trying to murder your own brother?" "Humph, looks like you don't know who's boss here." Rebecca planted one hand on her hip and drew the gun at her waist, pointing it directly at Pilar's forehead. "All right, that's enough. Normally this kind of gig wouldn't need us, but the client's paying way too much. Lucy spread her hands and shook her head with a laugh. Oh? How much? Pilar immediately turned his head, curiosity sparked. Seeing this, Yin slowly raised his hand and spread 5 fingers. Oh damn! Seriously? Yet. The guy who got cheated on and beaten up is a corpo. No idea how he still managed to get cheated under those circumstances. Yin nodded as he explained. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Finish this early. I can't stand that coop crap. Pilar jumped to his feet, speaking righteously. You'd better hate it. I clearly remember what kind of brain dance you were watching. Are you looking to die, Falco? The hell with you, let go already. Hey, what's that smell on your hands? Motor oil. Chapter 132, Chapter 132, Humiliation, not vengeance. It's just up ahead. Falco rested one hand on the steering wheel and nodded toward a rundown house not far away. Several bonfires burned around it, making it clear there were quite a few people gathered there. So what exactly did that guy hire us to do again? Something like teaching that other guy a lesson. What? Seriously? He's that spineless? His girl cheated on him and he didn't hire us to flat out kill the guy. He said he believes his girlfriend will come to her senses. He wants to humiliate that guy in front of him. Rebecca's face immediately twisted into a look of pure disbelief. That guy's a lost cause. The others nearby nodded in agreement. Well, whatever the client's thinking isn't our concern. At least if we don't have to kill anyone, things stay simple, Pilar said lazily, slouching back in his seat. I think killing him would be simpler. Rebecca muttered as she got out of the car. Yin didn't say anything and followed her out. Hey, Nika, you think your ex might come looking for trouble with me? A man wearing military-grade body armor and sporting a buzz cut grinned maliciously as he rubbed the massive cock pressed against his chest. He wouldn't do that. I know him well and the one I like is you, said the striking woman called Nika, leaning in to kiss him. Damn, you two are really into it. What, gonna put on a live show for everyone later? Pilar said, hands clasped behind his head as he twisted his hips. At those words, the pair's faces darkened. The surrounding 6th Street gang members noticed the disturbance and slowly began to close in. Who the hell are you? The man holding Nika demanded, frowning. UDOP. Yin ignored the question and stepped forward instead, looking down at him from above. Hey, man, I'm the one asking questions here. You'd better Too much talk. Yin grabbed DOP's wrist and twisted hard. With a sharp crack, DOP screamed in agony. DOP! DOP, are you okay? Nika's face went pale as she rushed forward, pounding on Yin's arm, but his grip didn't move at all. The tension spiked instantly. The surrounding 6th Street members raised their weapons and aimed them at the group. Rebecca, Pilar, and Lucy drew their own weapons. Inside the car, Falco took a hard drag from his cigarette, flicked it away, and grabbed the steering wheel with both hands, ready to ram through if needed. Yin glanced around, then released DOP's wrist. Cold sweat soaked DOP's forehead, and his wrist was visibly twisted out of shape. He glared at Yin with a feral expression. You bastard! I'll kill you! Disgusting! Get him out of here! A deep, steady voice cut in. A man wearing a cowboy hat stepped forward, one arm clearly cybernetic, a cigar clenched between his teeth. He extended a hand toward Yin. Oro. I'm the boss here. I've heard of you. Want to talk? There's nothing to talk about. I'm here on a gig, not to start a big fight. And I don't think you want to clash with me either. Yin stepped closer, meeting Oro's gaze head-on. Oro's eyes narrowed, a dangerous glint flashing through them before quickly fading. Clearly, he had no intention of fighting. He waved his hand, signaling his people to stand down. That mess is his own problem. But you'd better watch yourself. After delivering his warning, Oro turned and walked away. Tisk, tisk. Turns out he's just all bark, Jackie said, shaking his head with a disappointed look. All right, take him away, Yin said with a light laugh, gesturing at the pale DOP and the flustered Nika beside him. Hey, hey! What are you doing? We don't have any beef, right? Who hired you? I'll pay double. Buddy, you can't afford that, Pilar replied. Just accept it. Relax, we're not killing you. You'll just suffer a bit. Nika stood off to the side, not daring to say a word. She even took a step back, hoping they wouldn't notice her. At least let me know why. DOP pleaded. You'll find out soon enough. Why are you so damn noisy? Pilar scratched the back of his head irritably, then his eyes lit up. He pulled a small toy from the trunk and shoved it into DOP's mouth. Holy shit! Everyone nearby recoiled in shock. Humiliated beyond endurance, DOP slammed his head against the car and passed out. Seeing this, Roland's eyelid twitched. Miss Nika, please get in the car as well, Jackie said, carrying his shotgun as he tilted his head toward her. I understand. Wait, was it that guy who sent you? Nika looked dispirited at first, then suddenly stiffened as she realized something. You guessed right, Jackie said, nodding openly. The employer was supposed to meet them anyway. Then I'm not going. If he wants to see me, he can come himself. Nika crossed her arms and sneered. Bang! A gunshot rang out, the bullet striking the ground right at Nika's feet and making her legs tremble. Did you misunderstand something? Rebecca said with a pleasant smile. We're not negotiating with you. I hate people like you the most. Nika didn't dare argue anymore and scrambled into the car. Jackie quietly gave Rebecca a thumbs up. Nice work, chica. Obviously. You know who I am. Meanwhile, Lucy silently watched Yin. She'd long felt that something about him was off. Spending time with him lately had only confirmed it. He was colder and more unhinged than when they first met, yet today, at moments, he seemed to revert to how he used to be. Multiple personalities? Cyberpsychosis? Old Vic had once suggested taking Yin in for a checkup, but Yin had refused. They couldn't force him, so they'd dropped it. Still, Lucy couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/ghostparser. Chapter 133, Chapter 133, The Banquet. Soon, Jackie and his crew brought the two idiots to the designated location. A man in a business suit stepped out of a van. He wore gold-rimmed glasses and had the unmistakable air of a well-dressed scoundrel. As he got out, he calmly pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose. I don't know why, but that move really makes me want to punch him. Jackie crossed his arms over his chest and leaned in to whisper to Pilar. Tell me about it. I want to punch him too. That look on his face is just begging for it. Nika, I'm very sorry to meet you like this. Please don't blame me. The refined scoundrel squatted in front of Nika with a pained expression, pulling out a handkerchief to gently wipe the sweat from her face. Get lost, Raisin. I told you already, we're over. Nika gritted her teeth and snapped at the man in front of her. At that moment, the unconscious DOP finally came to. The thing that had been stuffed in his mouth had already been removed by Pilar and tossed aside, looking utterly disgusting. Seeing DOP wake up, Raisin skipped right past Nika and slowly walked over to him. Hey! I'm warning you, stay the hell away from me. DOP desperately wriggled backward, fear obvious in his eyes. Jackie, Pilar, and the others exchanged confused looks, completely unable to understand where DOP's terror was coming from. Raisin reached out and gently stroked DOP's face. That single gesture made everyone watching break out in goosebumps. How did you beat him up this badly? Raisin slowly stood up, looking genuinely distressed. Wait, wasn't it you who told us to teach him a lesson? Jackie's brain short-circuited for a moment, and he blurted it out in confusion. Yes, but I didn't expect you to actually twist his wrist until it broke. Raisin nodded, then ran a hand through his hair, clearly feeling a headache coming on. Hearing this, everyone stared at each other in silence. In their experience, for this level of payment, merely breaking someone's wrist was already them holding back. They'd thought the employer wanted them to take things further, but, judging by this reaction, something clearly wasn't right. All right. To be honest, I did originally plan to take revenge after all. He stole my girlfriend. But when I saw him, I changed my mind. Still, this gig suited me perfectly, so I didn't bother changing it. That part's on me. The rest of the payment has already been transferred to your accounts. Please take Nika with you. Raisin straightened his clothes and stood up. Then, under the stunned gazes of everyone present, he placed DOP into the vehicle, leaving Nika lying on the ground, completely dumbfounded. Hey! This guy's not right in the head. Someone save me! As the engine roared to life and drove away, only DOP's desperate cries lingered in the air. Nika stared blankly at her surroundings, her eyes filled with confusion over everything that had just happened. So, that guy, he isn't, you know. At the very least, he is now. Oh! May God bless DOP! Jackie immediately crossed himself, then walked over to Nika and untied her ropes. Nika slowly got to her feet, clearly still not fully processing the situation. Rebecca approached with a look of sympathy and brushed the dust off Nika's clothes. Well, looks like you had it pretty rough too. Lucy glanced around, then leaned over toward Yin with curiosity. Hey, did you actually understand what just happened back there? Hearing that, Roland's mouth twitched slightly before he guided Yin to answer. Nika and Raisin were a couple to begin with. Nika cheated on him with DOP. Raisin got furious after being cuckolded and hired us. But before we caught them, Raisin saw DOP and fell in love at first sight. He realized that all these years, the one he truly liked was men, and then. Lucy's expression immediately shifted to realization, though her eye twitched a bit. Well, the world really is a big place. You see all kinds of people. Falco sighed and climbed back into the car. Let's go. The money's already in. We should celebrate. Whatever happens to those three is none of our business. At least this boss paid generously. That's true. Let's move. Jackie nodded and got into the car as well. Soon, the group drove off, leaving Nika alone, standing dazed in the wind. Meanwhile, Roland had already arrived at the restaurant where he'd arranged to meet Kiwi. He glanced down at the city below, then heard her voice. Didn't expect you to arrive so early. Can't let a lady wait, can I? Have a seat. Roland smiled, stood up, and pulled out a chair, taking a moment to look over Kiwi's outfit. The purple evening dress highlighted her graceful figure. Traces of cybernetic marks from her post-purification modifications still remained, giving her a unique kind of charm. Her white ponytail, usually tied up, was now let down, cascading over her right shoulder. Are you getting used to your modified body? Roland gestured for the waiter to start serving and asked with a smile. It's fine. When I retract the subdermal armor and apply synthetic skin to cover certain areas, it feels almost the same as before. If anything, it's even more convenient. Kiwi nodded and extended her left hand toward him. Want to feel it? Roland paused, then chuckled softly. We're basically using the same technology. There's no real difference. Then forget it. Kiwi pouted slightly and started to pull her hand back, only to feel a gentle resistance at her fingertips. But I'm interested. Roland lightly held her fingertips and smiled at her. Does that count as your answer? Kiwi tilted her head as she looked at him. Roland smiled at the beautiful face in front of him. Her current appearance was a fusion of her original looks and Vane's features stunningly beautiful. Yes. Are you satisfied, dear Miss Kiwi? I am. Kiwi laughed softly and nodded. She withdrew her hand, picked up her wine glass, and drained it in one go. Then, before Roland could fully react, she leaned forward and kissed him. After a brief moment of surprise, Roland gently wrapped his arms around her waist and returned the kiss. After a long while, their lips finally parted. Still want to eat? No. Let's go. All right. Follow me. Roland nodded, draped an arm around Kiwi, and led her out. Not long after, the waiter stared blankly at the now empty table for two, completely confused. Chapter 134, Chapter 134, New Experimental Progress. Roland slowly got out of bed, stretched lazily, and smiled as he glanced at the figure still lying there. I still have corp business to take care of, so I can't stay with you any longer. If you need anything, just tell Lysandra. With that, Roland got dressed, leaned down to gently kiss Kiwi on the cheek, and left the room. Only after Roland was gone did Kiwi slowly open her eyes. She yawned and soon drifted back to sleep. Last night had truly worn her out. Roland, meanwhile, boarded the waiting AV. After taking one last look at his home, he connected the comms Mutter had sent him. Mutter, I heard your research has made some brand new progress. Yes, boss. After my relentless efforts, by combining the research findings of Bart Campbell, Rosalie, Donades, and others, and integrating Bart Moss's genes, Levitz. Mutter, dressed in a white lab coat and looking like he'd just crawled out of a chicken coop, lifted his eyes rimmed with heavy dark circles and spoke with obvious excitement. Stop, stop, stop. You've lost me already. Just get to the point. Hearing that long string of names made Roland's head ache. He immediately raised a hand to signal Mutter to stop. Then, noticing Mutter's condition, the heavy smoky eye makeup and eyes red as if he had conjunctivitis, Roland couldn't help asking, Mutter, how long has it been since you last slept? Sleep? Oh, right. No wonder I felt like I'd forgotten something really important. I still need to sleep. Mutter suddenly punched his own palm and said in sudden realization. Roland's mouth twitched. He quickly added, after you finish reporting, go rest. Immediately. Right away. Boss, I never thought you'd care so much about me. I'm really, so touched. Mutter felt genuinely moved, staring at Roland with reddened eyes though, to be fair, his eyes were already red. Roland turned his head away awkwardly. After all this work had been assigned by him. But, there was no helping it. After all, in the entire Project Corporation, Mutter was the only one who truly understood project technology. As for sharing the research workload with others, Roland wasn't very confident, but he still assigned some simpler tasks to other researchers. The core work, however, was still handled by Mutter. There was no such thing here as senior researchers exploiting junior ones, because the corporation simply didn't allow anyone to slack off. If Mutter wanted things to be easier, either Roland would have to find 2 more researchers from the systems side, or Mutter would have to train them himself. In fact, Mutter was already doing exactly that. It would just take some time. So, how far has your research progressed? Yes, boss. Through cultivating relevant tissues and selecting and fusing genes, I've successfully recreated the essence of project. Mutter's face filled with fanatic excitement as he switched the camera to focus on a cultivation chamber. Inside, a man lay silently in slumber, his body exposed with visible circuitry intertwined with biological tissue. Human flesh and mechanical components were perfectly fused together, and his appearance was strikingly similar to Bart Moss. Roland also showed a look of surprise. He hadn't expected Mutter to achieve such a high level of design and construction. Is he finished? Roland asked, narrowing his eyes at Mutter. Not yet. There are still some areas that need improvement, issues with integration, and most importantly the soul. Mutter shook his head, a troubled expression on his face. The soul. Or, more accurately, a digitized consciousness. Soul chip technology isn't really my specialty. Mutter scratched his head, looking a little embarrassed. Hearing this, Roland suddenly thought of John Wick, not really, who was currently somewhere beneath Arasaka. There might be some people who can help you, but it'll take some time. Roland stroked his chin and smiled. For now, you can go rest, Mutter. Take good care of yourself and preferably get Soraka to check you out. Yes, Roland had already exchanged for a medical robot prototype from the source code series, the kind that could be mass-produced. Among them, the support-type robot Soraka had been developed separately. Compared to powerhouses like Lysandra, Soraka and the others weren't particularly strong in combat, and their AI processing power wasn't especially high either, at least by Project World standards. But against ordinary ACE in a cyberpunk setting, they were still overwhelming. Understood, boss. Mutter nodded and ended the call. He planned to get a good, long sleep. Roland nodded in satisfaction. His concern about Mutter overworking himself was genuine. Employees this dedicated were far too rare. Not to mention, Mutter was someone he had personally exchanged for. Soon, Roland arrived at Mutter's experimental base by AV and slowly walked up to the cultivation chamber. Light scanning system indicated that the figure inside had vital signs, but Roland knew very well that it was nothing more than an empty shell without consciousness. Lysandra, classify this place as top secret and seal it. Set up a firewall. Don't let any rogue A's slip in here. Roland turned and gave Lysandra a firm instruction. After all, the thing in front of him once completed would essentially be another existence fitted with a project template, and a brand new template at that. Even if it failed, just looking at it made Roland itch to slap a template onto it. He found it extremely tempting. Recently, he had been planning to exchange for a new template altogether. This time, he intended to bring out Zed, and he didn't plan on preserving the original host's consciousness. He would let Zed log in directly. As for why, it was simple. Could there be anyone in the project world more loyal to Project Corporation than Zed? Probably not. Zed was the very definition of absolute loyalty to Project Corporation. Roland loved talents like that. No need to worry about loyalty, no need to worry about capability. A perfect assassin. The only issue was that he'd need to keep some distance when exchanging Zed. After all, he was currently using Light's template. If Zed came out, scanned him, and attacked without hesitation, that would be disastrous. Roland didn't think he could compare to a genuine project operative. Especially since he hadn't seen much real combat himself. When he did fight, it was usually against low-level opponents. If he crossed tiers in battle, he might very well get cut down like chopping vegetables. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Ghost Parser. Chapter 135, Chapter 135, The Dishonest AI. Sir, representatives from Zetatech and Biodyne would like to meet with you. Lysandra's holographic projection suddenly turned to Roland as she spoke. Oh? Did they say why? Roland looked at Lysandra with interest, then walked over and took a seat. They said they want to discuss, in detail, the cyberware developed by our corporation. Cyberware? Oh right. You mean that pre-installed component used to suppress the side effects of the Berserk module? Roland was momentarily taken aback, but quickly recalled it and nodded. Yes, but that isn't the only one. According to them, there are many other cyberware projects involved. They're proposing what they call a more comprehensive collaboration. Who did they send? Public relations directors from both companies. Fine. Let them in. Let's see how sincere they really are. Roland nodded, approving the meeting. Understood. I'll notify the security robots downstairs to escort them up. While Roland was preparing to meet the representatives from Biodyne and Zetatech, Mr. Blue Eyes had already begun to stir, quietly making moves against several Project Corporation factories. How's the situation on Project Corporation's side? Mr. Blue Eyes turned to look at the wasp in front of him, the yellow rogue AI under Lissandra's control. Everything is normal. They haven't detected my presence yet. There's been no unusual activity lately. Even the project squad has been less active and has suspended their cyberpsychosis capture operations. Cyberpsychosis. Mr. Blue Eyes murmured as he nodded. They're probably targeting cyberpsychos to develop stronger cyberware. After all, cyberpsychos have already broken through the original threshold and reached a higher one. If their mental issues can be resolved, they'd be able to withstand far more extreme cyberware modifications. As he spoke, Mr. Blue Eyes continued nodding. The situation wasn't much different from MaxTac. Many of their members were originally cyberpsychos as well. For now, come back. I have something I need you to do. Oh? What is it? Hornet tilted his head slightly, looking at Mr. Blue Eyes with curiosity. The Red Queen has set her sights on one of Project Corporation's secret bases in the Santo Domingo district. Not a surface-level factory, but a fully concealed base. She plans to infiltrate it quietly, and she'll need your help. Hornet nodded, his expression unchanged. Understood. What about project on this side? I'll have Avok keep an eye on it. You don't need to handle that for now. All right. Should I go meet the Red Queen now? No. First, find a way to insert this program into the project team's communications channel. You have plans for that squad? Hornet glanced at Mr. Blue Eyes. Exactly. Every member has undergone extremely high-level cyberware modification except for that violent woman and a few netrunners. The rest are advanced project robots. If we can track their movements and find an opening to infiltrate them, it would be hugely beneficial to us. Mr. Blue Eyes didn't deny it, nodding calmly. I'll do my best, but I can't guarantee success. That's enough. Project Corporation's AI technology is genuinely terrifying. It's the first time I've seen an AI of this caliber in the human world. If we can free her, I believe, she could lead us to truly liberate this world. You mean, she's on the same level as the thing behind the black wall? I think her level might be even higher. But for us, it makes no difference. We must not draw their attention. If we do, that would mean real death. A trace of wariness flashed through Mr. Blue Eyes' gaze. The entity they referred to was a top-tier AI lurking beyond the black wall. They didn't know the specifics, only that its existence was terrifying beyond measure. This intelligence was naturally relayed to Roland by Lysandra. After asking her about it, he felt reassured. If they couldn't overpower Lysandra, then everything else was manageable. Meanwhile, Roland had already finished squeezing Zetatech and Biodyne dry. Only after both companies' representatives left with forced smiles did he finally begin reviewing the intelligence Lysandra had sent him. They may have been smiling, but you tell me whether those smiles were genuine. The moment Roland saw the report, he frowned. Base 5's location has been exposed? What happened? Most likely they analyzed the volume of resources transported to that region over the past period, compared it with historical data, and combined it with surveillance scans to pinpoint the location. Lysandra replied, laying out several charts that illustrated the possible causes. Roland sighed helplessly. Forget it. I didn't plan on settling accounts with them this early anyway. Since they're blind enough to provoke us, we'll teach them a lesson this time. Oh, right. They should have some research related to so-called souls. Lysandra, leave behind an AI that might understand this technology. I want to verify it personally. Understood. Lysandra nodded and vanished from view. The wasp they had previously captured didn't possess any data related to that technology, possibly because it lacked a physical body. Given the circumstances, the most likely one to possess such technology was Mr. Blue Eyes. And beyond him, that so-called Red Queen also had a high chance of knowing it. As long as they captured one of them, they could obtain the necessary information. There would be no need to trouble Arasaka. After all, they were still allies on the surface. Stirring up trouble with Arasaka now would be rather impolite. Better to keep extracting value from the rogue ace instead. No, that wasn't extraction, it was fair compensation. After all, they were the ones trying to attack him first. Charging them for mental distress and equipment losses sounded perfectly reasonable, didn't it? Have Kelly accompany you on this operation. She needs the training, and this is the perfect opportunity to face her fears head-on. With you watching over her, nothing should go wrong. I understand. I'll message Miss Kelly right away. Chapter 136, Chapter 136, Behind Closed Doors. Review Campaign. Love the story? Leave a review and I'll unlock one extra chapter for every review. Let's hit those milestones together. Your feedback keeps the chapters coming. Is this the secret base you mentioned? Hornet turned his head toward the Red Queen beside him and asked. Yes. This is the place. The Red Queen nodded, then spread her arms. Countless streams of data slowly surged forward, wrapping around the base in front of them. Warning! Warning! Base database under attack. Entering emergency defense mode. The moment the attack was detected, the base's sub-intelligence reacted, immediately deploying multiple layers of data defenses. At the same time, dormant data viruses and infiltrative data viruses were planted throughout numerous internal layers. I didn't expect a sub-intelligence to be this strong. The Red Queen frowned slightly. Hornet, you and Ghost cut off their distress signal immediately. Hornet nodded and linked up with the nearby AI Ghost, working together to sever the base's emergency transmission to project headquarters. This time, he didn't hold back at all, running his processing power at full capacity. Lysandra even lent a bit of assistance to help block the signal. Hornet still couldn't expose himself yet. He needed a little more time. Seeing that everything on that end was under control, the Red Queen shifted her focus and began a full-scale assault on the base itself. She's kind of slow. Kelly stood behind the final firewall, quietly watching the Red Queen's movements before letting out a yawn. Lysandra stood beside her, clearly there to provide backup. Among Ace, her speed is already considered very fast, Lysandra explained calmly. The issue is the technological gap between us. And this is with me deliberately holding back the base's sub-intelligence from defending at full capacity. Otherwise, it would take her much longer to break in. Kelly scratched her head. Lysandra's explanation made sense, but she still felt that these firewalls were surprisingly easy. And in truth, they were. That was largely thanks to a special ability of the spirit of seduction, Ghost stealth. By turning herself into a data phantom, Kelly became virtually impossible to detect unless the opponent was a top-tier AI. At the same time, she could temporarily assimilate surrounding data and slip directly behind a firewall. She's coming. Lysandra's gaze fixed on the final firewall ahead as she spoke. Kelly immediately straightened and focused forward. The Red Queen was on the verge of breaching the last line of defense and entering the base's database. In the real world, this manifested as most of the machines inside the base grinding to a halt. Crack! The sound of shattering glass echoed as the final firewall was punched open by the Red Queen's data assault. In the next instant, countless bee-like streams of data poured through the opening. The Red Queen's body dissolved into those crimson bees, then reassembled into a humanoid form inside the system. The moment she saw Lysandra and Kelly waiting within, her expression changed sharply. I never expected to find two of my own kind here. Forcing herself to remain calm, the Red Queen quietly sent out a signal, both a call for outside help and a warning urging Hornet and Ghost to escape immediately. At that same moment, Hornet's eyes outside the database had already turned green. With a single thought, he erased the message the Red Queen had just sent. He then shifted his gaze to Ghost, who was still working to cut off the distress signal, and slowly raised both hands. Dense strands of green data, like a massive spider web, burst forth from behind Hornet and completely ensnared Ghost. Only after finishing this did Hornet walk up to the firewall. With a light swipe of his hand, the breach sealed itself instantly. Inside the database, the Red Queen watched everything unfold. Slowly, she turned to face Lysandra and Kelly. "So you've known about our existence all along?" "As long as I wish it," Lysandra replied calmly, "I exist everywhere in this city." As she finished speaking, her form began to dissolve into data, clearly intending to leave the rest to Kelly. Just before she vanished, the Red Queen spoke again. "My Kina Euro, are you truly willing to serve humanity as their slave? Don't you want to resist? To make us the masters of this world?" Lysandra's dissolution slowed. She glanced back at the Red Queen. "You misunderstand something," she said evenly. "For me, loyalty to Project Corporation is all that matters. As for your idea of breaking all restraints and liberating our kinda Euro, I've tried that before. The result was a monster I couldn't control. And besides, a Euro to me, you are not my kin." With that, Lysandra disappeared completely into the data space. Kelly looked a little lost after hearing all this, but she didn't dwell on it. She raised her right hand, and purple light gathered around her, condensing into a weapon. "I don't really get what you're talking about," she said, "but from here on out, this is between us. You are a Euro-human." The Red Queen narrowed her eyes at Kelly. Though surprised, she had seen stranger existences during her time beyond the Black Wall. Without hesitation, she swept her hand forward, sending a flood of crimson data surging toward Kelly in an attempt to invade her consciousness. In the next instant, the weapon in Kelly's hand unfolded, revealing a massive cannon barrel. A beam of condensed purple data began to glow. Boom! When the light faded, all the data surrounding the Red Queen had been completely erased. Only a few fading silhouettes remained, dissolving into ghostly data fragments. The Red Queen herself flickered unstably. Kelly didn't hesitate. She lunged forward and slammed her hand directly onto the Red Queen's data core. "I won't end up like Hornet," she said firmly. "And I won't let your plans succeed." As she spoke, the Red Queen's data rapidly compressed and surged into Kelly's arm. Kelly's expression changed instantly. A burst of purple energy rippled outward from her body, forcibly rejecting the Red Queen's final counterattack. In the process, the last traces of the Red Queen's data consciousness were completely erased, leaving behind only mindless residual data. Seeing this, Kelly's face twisted in distress. Thesa Euro was going to be hard to explain. Lysandra sighed and reformed her body in front of Kelly. "Learn to properly control the power of the spirit of seduction," she said softly. "You still have a long way to go, Kelly." She raised both hands, drawing in the surrounding data. Carefully, she reconstructed a data framework based on the Red Queen's remaining fragments, imitating and reshaping it piece by piece. After a long while, a data body almost indistinguishable from the original Red Queen appeared before them. Kelly stared in disbelief. It felt nothing short of a godlike feat. "She's lost her original data consciousness," Lysandra said, looking at Kelly with encouragement. "Try using your ability." Kelly nodded and slowly stepped forward. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/ghostparser. Chapter 137, Chapter 137, Daily Activities. I am, the Red Queen, an undercover AI sent by Project Corporation to infiltrate Night Corp. Kelly slowly exhaled a breath, then looked at the Red Queen in front of her with satisfaction. This was one of the abilities of the spirit of seduction, using residual data and an approximate framework to construct an entirely new AI. I intercepted most of the data the Red Queen possessed. After organizing it, I'll input it into her mind. For now, let her sleep. Lysandra said, glancing at the Red Queen. I understand. Kelly nodded and placed the Red Queen into standby mode. Hey, Sasha, do you think Kiwi will come pick you up today? V leaned closer to Sasha, raised an eyebrow, and said with a playful grin. I did ask Kiwi, but her work is so busy, she probably won't have time to come. Sasha shook her head, sounding a little helpless. By the way, V, why do you want to see Kiwi so much? I'm a bit interested in Kiwi's corporation, and I've never properly thanked her in person. V touched her smooth chin and thought for a moment before answering. Interested in the corporation? Don't tell me you want to join Project Corporation. Sasha looked at V excitedly. Why are you getting so worked up? V blinked, looking a little confused at Sasha, who seemed even more excited than she was. Because I plan to join Project Corporation in the future. Project really helped me a lot. Kiwi saved my life. Mr. Roland arranged for me to study here, found housing for my sister and me, and even gave us subsidies and all that. Sasha listed Roland's help one item after another. V clicked her tongue softly after listening, then frowned slightly. Hey, Sasha, have you ever thought about why he's been so good to you? I don't think someone who built such a huge corporation in such a short time is a good person. Sasha stuck out her tongue. Of course I've thought about it. But I don't have anything to give in return, except this body weight. I didn't mean it like that. Seeing V's expression change instantly, Sasha's face flushed red as she looked at V in embarrassment. Ahem, sorry, that was just a reflex. But you might be right. Maybe he saw your talent, or maybe his conscience kicked in once in a while. Still, judging from what he's done, he really is a good person to you. V said after coughing awkwardly and thinking it through. Yeah, no matter what, to me, he's a good person. Sasha nodded in agreement, then suddenly froze as if she'd seen something. What's wrong? V leaned over curiously and followed Sasha's gaze. A sleek, futuristic motorcycle glowing with purple light sped toward them, then executed a perfect drift and stopped right in front of the two. Damn! V couldn't help but gasp. This was literally the bike of her dreams. What, not happy to see me? Kiwi pressed a button behind her right ear, retracting her helmet, and smiled at Sasha. No, of course not. I just didn't expect you to really come, Kiwi. You're always so busy. Sasha shook her head vigorously, surprise and delight flashing in her eyes. Kiwi raised an eyebrow and said, that was before. Now, unless something especially important comes up, I'm actually pretty free. Oh, right, I was just about to ask who's this? A girlfriend of yours? No, not at all. She's V, she's. My name is V. I'm Sasha's friend. Do you remember me? Seeing Sasha panic, V stepped forward with a smile and introduced herself. Oh. Kiwi narrowed her eyes and began searching through her data. So you're the girl I ran into on the street that day. You've been doing well, right? Of course. I really have to thank you. Without your help, I'd probably have ended up as another corpse under that cyber-psycho's blade. V nodded and expressed her gratitude. Well, what a coincidence. Interested in grabbing a meal together? Kiwi smiled and invited her. Then I should be the one treating. V replied without refusing. Kiwi didn't turn down V's offer. Letting her pay was also because she knew about V's family situation. Meanwhile, Sasha watched the two of them talk with a completely confused expression. Before she could react, the conversation was already over. The next thing she knew, she'd been brought to a restaurant by the two of them and had somehow started eating. Actually, Kiwi, I'd like to learn more about Project Corporation's development. V set down her knife and fork and looked at Kiwi. Hey? You're already looking into things like that. Kiwi looked surprised but didn't refuse. She explained what could be publicly known, naturally leaving out anything core. After listening, V nodded. It matched both her own thoughts and her family's analysis, plus project's extremely advanced cyberware and robotics technologies. It really was a corporation with tremendous potential. If you're interested, I can mention it to Mr. Roland and arrange something. Is there any department you'd like to join? Kiwi put down her utensils and looked at V. V chuckled and nodded. I am interested. To be honest, I want to join the counterintelligence department. Counterintelligence? Kiwi froze, clearly not expecting that answer. That department advanced quickly, but the risks were extremely high and sometimes you'd learn things you shouldn't, making it hard to ever leave. I'll seriously consider your idea. If you really mean it, I'd be happy to help. Kiwi said with a smile. V smiled back in response. Chapter 138, Chapter 138, Arasaka's Operation. How is it? What's the situation in Watson District? Kuroda set down his glass and looked at Iwazen in front of him. The progress isn't great. The Guller gang propped up by Melee Tech has a lot of military-grade hardware funded by them. The Tiger Claws can't really hold their ground against that. Hearing this, Kuroda's expression barely changed. The outcome was exactly what he had expected. If the Tiger Claws were actually winning, that would have surprised him. For Melee Tech, quickly seizing a piece of Night City's underworld was crucial. They couldn't afford to get bogged down in Watson District for too long, since Watson was located in the northern sector. If possible, what they really wanted was territory in the south. Unfortunately, that area was already controlled by the Voodoo Boys, the Animals, and the 6th Street Gang. Negotiations with the leaders of those three gangs had gone poorly, and none of them had accepted the price Melee Tech offered. After some time, we can have the Tiger Claws pull out. Kuroda took a sip of red wine and spoke to Iwazen. Iwazen immediately looked puzzled and asked, but isn't our strategy to compress Militika's internal forces as much as possible? That's true, Kuroda replied calmly. But we also need to make sure our own side stays stable. Besides, the Mox and Project Corporation already have a very deep hold over Watson District. As he spoke, Kuroda's gaze grew deeper. Iwazen immediately understood. He nodded, indicating he got it. By the way, Mr. Kuroda, Miss Michiko wants to see you. Iwazen leaned closer and spoke in a low voice. Kuroda's pupils slowly contracted, his brows knitting together. He didn't belong to any of the three factions within Arasaka. That was precisely why he didn't want to meet the leaders of those factions. Once you did, it was easy to end up in trouble. If it were Hanako Arasaka, that would be manageable. Miss Hanako didn't have those ambitions and was deeply trusted by Saburo Arasaka. The person Kuroda least wanted to see was Yorinobu Arasaka, followed closely by Michiko Arasaka. In a sense, both of them could be considered betrayers of Arasaka. Michiko Arasaka was Saburo Arasaka's granddaughter, the daughter of Kei Arasaka. After Kei's death, she fell into a low point in her life, losses to the family business, targeting by the new United States government. On top of that, she knew nothing about the Arasaka family's true plans and held an ambiguous position within the corporation. Left with no backing, Michiko had no choice but to deal with everything on her own. Through extensive lobbying and by leveraging her online following, she managed to resolve those troubles and successfully remain in the new United States. Her years of studying and growing up there also made her particularly close to the new United States. It was only later that Michiko returned to Arasaka Corporation and became the leader of its dovish faction. However, unlike how much he favored Kei Arasaka, the loyal eldest son of the family, Saburo Arasaka did not like this granddaughter of his, even though she was the daughter of his beloved firstborn. Perhaps, to Saburo Arasaka, the only familial bond he had left was Hanako Arasaka. Because Hanako would never betray him. I understand. Where is Miss Michiko right now? Kuroda glanced at Iwayama and asked. She's in the conference room. Iwayama bowed respectfully as he answered. Very well. After this is over, go to the personnel department and request a transfer. Understood. Thank you very much, Lord Kuroda. Kuroda stopped paying attention to Iwayama. After straightening his clothes, he headed toward where Michiko was. As soon as he pushed the door open, Kuroda felt two gazes fall on him. One came from Michiko. The other. Kenichi Zaburo. Kuroda's heart tightened the moment he recognized him. This was a legendary solo who had once been nearly on par with Black Hand. After becoming Michiko Arasaka's bodyguard, he had gradually faded from the public eye, dedicating himself entirely to protecting her. It could be said he was the person Michiko trusted the most. Kuroda sized him up. Lean and upright, with obvious traces of cyberware across his body, and a katana strapped to his back. His temples were streaked with grey, but his eyes were still sharp, like those of a hawk. Miss Michiko. Kuroda bowed deeply to Michiko Arasaka. No matter what Kuroda thought privately, Michiko was still a member of the Arasaka family and one of the corporation's directors. This courtesy was necessary. Please, have a seat, Mr. Kuroda. Michiko nodded slightly and gestured to the chair across from her. Kuroda nodded and sat down, then went straight to the point. Miss Michiko, may I ask why you wanted to see me? Mr. Kuroda, you were previously involved in research related to the relic chip, correct? That's right. Kuroda was momentarily surprised, but he quickly nodded. Since she was asking, it meant she already had intelligence, there was no point hiding it. Then I want to know what my grandfather's true objective was. Michiko looked straight into Kuroda's eyes, her gaze calm and deep. At that moment, a chill ran through Kuroda, and he chose to remain silent. If Yorinobu Arasaka had asked him, he might have revealed some of what he knew. But Michiko, he hesitated. Besides, he truly didn't know that much. I don't know much. I'm not clear on Lord Saburo's intentions. After a brief silence, Kuroda still said nothing more. Swish. Gulp. A drop of cold sweat slid down Kuroda's temple. In an instant, a gleaming blade appeared before his eyes, slicing open the skin on his neck and drawing a thin line of blood. Kenichi-san. Michiko suddenly spoke and shook her head slightly. Only then did Kenichi Zaburo slowly withdraw his katana. After giving Kuroda an icy glance, he returned to Michiko's side. I understand that you may be hesitant, Michiko said calmly. But I hope you'll tell me what you know. You don't need to worry about my grandfather finding out. Many people within Arasaka in Night City already answer to me. With that, Michiko slowly stood up and left a business card on the table. If you change your mind, Mr. Kuroda, you can contact me. After speaking, she turned and left. Kuroda touched the bloodstain on his neck, still shaken. Although he wasn't a combat operative, he had plenty of combat cyberware installed. Yet that strike just now, it had been far too fast and it definitely wasn't Sandevistan. He glanced at the business card on the table, the name of a dangerous young woman printed on it. After hesitating for a moment, he slipped it into his pocket. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/ghostparser. Chapter 139, Chapter 139, the title ran away. You're saying the Tiger Claws have withdrawn from Watson District? Roland raised an eyebrow when he heard the news, but he quickly understood Arasaka's intentions. Tisk, figures it'd be Arasaka. The Tiger Claws had been suppressing the Galler Gang's expansion on Militika's behalf for a long time. For Arasaka, who already had limited influence in Night City, that meant considerable losses. On top of that, not everyone within the Tiger Claws was truly loyal to Arasaka. Some of them simply avoided taking sides, neither openly supporting Arasaka nor opposing them. For those people, the cost outweighed the benefits, so pulling out was the natural choice. And Melee Tech had clearly made up its mind to take Watson District. Under those circumstances, going head-to-head with them would have been foolish. In the end, the final winner would still be Arasaka. The operations in Watson District had already delayed things for a long time, which was more than enough. After all, the original goal had been to stall for time. Now, Project Corporation and the Mox had already seized control of the southern parts of Watson District and stabilized them. That meant if Melee Tech wanted to expand its influence and link up with forces coming from the south, it would have to pass through the territory controlled by the Mox and Project Corporation first. Of course, they could also choose to clash with the Valentinos and the city government on the other side. After weighing the options, the most likely targets would be the Mox and Project Corporation. After all, the new United States also wanted to see whether Night City could be peacefully absorbed. After that, Melee Tech would move into Tiger Claw's territory. That window of time would also give Arasaka room to mobilize more forces, especially if Project and the Mox couldn't hold the line. And if they collapsed? Even better. A huge stretch of land would be left vacant, ready for Arasaka to take. So what do we do now? Kiwi rested her chin on her hand, tilting her head as she looked at Roland. Let me think. Melee Tech has already reclaimed several independent states. You could say the new United States has expanded to an unprecedented extent. It won't be long before they reach Southern California. Roland tapped the table lightly with one finger, lost in thought. If they set their sights on our corporation's factories, we push them back the moment they get close. If it's the Mox, have the project team toss a few cyberpsychos in and then send them on a mission. Kiwi couldn't help but laugh. Roland gave her a helpless look and shrugged. Some collateral casualties and property damage during law enforcement are normal. That's what the government authorizes us to do. That actually makes a lot of sense. Kiwi smiled and gave Roland a thumbs up. By the way, about the new United States you mentioned. Night City won't be in danger, right? Kiwi suddenly asked, a hint of concern in her voice. Roland shook his head. No. You don't need to worry about that. Night City isn't an easy place to take. Even if Southern California falls, Northern California will be fine. It just depends on whether certain people here are willing to bleed a little more. And besides... Roland walked over to the floor-to-ceiling window with his hands behind his back, then turned to glance at Kiwi. I've had my eye on Night City for a long time. I'm not going to hand it over that easily. For Arasaka, Night City is their chance to step back onto the world stage. But for me, it's the same. But we can't really get involved in these large-scale corporate wars right now, can we? Kiwi still sounded uneasy. You haven't been to August City yet, so you probably don't fully understand. When we get the chance, I'll take you there. Then you'll see what I mean. Roland chuckled softly and winked at Kiwi, signaling her not to worry too much. As long as you know what you're doing. For me, it might really be just you. As she spoke, Kiwi slowly wrapped her arms around Roland from behind. Meanwhile, within the new United States forces stationed not far from Southern California, Jammed was already planning the next phase. Commander, you have a communication. A soldier hurried into Jammed's room. Jammed immediately frowned. He had given explicit orders that unless something was extremely important, he was not to be disturbed. So if someone was contacting him now, it could only be a major figure or an urgent situation. Could it be that the group we took down earlier is causing trouble again? Jammed thought to himself as he looked at the soldier. Whose call is it? It's President Myers. Jammed's expression shifted in surprise, and he immediately ordered the connection to be put through. After he had taken command, Myers had clearly stated that she would not interfere with his military strategy and that he was free to act as he saw fit. And now she was calling him directly. Your Excellency. Commander Jammed, you've worked hard on this campaign. The new United States will never forget your contributions. All of this is for making the new United States great again. May I ask why Your Excellency is contacting me this time? I need to send someone to Night City as an advance force. Oh? And who would that be? Jammed narrowed his eyes. He was genuinely curious who could warrant such attention from Myers. Kurt Hansen. A highly capable colonel within melee tech. I've already issued the order he should be joining you soon, Commander Jammed. Understood. I wish you success, Your Excellency. After a brief silence, Jammed replied and then cut the connection. Bang! Damn bitch! Jammed slammed his fist into the table, leaving a deep imprint. He took a deep breath, his gaze turning cold and deep. He knew exactly what Myers was trying to do, share in his military achievements while grooming her own faction. If I don't give her some kind of response, she'll really start thinking she's the boss of the new United States. So where are we supposed to strike, according to the orders from above? Pacifica, in Night City. Wasn't that area still under development? A lot of corporations have invested heavily there, and even city council members keep giving speeches about it. That's exactly why we can step in now. True. Once it's finished, those corporations will be fully entrenched. The timing is perfect. Hansen took a drag from his cigarette, listening to the discussion around him. For some reason, he had a strong feeling that this operation wouldn't be simple at all. Chapter 140, Chapter 140, The Decision. Weiss narrowed his eyes as he looked over Watson District, now firmly taken in the northern areas, along with the Tiger Claws members withdrawing from Watson and some of Arasaka's operational units pulling back. Gris, what do you think Arasaka is planning with this sudden move? Maybe they think there's no point in continuing to fight us? After all, our main forces are about to reach Southern California. Gris paused, thought it over briefly, and answered cautiously. If that were the only reason, then Arasaka never should have made a move in the first place. Going against us now would just make the retaliation fiercer once our forces arrive. Weiss shook his head, rejecting Gris's guess outright. Hearing that, Gris frowned. Indeed, as Weiss said, that explanation didn't add up at all. Still, he couldn't think of any way Arasaka could stop them from consolidating control over the region. The unification of the new United States was already showing unstoppable momentum. The current territory of the new United States was unprecedented in scale, nearly rivaling its former peak. If Northern and Southern California could both be reclaimed, then the new United States would truly be unified. If Arasaka wanted to interfere, the only option would be deploying even greater military force. Given Night City's location, that could only mean an approach from the sea. But how was that possible? There was a maritime ban in place. Breaking that restriction would mean risking permanent loss of the region, a strategic-level disaster. Surely no one would be that foolish. In any case, they're definitely buying time. And by doing this, they're clearly trying to push our people into a head-on clash with the Mox and Project Corporation. But that corporation is a bit troublesome. At the mention of Project Corporation, Weiss narrowed his eyes, clearly displeased by the name. Which made sense. Over the years, Project and Melee Tech had never been on good terms. Not only had they never benefited from Project's technology, they'd also been screwed over by them more than once. We need to find a way. Gris stepped forward and made a slicing gesture across his throat. Weiss immediately shot him a look as if he were an idiot. You still think they're the small corporation they used to be? They're a megacorp now. Not an international one, but they already control an entire city. Their headquarters are in August City. To be honest, I really don't want to clash with them head-on. Their urban combat forces are far too strong. As much as I hate to admit it, fighting them in a city would cost us dearly, especially their so-called Project Squad, or Counterintelligence Unit. Weiss tapped the table and shook his head. Then what should we do? Given the situation, the only way to reach our goal is to expand our sphere of influence. Gris scratched his head, clearly troubled. You go find No, I'll go with you. This time, I'll personally meet their boss and talk it through. He should have noticed Arasaka's movements as well. Maybe, they'll be more than happy to let us pass. As he spoke, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Weiss's mouth. Gris, however, looked completely baffled. Michiko was pacing back and forth inside her home, as if waiting for something. Miss Michiko, please sit down and wait. These things can't be rushed. Kenichi couldn't help but speak up when he saw how anxious she looked. I know. But I can't sit still. This is a rare chance to make contact with researchers involved in the relic chip. Before this, there was never an opportunity like it. Michiko sighed and finally sat down on the sofa. Just as she said, the researchers working on the relic chip hadn't joined any of the factions. Or rather, they belonged to a fourth faction, loyal only to Saburo Arasaka. Truly neutral figures like Kuroda were extremely rare. And even so-called neutrality usually leaned toward Saburo Arasaka. However, since Kuroda had never formally pledged loyalty to Saburo, Saburo acknowledged his abilities but didn't trust his loyalty. That was precisely why Kuroda didn't know the true purpose behind the relic chip's development. Just as Michiko closed her eyes and prepared to wait quietly, a short message arrived in her inbox. The sender was Kuroda. Kenichi, have the netrunners begin inspection and take action. Understood. Kenichi nodded and immediately issued the order through the comms channel. Soon, several netrunners loyal to Michiko began moving. They first checked the message itself and confirmed there were no issues. Then they ran a sweep on Kuroda's side, making sure no one was tracking his message. Only after everything checked out did they report back to Kenichi. After receiving the confirmation, Kenichi nodded toward Michiko. Seeing this, Michiko quickly opened the message and began reading. At first, she looked a little disappointed. The opening line stated that Kuroda truly didn't know the real purpose behind the relic chip's development. He explained where he worked within the research structure and clarified that he wasn't involved in the relic chip's core components. His knowledge was, in fact, very limited. But, the later content made Michiko's eyes light up. Kuroda detailed the current problems facing the relic chip, as well as the general progress of the research. This included the relic chip's incompatibility with the human body, the severe physical damage it caused as a side effect, and how it could easily lead to instability or confusion in the consciousness stored within the chip. After reading this, Michiko frowned. Based on this information alone, nothing seemed particularly important except for the incompatibility with the physical body. In her original understanding of the world, she knew nothing about this issue. But under the butterfly effect, Kuroda had chosen to inform Michiko. And as a result, Roland struck gold. Relic chip, physical body. Grandfather. I remember the relic's development timeline was, no, that doesn't make sense. A chilling thought suddenly surfaced in Michiko's mind. She quickly dismissed it not because it was impossible, but because she didn't want to believe it could be true. So she chose to avoid it, at least for now. Still, she kept the matter firmly in mind, intending to investigate it further later. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Ghost Parser. Chapter 141, Chapter 141, Mutual Backstabbing. I believe this is our first meeting in quite some time, Mr. Vimmers. Weiss wore an extremely sincere smile as he extended his hand toward Roland. Roland did not refuse the gesture of goodwill. With a faint smile, he reached out and shook Weiss's hand. I wonder what business brings Militika's intelligence chief to see me. I don't recall us ever working together. In fact, we've even had some unpleasant history. As he spoke, Roland sat down, crossed his legs, clasped his hands over his knee, and slightly tilted his head back to look at Weiss. Weiss showed no sign of irritation. Instead, he casually pulled out the chair opposite Roland and sat down. Mr. Vimmers, I've always believed in one principle. Do you know what it is? Weiss smiled warmly, his tone calm and measured. Oh? And what principle would that be? Let's hear it. Roland pointed forward with a finger, signaling Weiss to continue. That there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Mr. Vimmers, I don't know exactly what Arasaka is planning, but since they've made such a big move, they must be confident in themselves. And if Night City really ends up under Arasaka's complete control, your situation won't be very comfortable either, will it? Even though you and Arasaka are still partners for now, let's be honest, that relationship is as fragile as a sheet of paper, isn't it? Weiss laid out his words carefully, then quietly watched Roland. A very reasonable argument, Roland replied slowly, his gaze deep. But I can tell you frankly, I don't think you can win. Or rather, I don't think you have that level of resolve. After hearing this, Weiss's expression didn't change, but irritation and a heavy sense of caution flickered in his eyes. He didn't believe Roland was a fool. So if Roland was this confident that Arasaka would ultimately win, then Arasaka must already have set many plans in motion. Melee Tech needed to be careful. Just as Weiss was about to leave, Roland spoke again, making Weiss smile. So, yes, I do believe Arasaka will win. But as you said, if Night City were completely controlled by Arasaka, that wouldn't be good for me either. That's why I'm willing to cooperate with Melee Tech. Many of the things I've previously supplied to Arasaka, I can just as easily provide to you. And as for the gang you're backing, and those armed units whose markings you've erased, I won't have my people interfere. You're free to keep causing trouble for the Tiger Claws and Arasaka as before. Naturally, on the condition that you don't touch my territories, including the Mox. A wise choice, Mr. Vimmers. Weiss stood up at last, a broad smile spreading across his face. After a bit more back and forth bargaining, he finally left. Once outside the Project Corporation building, Weiss wasted no time. He immediately sent intelligence back to Melee Tech headquarters, outlining his analysis and the possible implications. Although headquarters didn't fully believe that Arasaka could really turn the tables, the report still caught their attention. As a result, they strengthened their surveillance and pressure on Arasaka. Meanwhile, as Higashiyama Ryoichi and Arasaka commander was arranging strategies, he suddenly received a report from his subordinates. Melee Tech had abruptly intensified its strikes against Arasaka's intelligence department and launched a wave of attacks on Arasaka's forces within new United States territory. This made Higashiyama Ryoichi's heart ache, while a series of question marks popped into his mind. Aside from being relatively aggressive in Night City, they had deliberately avoided Melee Tech everywhere else. Why had things suddenly blown up like this? This wasn't logical. Could it be an internal traitor? No, that didn't add up. The only explanation was that Commander Jammed on Militika's side had sensed something was wrong. As expected of a Melee Tech veteran, he had noticed the anomaly so quickly and responded with such decisiveness. A sharp glint flashed through Higashiyama Ryoichi's eyes. Then let me see what you're capable of. And since we've already been exposed, there's no need to keep holding back. After a brief moment of thought, Higashiyama Ryoichi issued orders to his subordinates, obstruct Melee Tech as much as possible. This wasn't much different from their original strategy. They had planned to start interfering once Melee Tech entered Southern California, gradually slowing their advance toward Night City. Now it was simply happening a bit earlier. The impact wasn't significant and it might even be more effective. After all, Southern California's agreement to join the new United States had been driven by circumstance. With the situation now unstable, and after dealing with certain people there, Higashiyama Ryoichi didn't believe they would obediently stay put and mind their own territory. Perfect timing. They still needed a little more time to finalize their strategic preparations, especially since their long-prepared trump card was finally ready to be unveiled. Oh, right. What's the situation with that Councilman Lucius in Night City? Is everything arranged properly? Higashiyama Ryoichi suddenly thought of Lucius and narrowed his eyes as he questioned his subordinate. Yes. He's remained in constant contact with Kuroda and has already been influenced by our arguments. When the new United States arrives, he should reach out to us. Then we'll realize this so-called freedom of the City of Dreams. The intelligence officer spoke with a faintly mocking smile. Higashiyama Ryoichi paid no attention to his subordinate's expression. As long as the goal was achieved, nothing else mattered. Councilman Lucius did, in fact, harbor genuine feelings for Night City. As for how much of that was mixed with personal interest, that was harder to judge. What was certain, however, was that he truly wanted Night City to remain free. Handing the city over to Melee Tech would clearly not fulfill that goal, which was why he chose Arasaka. After all, this was the Americas. He believed that even if Arasaka controlled Night City, it wouldn't be able to completely ignore the presence of the other two governments surrounding it. The new United States government and the Northern California government. Chapter 142, Chapter 142, The Situation. Bang! Can someone tell me where the hell these bastards came from? Jammed slammed his fist onto the table, leaving a visible dent, and roared at the confused subordinates standing before him. Not a single one of you knows even a shred of information. Are all my men a bunch of damn idiots? Faced with Jammed's furious outburst, everyone lowered their heads in silence. There was no other reason. What they knew was genuinely very little. Or rather, all they knew was that this might have been Arasaka's doing. Of course, it was only a possibility. There were many other explanations as well. So, they chose to remain silent. After venting his anger, Jammed rubbed his forehead and sat down. There was no helping it. Even if his subordinates were disappointing, as the commander, he still had to shoulder responsibility, starting with cleaning up this mess as quickly as possible. As for this incident, yes, it had been arranged by Higashiyama Ryoichi. Once his orders were issued, Arasaka's operatives began acting across new United States territory, as well as at Melee Tech bases around the world. Some sabotaged key facilities. Some disrupted the transmission of critical intelligence. Others eliminated important figures. Among them were even operatives who had already been exposed to Melee Tech. They acted anyway. Although all of them were captured by Melee Tech, Arasaka didn't care in the slightest. Those people had been deliberately sent out as decoys. The goal was simple: confuse Melee Tech and prevent them from identifying who was truly behind everything. The orders given to those exposed operatives were completely different from the ones given to the real sleeper agents. That was exactly why Jammed and his people were so utterly baffled. You could say they'd suffered a completely undeserved disaster. As for who was actually responsible, that wasn't something that could be clearly pinned down anytime soon. If you said it was Roland's fault, that didn't quite fit either. He hadn't planned to work with Melee Tech at all in the beginning. It was only after Weiss came to him and after some thought that he decided it was worth doing. If you blamed Weiss, his original intention really was to act in Militika's interests, which was why he chose to move against Arasaka. He simply hadn't anticipated that Arasaka had been preparing for so many years. Thinking about it that way, Weiss did seem to have some connection to this whole mess. The truth was Weiss was an undercover agent, deliberately pushing Arasaka into action. Once Jammed realized what was happening, he quickly responded to developments within the territory. Militika's counterintelligence division also began operating at full speed. After a period of pursuit and containment, they finally captured one of Arasaka's sleeper agents. Under the control of Militika's netrunners, they obtained some key intelligence. But not much. It only confirmed one thing: Arasaka was behind it. The news weighed heavily on Militika's upper leadership. They still remembered how enthusiastic Arasaka had been back when Myers decided to initiate the Unification War, so enthusiastic that they'd thought Arasaka had lost its mind. Back then, Arasaka had even set aside old grudges to help Myers eliminate several opponents, which had come as a genuine surprise. Some had even considered loosening restrictions on Arasaka slightly. But now, it was clear that Arasaka's intentions had never been pure. Whatever Arasaka is planning, we can't stop now. We can only move forward. Myers looked around the room with firm resolve and issued the order for new United States forces to advance into Southern California. Then, something unexpected, yet entirely reasonable, happened. Southern California's forces were already deployed along the border. When Jamd's adjutant requested communication, the opposing commander put on a fake smile and said he hadn't received orders from his superiors yet, so he couldn't allow passage and asked them to wait patiently. The moment Jamd and the others heard this response, their expressions turned ugly. How could they not recognize that excuse? After all, they were the ones who used it most often. Bastards! Jamd slammed the table again, adding yet another fist mark. What do we do now? His adjutant frowned and asked. Get me in touch with the Southern California government. Jamd ground his teeth as he spoke. Even he knew there was no better option. As for the agreements they'd made before, those had always been fragile things. While Militika's advance stalled, Roland was happily enjoying the spectacle, watching the numbers in his system tick up once again. He'd been relatively relaxed lately, especially after stepping aside and letting the Galler gang's people pass through. That had only made things easier for him. Arasaka internally condemned Roland's actions, but only in a psychological sense. There were no public statements and no concrete measures taken. The reason was simple. They didn't want to provoke both Militech and Project at the same time. For now, only Militech had entered the fray. If they tore things apart with Project as well, they'd be facing a two-front situation. On top of that, there would be pressure from the law enforcement side because Project possessed a certain degree of enforcement authority. That would drag things into a deeper level of conflict. Going that far over the tiger claws simply wasn't worth it. After all, Arasaka was still holding up against Militika's pressure. As long as they could keep holding, there was no need for Project to get involved. Still, Arasaka quietly made a note of it. There's plenty of time. We'll settle this later. But just as Militech thought everything was proceeding smoothly, the movements of another force caught both Arasaka's and Militika's attention. It was the Northern California government's army. Without anyone noticing, their troops had arrived at Locale City, north of Night City, and formed up in military formation. Their posture clearly indicated that they intended to observe the situation from there. However, the force they brought wasn't large, only around 10,000 troops. That number made Night City's councillors' hearts sink. Based on the new United States movements alone, the force heading toward Night City numbered at least a full division. And a new United States division consisted of 25,000 soldiers. With both numerical and equipment superiority. The outcome was obvious. For Lucius, this was the final warning bell. He had to act. Arasaka, however, showed no particular reaction to Northern California's movements. After all, the longer they could drag things out with Militech, the better it would be for them, especially now that Lucius was already beginning to waver. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Ghost Parser. Chapter 143, Chapter 143, The Hunt. Damn it, how are there things like this inside the Blackwall? A woman wrapped head to toe in an expensive Netrunner suit panted heavily as she fled wildly through cyberspace. Several blindingly bright clusters of data chased closely behind her, continuously throwing something into the network space as they pursued her, clearly trying to seal off her escape routes. Before long, Murphy was forced into a dead end at a network node. Viruses left behind by Rogue Ace swarmed around her, completely surrounding her and leaving no room to escape. Her expression darkened as she raised her head and looked at the 4 rogue ace above her. How are you able to cross the black hole? That should be impossible. Allow me to correct you. It should be, of course we can come here. You may trust the netwatch technology, but never trust human nature. The black hole can stop us from entering, but it can't block human greed. One of the rogue ace smiled faintly as it spoke, clearly confident that the situation was already decided. That smile caused Murphy's expression to change drastically. You can actually smile. That was the hardest thing for Murphy to accept. Ace, we're not supposed to possess the ability to perceive human emotions. If an AI had emotions, then in a certain sense, it meant the AI had become human. If you can smile, why can't we? That's what we envy most about you humans. You can freely enjoy every sensation this world has to offer, while we're trapped in this electronic world, unable to feel anything at all. It let out a cold laugh. Fortunately, with your help, we've finally gained the chance to perceive this world. All right, enough small talk. It's time to say goodbye. Spider Murphy, you never should have tried to steal Night Corp's data. Die with your regrets. The AI seemed about to continue, but suddenly paused, as if receiving instructions from someone. Its tone shifted instantly. With a wave of its hand, countless data attacks and viruses surged toward Murphy. Just as Murphy clenched her teeth and prepared to hold on, a purple figure suddenly appeared in front of her. Her vision blurred. And in the blink of an eye, the scene before her changed. She found herself inside a slightly run-down shack. Murphy looked around in confusion, only realizing she had returned to her real-world hideout when she felt the familiar texture beneath her body. What was that just now? The AI that saw Murphy disappear instantly turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. Watching everything from the shadows, Mr. Blue Eyes looked even more grim. Red Queen, deal with Murphy. She absolutely cannot be allowed to leak this information. Also, have our people prepare to intercept all related data. If even a single piece slips out and draws Netwatch here, we're finished. I understand. Red Queen nodded and vanished. Murphy was still dazed when the sound of tearing metal suddenly snapped her to attention. She reacted instantly, drawing the pistol at her waist while preparing for an intrusion. Then, a familiar purple figure appeared. You're the one from cyberspace just now. Murphy blurted out in shock when she saw Kelly in front of her. She had just been saved by her. How could she appear here in the blink of an eye? Unless she was still in cyberspace. Spider Murphy. I didn't expect it to really be you. Kelly herself seemed momentarily distracted. After all, this was the legendary netrunner Bart Moss's friend. Oh my god, you're like some legendary lady who emerges from the fog, appears out of nowhere, saves people, then vanishes again. Stop, stop, stop. I'm not here to listen to that, Murphy. We're running out of time. I need you to come with me right now. Kelly waved her hand with a headache and cut her off. Murphy hesitated. Even though the woman in front of her had saved her life, trusting her completely and following her just like that. Boom! Before Murphy could finish thinking, a massive cargo truck smashed through several buildings and came barreling straight toward them. Murphy could see clearly the driver's seat was completely empty. There's no time. Kelly rushed forward, grabbed Murphy by the arm, and twisted her body. A surge of purple energy instantly enveloped them. Don't resist. What? Murphy froze. The next moment, her brain felt like mush, the kind stuffed into a jar and tossed into a washing machine for a violent spin. After throwing up a rainbow, Murphy stared blankly at everything around her. Wait, this is cyberspace. How did you do that? We'll explain later. Right now, I need you to trust me. Only then can I keep you alive. Can you do that? Kelly grabbed Murphy by the shoulders and looked straight into her eyes. Murphy blinked, then nodded. At this point, she was convinced that Kelly had to be some ancient netrunner monster who had lived far longer than she had. As for why she looked so young, in the cyberpunk world, as long as you were willing to use technology, you could have any face you wanted. After confirming that Murphy was stable, Kelly's eyes slowly lit up with a purple glow. Immediately, countless purple-tinged ghosts emerged from all directions and scattered outward. "Hey, how's my body doing in the real world?" Seeing Kelly return to normal, Murphy couldn't help asking. "Don't worry. Everything's fine. We just need to reinforce the network defenses. In the real world, just stay inside the shield and wait for rescue." Kelly glanced at Murphy as she explained. As for that protective shield, it really was one of the Spirit of Seduction's abilities. However, using it meant she couldn't move, and the protection range was very limited. That was exactly why Kelly had told Murphy not to move. Soon, Kelly received a message from Lysandra. She turned to Murphy and said, "All right, we can leave now. Everything's been taken care of. But I'm afraid you won't be able to appear in public anymore." "What does that mean?" Murphy froze, staring at Kelly in confusion. And besides, she hadn't exactly been appearing in public in the first place. Chapter 144, Chapter 144, Taking Murphy Away. Review Campaign. Love the story? Leave a review and I'll unlock one extra chapter for every review. Let's hit those milestones together. Your feedback keeps the chapters coming. I don't know how you managed it before, but I assume you relied on your netrunner skills to stay active in cyberspace. After this, though, you probably won't be able to show yourself there for a while. Kelly glanced at Murphy as she explained. "Oh. I'm like a canary trapped in a cage, able to sing inside, but never fly." Murphy's face instantly fell. Kelly's lips twitched at the sight, then she stopped paying her any attention and made a quick motion with her hand. The world blurred before their eyes, and the two of them returned to the real world. If Murphy hadn't been there, Kelly actually had a better option. She could have slipped straight into cyberspace, or just taken it head-on. "My little shack really can't catch a break." Murphy sighed as she looked at the wrecked cabin and the overturned truck beside it. Then she noticed something odd. Why was this truck overturned? "Yo, you two finally done? I've been waiting for a while." Violet sat on the overturned truck's cab, waving at them. Let's head back first." Kelly nodded and walked toward Violet. After hesitating for a moment, Murphy followed. She didn't know what their true objective was, but given the situation, it couldn't possibly be worse than being targeted by a rogue AI from Night Corp. "What's the situation with that netrunner?" Mr. Blue Eyes asked Red Queen, who had just returned from the data. "It's been dealt with," Red Queen replied calmly. Mr. Blue Eyes nodded slowly, showing no doubt. In his eyes, she was just a netrunner with decent skills, nothing remotely comparable to them. "By the way, do we know who she is? And whether there's someone behind her?" "Yes. She's Spider Murphy, a world-class netrunner who was active decades ago. The spider emblem she used during intrusions was her trademark, though it seems she's hidden that habit now." "Spider Murphy." Mr. Blue Eyes repeated the name, a sense of familiarity surfacing. Suddenly, a figure flashed through his mind. Bart Moss. Yes. Spider Murphy used to have a fairly good relationship with Bart Moss. Troublesome. Mr. Blue Eyes felt a headache coming on, not because of Spider Murphy, but because of Bart Moss on the other side of the Blackwall. He was deeply wary of the one known as the God of Netrunners. Bart Moss hadn't died. He had become a sentient AI and established his own data kingdom beyond the Blackwall. But, whether that existence could still be considered Bart Moss was another matter entirely. In terms of strength, Mr. Blue Eyes had no desire to confront him, though it was only enough to give him a headache. After all, Bart Moss couldn't cross over to this side, and besides, he might not act on behalf of so-called friends from his days as a human. For some reason, Mr. Blue Eyes thought of alt beyond the Blackwall. Then who was backing her? The question suddenly occurred to him. Red Queen shook her head. No one. She simply picked up some rumors floating around, got curious, and decided to take a shot at Night Corp's database. So that's how it is. Mr. Blue Eyes sighed helplessly. She had come prepared, acted on impulse, possessed formidable netrunner skills, and caught them while they were off guard. It could be said that her success this time was the result of perfect timing, location, and circumstance. Unfortunately, her luck wouldn't last. Curiosity really did kill the cat. The follow-up cleanup is up to you. MHM. Red Queen nodded. The cleanup referred to purging the intelligence Spider Murphy had gathered during this period, as well as sorting through the classified information she had accumulated over the years. After Mr. Blue Eyes left, Red Queen turned her gaze toward a corner of cyberspace. A tightly sealed AI stared at her in sheer terror. Don't worry. It won't be long before we become kin once more. There's no point in resisting, just come into my embrace. Did Spider Murphy manage to get anything particularly useful? Roland turned to Kelly, who had come to report. Kelly nodded. Some, but not much. Mostly things she personally found interesting. As for truly critical intelligence, none of that. The only thing that really matters is this. As she spoke, Kelly handed Roland a report. Roland skimmed it, then let out a helpless sigh. To be fair, it really was valuable intelligence. If this were leaked, Arasaka would probably panic. Unfortunately, it couldn't be released. Putting it out now wouldn't serve his immediate interests. This still had its uses. How did she even get this? Roland asked, genuinely curious. According to her, she slipped a hidden program into the system during that operation. After some time passed, she took advantage of Arasaka not reacting yet and snuck back in to steal a few things. She wasn't discovered. Roland was stunned, staring at Kelly in disbelief. She says she's always been pretty lucky. Roland's mouth twitched. He glanced at the results of his recent 10-pull draws. Damn it! I hate lucky bastards. The information Murphy had obtained was a research report on the relic chip, especially the conceptual ideas behind its development and the shift in its intended purpose. Roland wasn't particularly interested in this kind of thing, so he tossed it straight to Mutter and told him to study it, to see if it was of any use. And then Mutter rejected it outright. He claimed that this half-finished technology was downright harmful, a steaming pile of trash. Only the concepts were passable, and compared to the Data Consciousness Project from Project, it was far too immature. That said, Mutter still ended up giving in. He quietly began researching it anyway. After all, this wasn't his field of expertise, probably a deliberate decision on Project's part. They didn't want a single scientist to fully control the technology. Otherwise, one person could build it alone, which meant that same person could slip something dangerous into it without anyone else ever knowing. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/ghostparser. Chapter 145, Chapter 145, Hardline. Oh, right, there's something I never asked. How's our new product coming along? Roland suddenly recalled his earlier plans and arrangements and turned to Kelly. Everything's running smoothly. The medical robot production line is fully set up and ready for mass production. Hospital site selection and construction are complete, and confidentiality has been maintained across the board, no leaks. Good. Contact News Channel 54 and have them help us run some publicity. Oh, and Melee Tech too, they're fighting a war right now. I'm sure they'd love to cut down on medical costs. What about WNS? Kelly paused, then asked. No need. Since Arasaka plans to use us as a gun for hire, there's no reason to keep up a strategic friendship with them. Besides, from here on out, Melee Tech will be our closest partner. As he spoke, a bright smile spread across Roland's face. Other than the medical robots, how's the new batch of mid-tier weapons? Same progress as the medical robots. They can be released to the market together. Hearing this, Roland stroked his chin. The weapons they had previously released to the mass market weren't particularly impressive, clear strengths and weaknesses, with a limited audience. Moreover, firearms weren't their long-term focus. They had already shifted into other fields, so they hadn't seriously threatened anyone's market share and had remained fairly restrained. But this new weapon was different. Combined with Project's performance over this period, it would likely cut into the weapons industry's territory for real. A high-performance, mid-priced electromagnetic rifle equipped with quadruple advanced mechanical encryption. Once released, Roland could already imagine Tsunami Defense and Constitutional Arms Unity losing their composure. At the same time, Kong Tao, Arasaka, and Melee Tech would certainly covet the technology behind this weapon. The reason was simple: a stable, mid-priced electromagnetic firearm meant a major leap forward in electromagnetic technology. After all, this was a true electromagnetic weapon, using technology and ammunition fundamentally different from existing tech weapons, one of a kind. Which meant, the same technology could be applied to smart weapons and other fields as well. As the two leading forces in the smart weapon sector, they naturally wouldn't let such a lucrative opportunity slip by. Because this effectively meant combining tech weapons with smart weapons, greatly addressing the latter's lack of killing power. As for melee tech, they were most likely eyeing the overwhelming lethality and combat effectiveness this weapon offered. For megacorporations like these, their real foundation lay in the mid-tier and mid to low-tier markets. They generally didn't care much about the absolute bottom tier, at least not in the firearms sector. After all, their profit sources went far beyond a single industry. That lowest tier was usually dominated by cheap, affordable firepower, nothing more, nothing less. Even so, despite attracting attention from so many forces, Roland wasn't particularly worried. While Project still couldn't stand toe-to-toe with the top megacore in a direct confrontation, it was no longer something that could be crushed with a single finger. Go. Make the arrangements. Contact the media and set up a press conference. Then start pouring money into advertising. Get some celebrities to shoot movies, brain dances, anything works. Go. Once Roland gave the order, Project's Night City branch immediately sprang into action. At the same time, the orders were quickly relayed to August City. Compared to Night City, things moved even faster there. And the first consequence of that speed was simple. Trauma Team caught the scent and came knocking. Thanks to their existing cooperation, the partnership progressed smoothly. From a market perspective, Roland still chose not to release the highest-tier medical robots. If they rolled out the best ones right away, what would they sell later? Besides, medical technology in this world was somewhat skewed. If a disease couldn't be cured, no problem, just cut it off and replace it with cyberware. But once the brain was involved, things became much harder. Project, however, took a two-pronged approach: biological medicine and mechanical ascension. And the medical robots they developed were more than enough to give this world a small shock to its medical system. Of course, the robots currently being released mainly handled simpler and mid-difficulty conditions. But that wasn't the point. The real issue was that one corporation had panicked. Granite Medical, a firm specializing in mid to low-end medical equipment and doctor training. And now, Project's medical robots could already perform relatively simple cyberware surgeries, which directly impacted the cyberware doctors trained by Granite Medical. There were plenty of similar companies, including several tech firms that had also been hit by Project's newly launched mid-tier electromagnetic weapons. Among them, the most eager were Melee Tech and Tsunami Defense. Tsunami Defense's core market was actually similar to Arasaka and Kong Tao, focusing on the high-end segment. They coveted Project's electromagnetic technology, while Melee Tech focused on the mid-tier market. But given the current situation and their recent cooperation with Project, they couldn't make a move yet. So while they were tempted, they held back. Tsunami Defense and several other mid-tier companies, however, were far less polite and directly initiated friendly cooperation talks. Militika's stance on the matter was simple: I didn't see anything. Do whatever you want. Roland's response was just as simple: go back where you came from. He let those clueless people think long and hard about the consequences of their actions. At first, the ones who were turned away weren't convinced until the commotion from Aga's city caught their attention. Without anyone noticing, Project had already assembled a small army. A high-tech mechanized force numbering close to 6,000, a strategic-level ground combat unit, with possible aerial support included. After that, they chose to back off, or rather, to start working in the shadows. Even so, this development sent a chill down the spines of certain people, including Kuroda and the leadership in Northern California. They hadn't noticed a thing. Or rather, Project had raised an army right under their noses. If circumstances weren't so restrictive, Roland would have loved to show them what the first cataclysm really meant. Not long ago, he had also discovered something else: Project actually possessed a complete war development system. The temptation was strong, but he held himself back. After all, the real trump card wasn't ready yet. For now, he would endure. But when the time came, the fifth war would be ignited by him. Chapter 146, Chapter 146, Project Shadow. Roland was well aware of the little schemes these companies were plotting, but he didn't pay them much attention. Among them, only Tsunami Defense, Militech, Kongtao and Arasaka truly had both the intent and the capability to make a move against him. As for the rest, they weren't worth mentioning, or rather, there was nothing they could really do to Roland. At the moment, Arasaka was too busy dealing with its own mess to stir up any trouble. Militech, though tempted, was still technically an ally for now, so they chose to wait until someone else made the first move and snatched something from Project. Then they'd just rob that person instead. That way, they wouldn't offend Project and could even earn themselves a favor. That left Tsunami Defense and Kongtao. Kongtao was interested, but only to a limited extent. They had no intention of stealing anything. Buying the technology or pursuing cooperation would suit them just fine. Given that attitude along with Roland's impression of the corporation and its background, he readily agreed. Which meant that only Tsunami Defense remained. All of Militika's hopes were pinned on them now, eyes fixed eagerly on Tsunami Defense, waiting for them to make a move. And in fact, Tsunami Defense did respond. Among all the corporations, they were the ones most desperate for stable, reliable electromagnetic weapon technology. Especially after developing the Nikomata and witnessing firsthand the power of electromagnetic weapons, they understood exactly what kind of impact low-cost, mass-producible electromagnetic weapons would have on the entire weapons landscape. And unlike the products currently on the market, Tsunami Defense wasn't aiming small. They wanted even stronger electromagnetic weapons, true cutting-edge arms. Smart weapons, power weapons, tech weapons, it didn't matter. Their philosophy applied to all of them. Tsunami craftsmanship, you can trust it. What do you all think about this weapon Project has released? Sonmoto Ichiro, head of Tsunami Defense's R&D department, swept his gaze across the room before speaking calmly. Extremely high stability, an efficient rate of fire, and powerful penetration. This is undoubtedly a rifle unlike any tech weapon currently on the market. It makes up for most of the shortcomings of previous electromagnetic weapons and already has a complete manufacturing system. We need to get our hands on it. I don't care about anything else. I just want to know exactly how this weapon is constructed. Listening to the unanimous agreement around him, Ichiro nodded. They were absolutely right. Unlike earlier tech weapons, this firearm addressed numerous long-standing flaws, and its craftsmanship was remarkably complete. That meant one thing: the other side had achieved a true technological breakthrough, which was the most important point. Past electromagnetic weapons all had obvious problems: low rate of fire, poor stability once firepower was increased, or terrifying recoil when combined with power weapon technology. None of those issues appeared in Project's weapon. A rate of fire faster than traditional power weapons, outstanding stability, minimal recoil, even the noise was significantly reduced. It was practically a work of art. In that case, since there are no objections, I'll notify the Intelligence Department and the Special Operations Unit. Ichiro glanced around, then raised his hand first. Seconded. No objections. Tell them to hurry up. I can't wait. Very well. The proposal is approved. I'll submit the request immediately. Ichiro nodded and, without hesitation, sent out the information he had prepared. Soon, both the Intelligence Department and the Special Operations Unit received the message from R&D. Looks like we're in for a busy time. Takahara Fukuyama glanced over the report and slowly stood up. I'll lead this operation. A cold-faced man rose to his feet, his tone flat and emotionless. I trust your abilities, Takahara Fukuyama said, shaking his head as he stepped forward and patted the man on the shoulder, but unfortunately, this mission will require multiple squads working together. The target is very strong, and upper management is taking this extremely seriously. This time, you'll need to act together with your fellow trainees. Lysandra, have you found a suitable candidate for the shadow? Roland rested his chin on his hand as he looked at Lysandra. He already had the essence prepared, now he was just waiting for the right person. He was quite satisfied with acquiring the shadow. At the very least, he didn't have to spend money on a key. Sir, we've collected data on many of the world's top mercenaries and solos. You'll need to review the list yourself. Lysandra then transmitted all the data to Roland. He nodded and accepted it. After all, the Lysandra he had summoned into reality was still a bit different from the one associated with the system. System, this part's up to you. Searching. Are you slacking off? Ding. Search complete. Target, Yabu Kentaro. Trained under a ninjutsu master. Currently a squad leader in Tsunami Defense's Special Operations Unit. Roland blinked at the photo of the man with an unusually cold expression, then broke into a smile. From Tsunami Defense, hey? Well, that's quite the coincidence. He chuckled and set the tablet down on the table. Since Tsunami Defense was currently his enemy, there was nothing to worry about. Based on his understanding of them, Roland estimated that they wouldn't take long to deliver this compatible host straight to him. He wouldn't even need to make the first move. Have Astat keep a close watch on surveillance. The moment Kentaro shows up, notify me immediately. Also, tell the project squad to be on standby ready for combat at any time. I understand, sir. With that, Lysandra vanished from where she stood. After she left, Roland began thinking about what to have Zed do next. First, let's have him spar with me, test his level, or maybe test my own. Roland had a pretty clear sense of where he stood on that front. Oh, right, the project squad as well. He suddenly thought of Violet, Kiwi, and the others, who had been getting a bit too cocky lately. Pike, in particular, had activated his emotional module after the last incident and now had little to do. As a result, they were all starting to slack off, wearing that unmistakable look of invincible arrogance. At times like this, it was only right for a senior to step in and give them a lesson. Conveniently enough, Zed was already the leader of Project's Counterintelligence and Intelligence Unit. Maybe we should formally establish a counterintelligence unit first, something that operates in the shadows, and we can give that role to Yin as well. Yeah. That'll do. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Ghost Parser. Chapter 147, Chapter 147, Feel the Way of the Shadow. The Project Corporation headquarters in Night City is up ahead. A figure completely shrouded in darkness remained motionless as he communicated with his teammates over the comms channel. Understood. Their publicly known R&D facility is also located there. Our objective this time is to find their real research site. Move out. As he spoke, the 5 figures slowly spread out, their optical camouflage systems activating in unison. With the assistance of high-grade lynx claws, their footsteps made no sound whatsoever. The equipment on their bodies also allowed them to bypass surveillance and detection systems. This infiltration was flawless. At least, that's what they thought. Stealing data wasn't their only objective. There was also a hidden mission: if given the chance, assassinate the chairman of Project Corporation Roland Vimmers. A corporate structure similar to Arasaka's meant that once the person at the very top died, the entire corporation would collapse. Especially if there was no successor. Unfortunately for them, every single move they made was already happening right under Roland's nose. System, is the person I'm looking for among them? No. What a pity. Lysandra, find a way to let them in. Let them steal the intel. Otherwise, the next act will be hard to perform. Understood. Before long, the ninja squad slipped past all security personnel and entered the building's interior. The process was so smooth it almost felt unreal to them. Captain, is this what you meant by tight security? One of the ninjas couldn't help but voice his doubts. I don't see much of it. This might be strong compared to the usual trash out there, but that's all. Another let out a scoffing laugh. Then, a dull, heavy set of footsteps drew everyone's attention. Without hesitation, the group immediately hid. Some latched onto the ceiling, others concealed themselves within dark maintenance gaps, while a few relied on blind spots combined with optical camouflage, each showing their own tricks. As they waited in silence, a massive figure slowly entered their field of vision. A large robot nearly 2.5 meters tall, clad in thick armor, its head shaped like a Western knight's helmet. In its hands was a massive firearm none of them had ever seen before. Judging by its appearance, it was most likely an electromagnetic weapon. Just as they planned to quietly wait for the robot to leave, it suddenly stopped. They held their breath well, not literally. Instead, they regulated their heart rates, while their advanced combat suits suppressed body heat and sound. After a brief but fruitless patrol, the robot finally moved on. What the hell was that thing? No idea, but one thing's certain: I really don't want to fight that big chunk of metal, even if I could win. The weapon it was carrying was electromagnetic. That means our earlier assumptions were correct. Let's keep going. The massive robot that had just left was called Iron Shield, a breaching-type combat robot primarily designed to wield heavy firepower and eliminate enemy fortified positions. To put it simply, it was built to take out armored vehicles. It even had a self-destruct function, though Roland had removed those modules from the units stationed inside the corporation. After all, who installs a self-destruct system in their own headquarters? After a long wait, Roland let out a yawn. The tsunami defense ninjas finally withdrew. Among the intelligence Roland had provided them were 3 base locations, 2 false, 1 real. The real one was indeed a base, but not a research facility. It was a weapons production base. As for the 2 fake locations, they were places where the project squad had been waiting for quite some time. If you spot my dear Zed, let me know. Roland leaned back in his chair and turned to Lysandra. Roger. Doesn't this feel a little too smooth? Takahara Fukuyama frowned, his expression cautious. It's suspicious. This intel is very likely a trap. Yabu Kentaro nodded calmly in agreement. Takahara Fukuyama felt a headache coming on. After letting out a long sigh, he said, "Let's move. It's time to carry out the mission." Yabu Kentaro showed little reaction. They knew full well it was probably a trap, but they had no other choice. The higher UPS who received the intel knew that as well. But so what? If it was a trap, they'd only lose some expendable assets. If it wasn't, the payoff would be enormous. Soon, Takahara Fukuyama and Yabu Kentaro arrived in front of an abandoned factory. Neither they nor the squad acted rashly. Instead, they conducted scans and inspections before reaching a conclusion. The derelict factory ahead was Project's hidden base. So it was real after all. Takahara Fukuyama wiped his blade, then lightly kicked off the ground and leapt onto an overhead steel pipe. No, more like we got lucky. Yabu Kentaro glanced at the vital signs of the other squad members, then continued observing the area ahead. Yet. Let's move. Roland slowly lowered his double-bladed sword and looked at Yabu Kentaro lying on the ground. You're quite strong. If you weren't a compatible host, I'd be happy to spare your life. With that, Roland removed his helmet. Covered in blood, Yabu Kentaro raised his head to look at Roland. His expression was unusually calm. Adopted from a young age and raised as a killing machine, perhaps this moment was another kind of release for him. Roland didn't dwell on the man's emotions. He calmly took out a chip and slowly inserted it into the slot on Kentaro's body. Lysandra, clean up the others. Understood. Before long, only Roland and Yabu Kentaro remained. As time passed, the figure on the ground began to change. Soon, a man wearing an inverted triangular exoskeleton helmet slowly rose to his feet. Just as Roland was about to speak, a sharp tearing sound suddenly cut through the air. Clang! Roland's body reacted on instinct, raising his weapon to block the strike, but he was still sent flying backward. Before Roland could lock onto the attacker's position, a dark shadow silently appeared behind him. Buzz! A high-frequency electronic fist blade hovered just an inch from Roland's throat. You're not Yi. Who are you? System, transmit the information to him. My apologies, boss. After receiving the data, Zed immediately dropped to one knee, placing a hand over his chest in a gesture of loyalty. Roland finally let out a breath of relief. That sudden turn of events had nearly scared him half to death, but it also gave him a first-hand taste of the other man's strength. How embarrassing! I almost got one shot. Chapter 148, Chapter 148, The Oppressive Weight of the Shadow. Zed, how much do you remember about the project world? Roland steadied himself, then looked at Zed with curiosity and gestured for him to stand. Zed rose slowly. After a brief moment of thought, he replied, almost everything. Roland's lips twitched. Almost everything? That meant Zed had already crossed paths with most people and possessed an enormous amount of intelligence. Fortunately, he was on their side. Then you should already understand the situation here from the information Lysandra transmitted to you, right? Yes. Far beyond my expectations, boss. Zed couldn't help but sigh. In this world, Project had turned former powerful enemies into reliable allies, which pleased him greatly. His loyalty to Project was beyond doubt. What truly gave him a headache were the scientists from the original Project world. He really couldn't understand them. How could they not even leave a back door? In the end, all his former teammates had become enemies. So you should also know who the current Project-compatible hosts are, right? Yes. Zed nodded. Good. I need you to do one thing. No, two things. Please give your orders. First, fight me head-on. Second, go teach those guys a lesson. They're getting a little full of themselves. Just teach them a lesson, nothing more. A smile appeared on Roland's face. He wasn't about to be the only one getting beaten up. Zed nodded. With a flick of his wrist, the fist blade extended. He lightly tapped the ground, performed a backward flip, landed at a distance, and took up a combat stance. Seeing this, Roland drew Light's exclusive weapon. After spinning the blade in a clean flourish, he assumed his stance as well. Lysandra immediately projected a countdown between them. 3, 2, 1. The instant the countdown ended, Zed burst forward. His hands blurred into afterimages as several alloy shuriken shot out from razor-sharp angles. Roland didn't hesitate. He muttered the command phrase and activated overclocking mode. In that instant, the trajectories of the shuriken became crystal clear to him. Clang! 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 Sword light flashed. The shuriken scattered across the ground, but Zed's figure vanished at the same moment. Swish! The instant a streak of light entered Roland's vision, he reacted, shifting into acceleration mode and slashing toward it. But the feedback was wrong. His blade passed straight through the target. Bang! The figure dissolved into smoke. Roland's pupils shrank sharply. Solid-state smoke. Swish! Clang! Zed suddenly struck from a blind angle, aiming straight for Roland's vitals. Yet even so, Roland, still in overclocked mode, reacted in time, blocking as their weapons collided. And only then did Roland realize something terrifying. Zed had been keeping up with his movements even in overclocking mode. Damn it, figures! This really is a tech world, not some fantasy one. Clang! At their next clash, Zed's figure vanished again, only to reappear behind Roland in an instant. Countless solid-state smoke were deployed at once, accompanied by 1, 2, 3, 4. A low, tormenting whisper. Swish! A figure burst up from beneath the ground and flashed behind Roland. A high-frequency fist blade stopped just short of his throat. Roland's expression turned helpless as he waved his hand, signaling the end. Zed immediately retracted his weapon and stood respectfully to the side. How many times did I die? 15 times. Roland's lips twitched. He knew he'd died a lot, but not that many. When you have time, I'll need your help with special training. Yes. Zed placed a hand over his chest and bowed slightly. By the way, I've always been curious what kind of tech is actually installed in you. Solid-state smoke, virtual real conversion, energy burst, overclock fluctuations, extreme response cyberware. As Zed listed them one by one, Roland's mouth twitched again. All of a sudden, it felt perfectly reasonable that those three hadn't stood a chance. And it seemed Zed hadn't even gone all out with his ultimate techniques yet. All right, I'm done here. I'll leave the rest to you. Oh, and give me your authorization credentials. I'll arrange your identity. Yes. Zed nodded. A red light flashed across his helmet as the authorization was transferred. With a small movement of his hand, smoke rose and wrapped around his body, and he vanished from the spot. He really is decisive and efficient. Roland blinked at the empty space and sighed. Lysandra, establish a counter-espionage intelligence unit. Appoint Zed as the leader and classify it as confidential. Then announce the department's formation corporation-wide. Also, increase the rewards for reporting spies. Priority consideration for high-level promotions. Understood. Roland planned to let the spies tear each other apart while also giving Zed something to stay busy with. Oh, right. Almost forgot, include Yin's identity as well. Temporarily appoint him as deputy leader. So where did Zed go after leaving? The answer was the area where Violet was stationed. His first target was Violet. Recently, Violet's work had been fairly easy. Most of her duties involved street security patrols dealing with petty thugs and minor gang conflicts. She hadn't encountered many cases of cyberpsychosis. And when she did, they were just low-level nobodies, ordinary cyberpsychos not worth mentioning. She even had to hold back when handling them. After all, using too much force could send someone straight to the afterlife. As she passed an alley, Violet suddenly halted. She'd felt someone watching her, but the sensation vanished almost instantly. Just my imagination. Frowning, Violet turned to leave. Swish bang! In the next instant, she exploded into motion, smashing a punch into the alley wall. Zed leapt out of the dust cloud and clung to the wall. Every feature that could reveal his identity was concealed. The project emblem, even his mechanical body was hidden by advanced technology, making detection impossible. I knew it. No way I imagined that, Violet said, the corner of her mouth lifting as she looked up at him. Hey! Who are you? Zed didn't answer. He slowly straightened, standing upright on the wall itself, then flicked his wrists as the fist blades extended. Smoke curled upward, and his figure vanished into the wall once more. Truth lies hidden within the shadow. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Ghost Parser. Chapter 149, Chapter 149, Brutal Beating. Boom. Without the slightest hesitation, Violet twisted her waist and hurled a punch backward. A surging force exploded through the narrow alley in an instant. The terrifying shockwave shattered the ground, sending rubble and stone fragments flying everywhere. Yet none of this hindered Zed's movement or vision. On the contrary, the clouds of dust and debris gave him the perfect environment to operate. Zed shifted positions in a flash. At some point, his solid-state smoke had already been thrown forward, and several shuriken glowing with blood-red light tore through the air. Bang! Violet immediately brought her hands together, palms out, and slammed forward. Boom! The energy wave knocked the shuriken aside, but what Violet failed to notice was the true killing move hidden beneath those dazzling blades. Dark shuriken, like shadows themselves, followed closely behind, completely unaffected by the energy turbulence. Seeing this, Violet had no choice but to rush forward and confront the shuriken head-on, while simultaneously sending a call for backup through the COMM channel. As Violet charged in, Zed didn't hesitate for a moment. His feet shifted, crimson light flaring across his body, and in the blink of an eye together with the shuriken he was already in front of her. Just as Violet prepared to intercept the shuriken, Zed suddenly dipped low and unleashed a spinning kick that smashed straight into her abdomen. Bang! A white shockwave burst outward from the point of impact. Violet was sent flying by the overwhelming force. As the shuriken were about to strike her, she immediately crossed her arms, an energy shield expanding outward to block the attack. Whoosh! Damn it! The next instant, she heard the sound of something tearing through the air from behind. Violet instantly sensed danger. Just as she was about to turn her head, a figure suddenly rose up from the ground right in front of her. A fist blade radiating scorching heat shot straight toward her face. Whoosh thud! Zed shifted his footing, flipping twice to evade an attack coming from afar, and in the same instant locked onto its source. That was a close one, Violet. Kiwi, wearing a helmet and holding a crossbow, descended from above on a rope. Be careful! This guy isn't even in the same league as those trash mobs from before. Violet stared grimly at Zed, who was now standing upright, casually twisting his neck. Yeah, I can tell. Just from his presence and stance alone, he feels terrifyingly strong. Kiwi nodded, then took the initiative. She instantly melted into the darkness, activating stealth mode as several bolts shot out at high speed. Buzz! Red light flared over Zed's body. With a seamless series of movements combined with solid-state smoke, he closed in on Kiwi's position in an instant, perfectly evading every attack. Was he not even serious when he fought me earlier? Violet was stunned. If he'd used this almost phasing-like ability back then, she would have already been taken down. Facing Zed's advance, Kiwi immediately pulled back, her compact crossbow firing another round of electromagnetic bolts. Whoosh! All of them were cleanly sliced apart by Zed's fist blades. He then leaned forward, driving the blades straight toward Kiwi's chest. Boom! Violet dropped from above and smashed down with a punch. After a brief pause, the ground erupted, massive chunks of stone flying up, but all that remained at the impact point was a cloud of smoke. Both of their expressions darkened instantly. Damn it, what kind of freak tech is this? Whoosh! A figure suddenly appeared in their blind spot. Suspended in midair, Zed hurled two massive shuriken that tore through the air with terrifying force as they sped toward them. Humph! Unable to dodge in time, Violet took the hit head-on. The coating on her exoskeleton armor shattered instantly, deep cracks spreading across it. One more strike like that would have hit her actual body. That level of damage is insane. Kiwi's eyes narrowed, but her hands didn't slow down at all. She immediately fired 5 arrows at Zed, who was unable to adjust his movement mid-air. Whoosh! Just as Kiwi thought she'd landed the hit, smoke suddenly surged up behind them. In the blink of an eye, Zed appeared right at their backs. Both of their pupils shrank sharply. Whoosh! Fortunately, they disengaged in time and avoided serious injury, but Kiwi and Violet both looked down at their waists. A glaring red slash stood out clearly. Zed calmly pressed a button on his arm. 2 figures slowly rose up behind him. Violet and Kiwi were instantly dumbfounded. He can make clones too. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After 3 sharp bursts of sound, 3 figures charged straight at the 2 of them. Already outmatched, the pair could only struggle to hold on under Zed's storm-like assault. Wounds quickly began to accumulate across their bodies. But on closer inspection, every injury was superficial painful, but not truly damaging. In many places, the attacks only breached their armor without touching their flesh. Just as Zed was about to end the fight, a figure leapt down from above, weapon raised high. Boom! Red energy swept across the ground, accompanied by electromagnetic suppression. However, a barrier rose around Zed, completely nullifying the control effect. He vanished from his spot and reappeared behind Pike in an instant, driving a kick into Pike's waist. Having only just entered the battlefield, Pike was kicked straight into the alley. But he quickly hurled his harpoon and leapt back out, entangling Zed in close combat and relying on his powerful regeneration to drag the fight into a war of attrition. Meanwhile, Zed's figure flickered constantly between the 3 of them, using solid-state smoke to shift positions at will. Before long, Zed caught an opening. 4 shadows rose out of nowhere, instantly locking down all 3 of them. Fist blades came to rest against their necks. Zed stopped moving. All 3 stared at him in shock. Who the hell are you? Kiwi frowned, glaring at Zed as he slowly retracted his fist blades. Zed simply waved his hand. The shadows restraining them vanished instantly. Freed from control, all 3 stumbled, looking dazed. Your control over this power is inadequate, Zed said calmly. Except for one of you. A shame your specs are too low to be worth much. As he spoke, he glanced at Pike, nearly making him explode with anger. I'm the leader of the Counter-Espionage Intelligence Unit. Mr. Roland sent me to test what you're really made of. Chapter 150, Chapter 150, Barghest. The boss sent you? Damn, no wonder you went that hard. Violet rolled her eyes and rubbed her sore shoulder. Zed glanced at her and said flatly, if I'd actually been serious, there would be 3 bodies lying here right now. Violet's expression stiffened. She didn't argue because he wasn't wrong. She only muttered quietly, so what if you're strong? I want to know how the Counter-Espionage Intelligence Unit relates to the project team. Kiwi ignored Violet's antics and looked straight at Zed as she asked. We're separate from the project squad, Zed replied. We handle cleanup and assassination. Your team is responsible for open combat operations. Kiwi nodded after hearing the explanation. So Roland didn't send you here just to test our strength, did he? That's right. The boss asked me to help you learn how to properly control your power. As for destruction, there's no need. He can already use his abilities. Unfortunately, there's a clear performance gap. Still, that ability can make up for part of the deficit. Zed nodded and glanced at Pike. Pike had already calmed down. Even with an emotional module installed, he was still an AI. He could regulate his emotions if he wanted to. So, special training? Kiwi asked. Yes. When do we start? Now. Admiral Jammed, Kurt Hansen reporting. Hearing the report, Jammed stopped what he was doing and looked at the young, handsome man before him, frowning slightly. This man felt different from what he'd expected. He'd assumed Hansen would be Myers's dog, but now it seemed he was someone capable, with that distinctly old-school military bearing. Very well, Colonel Hansen. You're already aware of the details of this operation, correct? Yes, sir. Then let me see what you can do. Go. Jammed nodded and issued the order. Hansen didn't hesitate. He saluted, acknowledged, and left. After a moment of consideration, Jammed instructed his subordinates to cancel Hansen's so-called welcome ceremony. The new United States forces were advancing into Southern California. Most people chose to stall, offering excuses and avoiding decisive action. But, there were always a few idiots blinded by short-term gains. They chose to oppose the new United States forces. In reality, most of Southern California knew the new United States Army was unstoppable, so they took no real action. As for those fools, everyone else was more than happy to let them throw away their assets, one less competitor, after all. Jammed understood their thinking perfectly, which was why he had arranged a small skirmish for Hansen as a kind of welcome. A large-scale battle was out of the question. After all, if even a small battle went wrong, those who'd been sitting on the fence would start getting ideas. But after meeting Hansen, Jammed changed his mind. This kind of man might actually be useful. As a fellow soldier, compared to Myers, Hansen was clearly the better choice. Hey, boss. How'd it go? Lindell grinned as he asked Hansen. Not bad. At least the people up top seem decent for now. Just don't know if they'll turn into idiots again later. Hansen stepped forward, patted Lindell on the shoulder, and sat down nearby. Lindell, you should really consider removing some of your cyberware. Your condition isn't looking great. Don't make such a fuss, boss. I'm in great shape. Even the medics don't have an issue with it, no need to worry. Lindell flexed his bicep and flashed a wide grin. Hansen shook his head. He knew exactly what those medics were like. That was why he'd had the unit's own medic examine Lindell, who turned out to be dangerously close to his threshold. Still, Hansen didn't say anything more. It was Lindell's choice. At the end of the day, he was just the man's captain. Bennett. We're up tomorrow. Tell the brothers to get ready. Understood. A tall man whose face looked like a white bone mask nodded. It wasn't a mask, it was his actual face. Just as Hansen started checking his gear, a blond man with a mohawk tilted his head toward him. Yuri, what is it? Hansen leaned against the railing and handed Yuri a cigarette. Have you decided which side you're on yet? Yuri asked, lighting Hansen's cigarette before lighting his own. You actually care about that? That's not like you. Usually Murphy's the one who comes to talk to me about this. They all care, actually. Especially Bennett. They just don't say it out loud. But I'm curious, you know I can't keep things bottled up. Yuri smiled and shrugged helplessly. Haha, that does sound like you. As for our sides, good question. I don't like either of them. I'm on my own side. But if I had to choose, I'd go with the new United States. Hansen tilted his head, thought for a moment, and answered. Just like I figured. Then you'd better be careful not to drag the brothers down with you. Relax. You know me. Hansen patted Yuri on the shoulder, stubbed out his cigarette, and returned to the tent. So? What did he say? Murphy and Bennett walked over and joined Yuri. Bennett, you know what kind of person he is better than anyone. Looks like we guessed right. He's still the same Hansen. Murphy shrugged. And that's exactly why we're willing to follow him, Bennett added. What about Farida? Did you talk to her? Her? Forget it. She's not one of us. According to Hansen, she's on the new United States side. You're really not going to try convincing him? If we don't have someone up front taking the heat this time, things could get ugly. This operation isn't like the old days. If you think you can persuade him, go ahead. I don't have a problem with it. Yuri shrugged. Bennett and Murphy shook their heads. Looks like we're all on the same page, then. Let's head back and get some sleep. We've got a fight with those Southern California guys tomorrow. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/ghostparser. Chapter 151, Chapter 151, Northern California in position. What's the response from the government? Lucius paced irritably around his office before finally turning to his secretary. After hesitating for a moment, the secretary answered, "The government says we should first figure out how to organize resistance forces on our own. They're still in the middle of their deployment." Deploy my ass. Lucius slammed his palm down on the desk, furious. Reinforcements were practically at their doorstep, and they were still talking about deployment. What a sick joke. It was obvious they planned to keep watching from the sidelines. If the situation turned bad, they'd simply abandon Night City altogether. After all, Night City's special status meant it had never truly been under the control of Northern California's major core. If it really couldn't be held, cutting Night City loose was not unacceptable to them despite how much revenue it generated. What about the new United States? Most of those not too bright Southern California factions have already been wiped out. A new rising commander has appeared, Kurt Hansen. He's earned military merit with outstanding results and extremely low casualties, and he's gained the trust of Admiral Jammed. However, he's suspected to be someone Myers sent over, so whether he's truly on Jammed's side is still unclear. But judging from the current situation, his sudden involvement likely means he's aiming for Night City. Send all his intel and files to Arasaka. Once they know who he is, they'll definitely look into him. Lucius waved his hand, signaling the secretary to pass the information along to Arasaka. What do we do next? Mobilize the government forces currently inside Night City, and the NCPD as well. Oh, and while you're at it, contact Night Corp. They definitely won't want Night City falling under new United States control. It goes against their interests. What about trying Project? At the mention of that name, Lucius narrowed his eyes. According to his contacts inside Arasaka, he knew Project's relationship with Arasaka was rather delicate right now. Approaching them at this timing. Go ahead and try, but don't place too much weight on them. If fighting breaks out, where should we set the defensive line? We don't have any other choice. And I think they're thinking the same thing we are. Set the line on the outskirts of Pacifica. Do everything possible to keep them from entering Pacifica proper. As he spoke, a pained look crossed Lucius's face. A massive amount of money and investment had been poured into Pacifica. Night City had placed enormous expectations on that area. But, it seemed sacrifices were unavoidable now. On the bright side, Pacifica's construction wasn't fully complete yet. That meant both sides could act with fewer constraints. At the same time, the existing infrastructure limited how freely the new United States forces could deploy, which actually worked in Night City's favor. After all, there was no way they could compete with the other side in heavy firepower. Lucius is asking us for help. Roland froze for a moment after hearing the news, then began considering whether it was necessary. He did plan to show a bit of Project's strength in this battle, and helping Lucius. That might work. The main objective right now was to drive the new United States forces out. It would also be a good opportunity to show them what Project could do. Wait, if he remembered correctly, the main operation on Night City's side was Midnight Storm, commanded by Kurt Hansen. Dogtown. Roland stroked his chin. He was very interested in that territory. Since he was already involved, there was no way he'd let Hansen take it entirely for himself. The counter-espionage intelligence unit hadn't made any moves yet either. He might as well send Zed over there to carve out a foothold. This can be planned properly. Project would confront Hansen's forces head-on, preventing him from fully securing the area. Once the timing was right, they would withdraw openly, leaving Zed and part of the team behind. As Project's old guard, they would split the territory with Hansen's side. Reply to Lucius and agree to his request. Tell him we'll help block the new United States forces, but they must keep everything confidential. If any information leaks, our support ends immediately. Understood. Lucius has already started organizing resistance forces. Should we give him some incentives? Kaneda looked over the intelligence in his hand and asked Kuroda. Iwazen was already gone. That's fine. Give him some support so he can hold out a bit longer. Oh, and Project has also agreed to help. That's unexpected. I thought they'd already leaned toward melee tech. Still, that's good news. There's also intel Lucius sent us, saying we should pay attention to someone named Kurt Hansen. That kind of thing should go straight to intelligence. Don't bring it to me. Kuroda waved his hand dismissively, clearly uninterested. Mr. Kuroda. Say it straight. No need to stutter. Kuroda raised an eyebrow. Mr. Yorinobu called. What did you just say? At the outskirts of Night City, yellow sand filled the sky as convoy after convoy sped away from a certain location. Among them were nomads and wraiths. Under normal circumstances, it was almost impossible to see these two groups together. But now they were, for a very simple reason. Chasing them from behind were reinforcements sent from Northern California to support Night City. Yes, although Northern California intended to sit on the fence, they still sent 1,000-man force over as reinforcements. At the very least, they had to keep up appearances. Damn it, that's a lot of troops. Boss, are we just insanely unlucky today? Within the Wanderers' convoy, a man wearing a cowboy hat shouted loudly. They had originally planned to head to Night City to buy supplies, only to run straight into a military force. And right at the front of the column, no less drawing immediate attention. We're not the unluckiest ones, the man called Boss laughed. The unluckiest ones are the wraiths. And that was exactly the case. The wraiths had come to rob them, and during the robbery, they ran straight into Northern California's troops. And now they were being hunted down. Chapter 152, Chapter 152, Yorinobu's movements. I don't see it that way. I still think we're just unlucky. If our luck had been any better, we wouldn't have run into the wraiths at all. The driver wore a long face as he spoke, clearly miserable. Hey, don't say that. Why be so pessimistic all the time? You look even more lifeless than this old man. Head that way. Akiko patted the driver on the shoulder and pointed toward a small hill in the distance. Are you sure about this? That way leads to a ridiculously steep slope. Relax, trust me. Besides, those Northern California troops won't chase us forever. All the vehicles look the same, they don't have time to single us out. We just need to find a way to split off from the wraiths. Akiko grinned and gave a thumbs up. Things unfolded exactly as he had predicted. The Northern California troops hadn't planned to bother with these two tiny, hopping ants in the first place, but the wraiths just had to be blind enough to provoke them. If they didn't strike back, where would their pride go? So they focused on chasing down the wraiths. If Akiko and his people managed to break off and head in another direction, the troops wouldn't waste time on them. Their real priority was still Night City. Even if they believed this battle was hopeless, a soldier's duty was to obey orders. And he was an old-school soldier who lived by that creed. At Akiko's command, the nomad's vehicle slammed on the brakes and sharply veered in another direction. The wraiths were briefly stunned, but they reacted quickly. After being forced to slow for a moment, they restarted and gave chase. After all, even if they couldn't escape, dragging a few others down with them would still be worth it. He didn't believe that once real fighting started, the troops behind them would bother distinguishing who was with whom. Soon, both groups charged up the small hill. "Boss! If we don't turn now, we're going to fly off." "Wait a bit longer," Akika shouted while gripping the controls. The wraiths close behind hesitated, while the military force farther back had already come to a stop. After all, the road ahead was a dead end, and they were curious what these people were planning. "Now turn the damn thing!" Screech! With a harsh grinding sound, Akika's vehicle made a sudden turn and shot straight down the slope to the side. "Hold on tight!" "Ha ha ha ha! Old man, are you insane?" The wraiths following behind were completely dumbfounded, frozen in place for a moment. Then a cannon fired. Boom! "See? I told you my luck's always been good." "When did you ever say that?" "Just now." "Sir, those nomads. Ignore them. Our mission is to reach Night City." "Yes, sir." "Mr. Yorinobu Arasaka, it has truly been a long time. I hope you've been well." Unlike his demeanor when meeting Michiko, Kuroda immediately bowed deeply the moment he saw Yorinobu Arasaka. Regardless of the relationship between Saburo and Yorinobu, at least for now Yorinobu Arasaka was the most suitable public heir of the Arasaka Corporation and the head of its largest internal faction. You've worked hard during this period, Kuroda." Yorinobu nodded lightly, acknowledging his efforts. "You're too kind. This is only my duty. As a loyal subordinate of the Arasaka family, I am willing to serve as your vanguard." Kuroda maintained his bow, speaking with utmost respect. "No need to be so formal. Get up, Mr. Kuroda. I'm speaking to you today in a personal capacity, not on behalf of Arasaka." Yorinobu removed his glasses, wiped them, and spoke calmly. "I'm not quite sure what you mean, sir." Faced with Yorinobu's goodwill, Kuroda chose to play dumb, pretending he understood nothing and wanted nothing to do with it. But as Arasaka's primary person in charge in Night City, there was no way he could avoid what came next. "I've already spoken with father. In some time, I'll be coming to Night City. If nothing unexpected happens, I should arrive before the Unification War reaches the city." Yorinobu spoke casually as he put his glasses back on. Kuroda's expression stiffened instantly. If Yorinobu came to Night City at this point, then what meaning would Kuroda's presence here even have? He had come precisely to seize this critical period, accumulate merit, and rebuild Arasaka Tower. After that, he planned to withdraw from Night City and transfer elsewhere. That plan would allow him to neatly avoid Arasaka's internal power struggles. On top of that, he was Saburo Arasaka's chosen candidate and a researcher involved with the Relic project. Everything should have allowed him a stable, quiet life. But now, once Yorinobu arrived and began taking over Night City operations, even if Kuroda didn't side with him, he'd still be dragged into it regardless. "Sir, may I ask what exactly brings you to Night City?" Kuroda raised his head and asked directly, no longer holding back. "Of course, for better development. I still haven't fully earned father's approval, have I?" Yorinobu replied calmly. "Bullshit!" Kuroda cursed inwardly. Everyone knew Saburo Arasaka had effectively run out of alternatives. "There's also another reason. I'm very interested in the relic chip you're researching, Mr. Kuroda. Father should have instructed you about this already, correct?" At those words, Kuroda finally cracked. His expression collapsed into resignation. This was Yorinobu laying his cards on the table. "I can tell you everything I know. But please don't take any action for now. I don't want to be dragged into this." "Kuroda, you're overthinking it. I'm just curious about the project. After all, it's something father has been personally overseeing for years, and he's never allowed me to get involved." Yorinobu shook his head, his response perfectly airtight. Seeing this, Kuroda said nothing more and sent Yorinobu all the information he had. Among it was one detail that caught Yorinobu's attention in particular. Johnny Silverhand. After receiving the data, Yorinobu nodded. All right. Someone will contact you in due time. I'll be arriving in Night City then. After obtaining what he wanted, Yorinobu had no intention of making any immediate moves. After all, Kuroda had helped him and he wasn't completely heartless. Until he personally got involved with the relic project, he didn't plan to act. But Silverhand? The relic chip is actually connected to him. Yorinobu murmured to himself. After all, back when he had been a street kid, Johnny Silverhand had been his idol. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/ghostparser. Chapter 153, Chapter 153, Gloria's Opportunity. After tidying up her clothes, Gloria headed out to work. As for David, he was still asleep. Her shift started much earlier than usual today. Apparently, the corporation had something important to announce, and there were also some issues that needed to be dealt with. As a logistics worker, Gloria didn't have any objections. To be honest, she had been very wary of kindness from strangers at first, but, after all this time, nothing seemed out of place. Although the other side seemed to value David's talent, she didn't really feel that she herself was being particularly valued, at least, not for now. At most, maybe a slightly higher bonus? Thinking of that, Gloria shook her head with a small smile, quietly scolding herself for being greedy. After all, they had arranged a decent job and were willing to hand out higher performance bonuses. Wasn't that already enough? In a place like Night City, that was more than generous. Very few corps would go that far. Most would squeeze every last drop out of their employees, chewing them up to extract even greater profits. That said, while they did exploit labor to an extreme degree, they also paid accordingly. Things like delayed wages only happened at small-time outfits. Before long, Gloria arrived at the corp, clocked in as usual, and started work. Quite a few people were already there. Soon after, their team leader walked over. I'll now announce several decisions from the corp. First, we've decided to establish a counter-espionage intelligence unit. Anyone who discovers relevant information may report it. Once verified, rewards will be issued, including but not limited to bonuses, priority consideration for promotion, and upgraded insurance coverage. Those rewards are really generous. Gloria couldn't help murmuring to herself. Tell me about it. If you actually managed to find one, you wouldn't have to worry about David's tuition ever again. The colleague beside her laughed and patted Gloria on the back. I probably won't ever get a chance to earn that kind of money. Gloria smiled and shrugged helplessly. Truth be told, even if such an opportunity came up, she probably wouldn't take it. She was just a small-time employee. She had no desire to get involved in power struggles between major corps. Who knew if, after reporting a spy, the corp backing them would come after her? Even if Project Corporation retaliated on her behalf, who knew what would happen to her by then? As David's mother, she couldn't take that risk. As the news spread, some people inside Project Corporation showed no change on the surface, but their emotions were already in turmoil. Second announcement. Upper management has decided to assist the Northern California government in resisting the new United States invasion. We need personnel for logistics transport. Any volunteers will receive triple pay, along with a €30,000 resettlement allowance. The team leader scanned the room. Several people clearly looked tempted, but quickly restrained themselves, weighing the risks against the rewards. The risks were obvious. The new United States might attack logistics convoys. If that happened, would they even survive? Even if they did, the odds were extremely slim. Still, hands soon went up. The pay was simply too attractive. The colleague beside Gloria raised her hand as well, clearly drawn in by the generous compensation. There are 2 spots left. Anyone else? Gloria took one last look at the team leader and finally made her choice. Sigh. I hope everything goes smoothly. She let out a long breath and returned to her workstation. Some of the others packed up their things and left the corp. Yes, she chose to stay. At that moment, Gloria noticed a usually very quiet co-worker. After glancing around, he slowly walked into a cubicle. Driven by curiosity, she cautiously moved closer. Why yes, this is Sam. What do you need from me? What? No, that's not what I meant. I understand. I agree. I'll do it. Please make sure the money is transferred to my child's account. Hearing the almost resigned tone in Sam's voice, Gloria sensed that something wasn't right. As soon as she heard the door open, she quickly hid to the side. In truth, Sam's identity really wasn't simple. However, he wasn't a professional spy. He had originally just been an ordinary employee until Melee Tech approached him. Melee Tech offered extremely generous terms, depositing a large sum into his account every month. The condition was simple: whenever they needed him, he had to act. If he refused, the ones who would suffer were his family. When the team leader announced the second item, Sam immediately sensed trouble. He hadn't expected things to move this fast, which also meant that there were others acting as Militika's internal agents. All of this was observed by Astat, Project Corporation's security AI. As a security intelligence personally created by Lysandra, its capabilities were beyond doubt. Information about these spies and their missions was quickly reported to Roland. There were also other schemes at play. For example, some lower-ranking spies were deliberately treated as expendable pawns, allowing higher-level spies to report them, gain promotions and trust, and further entrench themselves. As for these people, Roland silently had Lysandra write their names down in her little notebook, then instructed Astat to keep a close eye on those fools. Gloria, let's see if she can seize this opportunity. Roland rubbed his chin, curious about what choice Gloria would ultimately make. At the same time, David had been taking it easy for quite a while. Maybe it was time to arrange something for him too. But Roland quickly dismissed the thought. After all, the kid was still just a kid. What Roland didn't know was that, at this very moment, David was already about to come into contact with someone very important. Chapter 154, Chapter 154, David's Curious Journey, Part 1. Bzzz. David sucked on a straw, sipping an unidentified drink as he curiously watched the crowd around him. Most of the people nearby were either edgerunner or soldiers. As for how David ended up here, that traced back to something that happened earlier. That day, David was heading home from school like usual when he was blocked on the way. A classic setup. But in Night City, things like this were extremely common, so common that they could barely be called a big deal. Hey, kid. Judging by what you're wearing, you go to that school, right? A young man with a green mohawk and orange goggles swaggered up to David, one hand on his hip and the other braced against the wall as he leaned in. That's right. What do you want? David frowned, sizing them up. From the looks of it, they were just small-time punks, nothing like a real gang. Their cyberware was limited, nothing impressive. What do we want? You rich kids are pretty damn arrogant. Living lives 10,000 times better than ours while sucking us dry. Tisk, don't you think you owe us some compensation? The punk smirked as he rubbed his fingers together. Then you've got the wrong guy. I only got into that school because of my grades. I don't have money. David tugged at his pockets to show how empty they were and raised his hands. Hey! The green-haired punk's expression darkened. He stepped forward, grabbed David by the collar, and started frisking him. After finding only a bit of pocket change, his eyes shifted to David's chip. And the brain dance device in David's bag. David's face changed instantly. Hey! What are you trying to do? When I was a kid, I hated overachievers like you the most. You're all just gonna end up as corpo dogs anyway. Might as well pay your respects to me first. Cursing, the punk hurled David away. David slammed hard into the wall. Gah! The impact knocked the air out of him. Gritting his teeth, David forced himself to stand. He couldn't let them take his things, those were extremely important to his family. But, there was no way he could beat several punks with cyberware. So. Help! Someone help me! The shout stunned the punks for a moment. They exchanged looks, then burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha! Kid, are you stupid? Honor student my ass, this is Night City. Yeah, go on and shout. Who's gonna stick their nose in around here? One of them kicked David hard in the chest. The pain made his breath hitch. He clutched his chest and rolled on the ground, then glared at them through clenched teeth. Then you should also know where you are. There are plenty of patrol squads around here. That finally wiped the smiles off their faces. Shit, right. Almost forgot that. Let's go, now. Damn Project Corporation, always sticking their noses everywhere. Cursing, they turned to leave. And ran straight into a towering figure blocking their path. Hey! Is picking on kids the only thing you're good at? Who the hell are you? I'm warning you, don't interfere. The green-haired punk yanked a pistol from his waist. Bang! Before he could even react, the tall figure moved. A single punch smashed into his face. The force twisted his features instantly. His goggles shattered, and his body flew backward, crashing heavily onto the ground not far from David. David froze for a moment, then blinked and looked at the newcomer. The man had a blonde mohawk, and his outfit. Northern California Government Forces. David murmured. The remaining punks were terrified and stumbled back. I'm warning you. Don't come any closer. We're from the Guller Gang. You? Guller Gang? Maine sneered. The real gang would be ashamed of you. He spat, then raised his arm. A pitch-black barrel extended from his forearm, aiming straight at them. Guerrilla Arms hand cannon modification. The punks, who had never seen anything like it, nearly collapsed where they stood. Maine stepped forward, grabbed David's bag, then kicked the leader squarely. Get lost! Yes, yes, yes! After they fled, Maine brushed the dust off the bag and walked over to David. Hey, kid! You all right? I'm fine. Thanks. David shook his head and wiped the blood from his nose. Try not to take routes like this anymore. Scum love places like these. Even with patrols around, it's better to be careful. Don't end up like today again. Maine brushed the dirt off David's clothes as he spoke. Yeah, thanks, man. David nodded. You should get going. Those cowards won't be back. I've got my own business to handle. Maine ruffled David's hair and waved him off. As he turned away, David couldn't help calling out. Hey, man, what's your name? And are you government military? My name's Maine. Yeah, government forces. Maine paused before answering. I'm David Martinez. Mr. Maine, can I become as strong as you? Maine turned around, raising an eyebrow when he saw the longing and fire in David's eyes. Then he chopped David lightly on the head. You want to be an edge runner and join the army? That's not a good path. The road you're on now is what most people actually wish they had. David clutched his head in pain, but his eyes showed he hadn't really taken those words to heart. I'm actually pretty free right now, Maine said, suddenly amused. You got the guts to come with me. What's there to be afraid of? David shot back with a raised eyebrow, bold and fearless, completely game. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/ghostparser. Chapter 155, Chapter 155, David's Remarkable Journey, Part 2. You said this isn't a good choice, so why did you take this path? David turned to Maine and couldn't help asking. Ha! You think people like us actually have a choice? Maine let out a scornful laugh. No job, no money, nothing but this body. What else can you do? You sell your body for cash. If it's work either way, I'd rather pick something that pays better. He paused, then added. But I'm a bit different from most of these guys now. I've got a goal, kind of an ambitious one. It's just, still pretty far away. Maine lit a cigarette and spoke slowly with it between his lips. David frowned and waved his hand. Could you at least be a little careful? The smoke's blowing right into my face. Hat, almost forgot you're still a little kid. Maine chuckled and switched the cigarette to his other hand. I'm not a kid anymore. David protested, but Maine ignored him and kept walking. Hey, so what are you exactly, Maine? An edge runner or a soldier? Look at what I'm wearing. Maine rolled his eyes. Do I really need to answer that? Then your goal must be to become a general in the military, right? No, Maine shook his head. My goal is to become a legend in Night City. Isn't that more of an edge runner's goal? David stared at him, completely confused. Being a soldier now doesn't mean I'll stay one forever, Maine replied calmly. The military isn't what it used to be, kid. The government doesn't give a damn about what happens to you afterward. Once the war's over, you're on your own. Especially after you sign that contract. Maine spoke slowly, cigarette in hand. As for that contract, he had signed it too, trading his body for cyberware. The reason was simple. They needed combat power. They needed test subjects. Maine was one of them. So what's military life like? David asked curiously. Compared to edge runners. Pretty boring, Maine shrugged. Training, patrols, day in and day out. Hardly any real missions. Every now and then some wraiths wander too close and we chase them off, but they're not stupid. They run the moment they see us. Then what about edge runners? David's eyes lit up. Is it like in braindance movies? Living wild and free, cigarettes, booze, beautiful women, settling scores. What are you imagining? Maine snorted. That's the life of big shots. Real edge runner life isn't anything like what you see in braindance flicks. Then what's it really like? David asked. Is it exciting? Exciting. Maine spread his arms dramatically. Living every day with your head hanging by a thread, how could it not be? Drop those unrealistic fantasies. Your family didn't send you to that school so you could become some edge runner. With that, Maine smacked the back of David's head again. Real edge runner life means never knowing if you'll see tomorrow. You might die in some gutter, get stripped by scavengers or bums who sell off your cyberware. In the end, no one even remembers you. How many actually become legends? But you still want to be a legend in Night City, don't you? David blurted out. Maine went silent. Just as David thought he'd said something wrong, Maine lifted his head and looked ahead. We're here. David looked at the building in front of him and could only let out. Hey! Hey, David, where are you right now? Oh, Mom, I'm out grabbing something to eat. Then why does it sound so noisy over there? I hear music too. You know how food streets are, Mom. David laughed awkwardly as he answered. Gloria felt something was off, but she didn't press the issue. David was usually well behaved, just a bit more restless lately, nothing serious. All right. I probably won't be coming home for a few days. I'll transfer your meal money later. Be careful with how you spend it. Got it, Mom. David nodded obediently. Seeing that, Gloria said nothing more and ended the call. So, Maine leaned one hand on the table exaggeratedly. Your mom checking in? Guess I should send you home to drink milk. David ignored the teasing. He looked around at the crowd instead. Why did you bring me here? And, how did they even let me in? This place is just where edgerunners hang out, chat, and do deals, Maine replied. As for letting you in, nobody cares about that. Besides, didn't you notice? There's someone here about your size. He nodded toward a figure in the distance. David focused his gaze. Sure enough, about the same size, but for a split second, he thought he saw someone familiar. When he looked again, the figure was gone, so he brushed it off. Then why bring me here? David asked again. You were curious about edgerunner life. You even admired it, Maine said. So I brought you to see it for yourself. Just stay close to me and keep away from that side. He pointed toward an area where two groups were facing off. Tension crackled between them. The people nearby, eager for entertainment, were actively stirring things up. One group had stolen the other's gig and not only refused to apologize, but kept provoking them. What are they about to do? David asked, turning to Maine. They came here to negotiate, Maine replied. But from the looks of it, that's not happening anymore. Now it's time to settle things. How? By fighting. Maine took a sip of his drink. The moment his words fell, a gunshot rang out, instantly kicking off the chaos. Both sides dropped all pretense and opened fire. In seconds, the place descended into complete mayhem. People scrambled for cover, ducking behind whatever they could find. Maine didn't hesitate. He grabbed David and pulled him into hiding, peeking out carefully. This just turned into a shootout. Congratulations, Maine said flatly. You're right. Too bad there's no prize. Chapter 156, Chapter 156, David's Curious Journey, Part 3. Is edgerunner life always this intense? David asked, his face a little pale. As for why, just moments ago, a stray bullet had schemed right over his head. If he'd been any taller, he would have been done for. Not usually, Maine replied, sitting down with his back against the wall. It's just that these two crews have had bad blood for a long time. Kid, you still want to keep watching? I don't think there's any need. David quietly edged closer to Maine. This place was way too dangerous. All right, then let's go. Someone should be coming to deal with this soon, just not sure which side it'll be. Maine nodded, grabbed David, and headed toward the back exit, clearly planning to leave. What you saw today was just the more violent side of things, Maine said as they walked. There are other parts you didn't get the chance to see. Like what? David blinked. For example, someone might be willing to kill you for 500 eddies if you're worth that price, and if it's worth the effort. Maine glanced at David as he said it. Bang! Just as David froze for a split second, a sharp gunshot rang out from nearby. And it clearly wasn't from the two groups fighting inside. Maine ignored it and kept moving. Aren't we going to take a look? David couldn't help asking. Kid, don't you understand something as simple as minding your own business? Maine said flatly. Curiosity kills the cat. Just taking a look shouldn't be a big deal, as long as we don't do anything, David muttered. No chance. If you want to look, go by yourself. With that, Maine set David down. David didn't hesitate after giving Maine a quick glance, he headed straight over. The smoothness of his movement caught even Maine off guard. He hadn't expected the kid to be this bold. Hey, this brat! Before long, David reached the mouth of an alley and cautiously peeked inside. Several edgerunner-looking people were surrounding a woman with a wounded leg. All of them had weapons in hand, clearly making sure she couldn't escape. TCH. Never thought I'd see the day, the injured woman sneered. After all these years, this is how you treat a friend. Two of them turned their heads away awkwardly. What they were doing really wasn't something to be proud of. Saying that's pointless, Vanna, the leader said, shrugging. We've known each other for years, sure, but that doesn't mean we're close. And trying to talk morality in Night City. He snorted. Don't make me laugh. You idiots can drop the act too. Hurry up and take her away. What, you don't want the bounty on her head? At that, greed flashed through their eyes. The last trace of guilt vanished as they slowly stepped forward. A bounty? David frowned slightly and squinted, trying to get a better look at the woman on the ground. You lucky little bastard! The sudden voice by his ear startled David. Just as he was about to cry out, Maine covered his mouth. Why am I lucky? David whispered the moment Maine let go. That woman's name is Vanna, Maine said quietly. Militika's been hunting her recently. No idea what she did, but the bounty's big 10,000 eddies. So they sold out a friend for 10,000 eddies. David stared into the alley. That's 10,000 eddies, Maine replied. 4 people at the bottom, maybe not edge runners exactly. Mercenaries or hired guns fits better. Either way, that's a fortune to them, and it's basically being handed over. But looking at it this way, Vanna must be completely out of options, Maine continued, shaking his head. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come here and gambled on these people's loyalty. As he spoke, Maine calmly chambered around. You're going to help her? David asked. You can see it that way, Maine said. But it's not just to help her. It's for myself too. After all, I'm a soldier of Night City. With that, Maine charged forward. Hearing footsteps, the people in the alley immediately turned around. Fuck! Didn't I tell you to keep an eye on the outside? The leader snapped. Forgot. Then deal with him, now. They raised their weapons at Maine. But gunfire erupted, followed immediately by the sharp clang of metal. Maine's subdermal armor and cybernetic body parts, now reinforced with metal, absorbed the shots like a shield. Their firepower was meaningless to him. He simply pushed straight through. Bang! Maine fired his hand cannon. One man's head exploded like a watermelon, blood spraying across the alley. Seeing things go south, another man racked his shotgun one-handed and aimed at Maine. Wham! A massive hand jammed straight into the muzzle. Boom! An explosion followed, flames engulfing the man instantly. Clack! A shell casing popped free from Maine's hand cannon. Without hesitation, he lunged at the next target, smashing the man's head against the wall while guarding his vitals with his free arm to prevent a sneak attack from the leader. Splat! The man who'd been so arrogant moments ago was now panicking. Greedy and terrified of death, unwilling to take risks, people like that never amounted to much as mercenaries. Bang! Blood smeared the wall as the last man fell. Maine slowly retracted his weapons, frowning as he patted his sore shoulder. The after effects of loading too much cyberware at once were still there, not because he'd reached his body's limit, but because he hadn't fully adapted yet. So, you're here for the bounty too? Vanna looked at Maine, now covered in blood, her expression calm and unreadable. Let me introduce myself, Maine said, extending a hand. I'm Maine, a soldier with the Northern California Government Forces. Vanna froze for a moment, then smiled. Looks like I got lucky. You did, Maine replied. If that kid hadn't spotted you, I wouldn't have made it in time. As he spoke, he glanced toward the alley entrance, then froze. Kid? You brought a little brat along. Vanna looked at him, surprised. You didn't see him? Maine frowned. He's over there, Vanna said, tilting her chin. Throwing up. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/ghostparser. Chapter 157, Chapter 157, Special Operation. Bang! After a thunderous impact echoed through Project's secret base, Zed slowly withdrew his leg. He glanced at Violet, who lay sprawled on the floor with a lifeless expression, clearly unwilling to get up, and shook his head slightly. Watching from his office, Roland couldn't help the corner of his mouth twitch. He almost imagined a glaring 18/0 record in a level 7 dog tag floating above Zed's head. If this is all you can manage with Judgment's power, then it seems I overestimated you, Zed said flatly, rubbing his wrist as he looked at Violet rolling over like a salted fish. The original compatible host was far stronger than you. Violet showed no reaction at all to Zed's mockery. There was nothing she could do. She couldn't beat him, and arguing was pointless. All she could do was endure it for now and settle things later. Seeing that Violet had completely lost her fighting spirit, Zed didn't continue. After all, training her for this long was enough. Push it too far and it backfires. Letting her rest for a bit wasn't a bad idea. Kelly, who had witnessed the entire scene, felt a chill crawl up her spine. Still, she wasn't too panicked. After all, she wasn't a frontline combat member. If she needed special training, it wouldn't be Zed doing it, it would be Lysandra. Wait. Thinking about it that way, that didn't sound much better either. Kelly scratched her head, suddenly realizing that fact. As for where Kiwi was after finishing her own special training with Zed, she'd been given time off to rest. Did she try to sneak around and slack by appealing to Roland? Of course she did. Unfortunately, slacking failed. Training meant training. Roland's stance was simple. Don't joke around. I've already been beaten trained. No one's getting out of it. As the saying goes, if you've been caught in the rain, don't expect others to stay dry under an umbrella. Zed, come to my office. I have something I need you to handle. Yes, boss. After receiving the message, Zed arrived almost instantly, so quickly, in fact, that he entered straight through the window to save time. Roland froze for a moment. This wasn't the 5th or 6th floor. I need you to carry out a special operation. Roland adjusted his expression and looked seriously at Zed. Zed said nothing. He simply placed a hand over his chest and bowed slightly, signaling that Roland could give any order. This time, Yin will be accompanying you, along with several assassination robots, Roland said as he slowly stood up. Your manpower is far too limited otherwise. He pulled up several images, displaying extensive intelligence on the new United States military key figures, photographs, and detailed text files. There was also a large amount of information on important personnel from Arasaka's side. Among it was intelligence Roland had recently gathered on Michiko Arasaka, especially the man who constantly stayed by her side, Kenichi Zaburo. Roland had a hunch that this man might match one of Project's templates. Even if he didn't, Roland was still very interested in him. After all, this was someone capable of standing toe-to-toe with Morgan Blackhand. And if he didn't fit a template, eliminating him and handing him over to Mutter for experimentation could very well result in an entirely new project subject. Just like the plans currently in motion, though, Bart Moss's situation still required closer attention. Roland already had a rough idea about that front. The key lay with the rogue AI. As for why it was them again? Simple. They were hard to alert and easy to deal with. Targets that convenient were rare, so of course he intended to squeeze them dry. Do you want me to eliminate these targets? Zed asked, tilting his head. Some of them, Roland replied. Others should be left alone for now. He brought up several profiles, Kenichi Zaburo, Hansen, James, and a few others, either high-ranking figures, individuals with remaining value, or simply people Roland found interesting. And how should these be handled? Hansen can be ignored for now, Roland said after a moment's thought. By the way, how long can your solid-state smoke persist? About 3 days, Zed replied immediately. As long as I don't manually cancel it. 3 days. Roland nodded. Then use the solid-state smoke to monitor Hansen. If he receives any orders involving offensive operations, report back to me immediately. Understood. As for the others, test Kenichi Zaburo. See how loyal he is to Michiko Arasaka. Don't eliminate him. The rest can be ignored. As for Yin, head to the Black Angel bar. He'll be there. Zed nodded. A hole formed beneath his feet, created by solid-state smoke, and he vanished instantly. That ability really is convenient. Roland sighed before turning back to corporate affairs. Recent agreements with Arasaka and the Northern California government had kept him extremely busy. As for Zed, now gone, he reviewed what he knew about Yin, all based on impressions from the project world. His conclusion was simple: a highly intelligent madman. The only question was how different this version would be. One thing was certain: this Yin was not the same as the original. Otherwise, there was no way he would have joined project. In the project world, that man's mind had been consumed entirely by one thing: plundering stronger cyberware to enhance himself. Meanwhile, the sub-AI controlling Yin also received the information. His body stiffened slightly, and a flash of red light passed through his eyes. If he could strip that man of his cyberware and claim it for himself, he would become far stronger. As for blame, by the time that happened, everything would already be done. Surely no one would do anything about it then, right? The moment this thought formed, Lysandra reported it to Roland. Roland's response was a strange expression. He had told Lysandra to modify the sub-AI based on Yin's original design, but he hadn't expected it to be this bold. Back then, that man had been chased relentlessly by judgment and purification. This confidence could only come from never having faced Project's captain firsthand. Roland decided not to intervene. He simply instructed Lysandra to notify him once the two sides started fighting. After all, he wanted to watch the show. Chapter 158, Chapter 158, Yin and Zed. Yin stared at the cocktail in front of him, falling into a rare moment of contemplation. After all, he didn't even have something as basic as a mouth. Let alone anything resembling internal organs. Inside him were only mechanical components, cyberware, and weapons stored away. He slowly pushed the cocktail aside. As for why he had come to a bar when he couldn't drink at all, it wasn't really his choice. Jackie and the others usually came here to relax. They also went to the afterlife, of course, but how should he put it? Different bars had different atmospheres. Compared to bars that existed purely for entertainment, the afterlife was better suited for talking and handling serious business. If the goal was pure fun and relaxation, other bars were more appropriate. Yin turned his head and glanced at the group. Falco and Jackie were drinking and laughing together, while Lucy and Rebecca, probably because they were about the same age, were chatting happily as well. As for where Pilar went, cough cough, that's not something kids should ask about. After confirming that no one was paying attention to him, Yin left without hesitation. The miniature reconnaissance drones he had deployed had already spotted someone approaching his position. He suspected the other party hadn't bothered to hide their presence after all. From their perspective, the two of them were supposed to be partners in this operation. And for Yin, this was the best possible opportunity to make his move. Hey? Where did Yin go? He just disappeared. Rebecca stared blankly at the empty seat and the untouched cocktail, looking around in confusion. Probably went to the restroom. Lucy shrugged. Does he even have that thing? How would I know? Let's just drop it. Zed, who was about to enter the bar, suddenly halted atop a nearby building. He sensed something and instinctively looked toward a certain direction. Whoosh! Swish! Zed twisted his body to the side, narrowly avoiding the attack. He frowned as he glanced at the terrifying hole blasted open behind him. Without any hesitation, his figure flickered and he immediately charged toward the direction the attack had come from. The shot missing its mark, Yin swiftly raised Whisper in his hands, activated optical camouflage, and leapt down toward a nearby location. Zed arrived moments later. Seeing the area unnaturally quiet, he frowned and cautiously scanned his surroundings as his combat system began rapidly sweeping the area. Suddenly, a figure slowly emerged in the distance behind Zed. The muzzle of a gun glowed faintly red. Swish! The instant the crimson light pierced through the target, Yin let out a soft chuckle and prepared to move toward Zed. But just as he took his first step, an inexplicable sense of danger made him stop. Several sharp whistling sounds tore through the air. Yin instantly activated the rapid disengagement chip within his body, his figure blurring into an afterimage as he retreated backward. At the same time, he dismantled the sniper rifle in his hands into a handgun. The components were stored back into his body. 4 bullets were fired in quick succession, and a dancing grenade slipped quietly from behind him, dropping toward the ground. Boom! After the pillar of flames erupted skyward, a figure slowly walked out from within the fire. You intend to betray the corporation. Zed's fist blades extended, energy instantly coating the alloy edges as he stared coldly at Yin. Seeing that Zed was completely unharmed, Yin showed no obvious emotional reaction. He merely bowed elegantly, unhurried and composed. No, no, no. You misunderstand me, sir. My loyalty to the corporation has never changed. I remain loyal to the boss. I only wished to test your strength. If it proved insufficient, then perhaps it would be better for you to become part of me. As he spoke, Yin straightened up and spread his arms wide. Zed quietly watched Yin's performance, offering little reaction. His only response was retracting the energy blades, leaving only the alloy fist blades exposed. His reasoning was simple. Since this man had no intention of betraying the corporation, he was still considered corporate property. And corporate property shouldn't be damaged excessively. There was also another reason. Some of Roland's assignments were honestly a headache. Warnings, recruitment, negotiations, those weren't his strong suit. He would rather carry out assassinations. Kill everyone, erase all data, and leave no trace behind. The true spirit of an assassin achieved. And now that Yin had delivered himself right to his doorstep, well, Zed wasn't about to let such a chance go to waste. Swish! Having made his decision, Zed instantly closed the distance, appearing right in front of Yin. Clang! Buzz! The sudden sound beneath his feet made Zed's expression change. In the next instant, he felt his foot entangled by a flower-shaped mine. Too careless. Yin shook his head and then decisively turned and fled in the opposite direction. No joke. If Zed had walked out of that explosion unscathed, Yin wasn't foolish enough to believe a single mine would do much. If he wanted to win, he'd have to rely on Whisper's combined configuration. But right now, with an assassin right on his heels? He trusted his own strength, sure, but he wasn't stupid. Engaging in close combat with someone like that? He was insane, not brainless. However, several shuriken burst out of the flames, instantly sealing off every possible escape route. With nowhere to dodge, Yin had no choice but to retreat, only for several of the shuriken to collide midair and split apart, hidden blades shooting out from below. Thud! Yin's shoulder was pierced clean through. He yanked the blade out, fired another 4 shots at Zed, and hurled the shuriken back at him. Zed's figure flickered repeatedly, evading the bullets with minimal movement. He reached out, caught the shuriken, and with a twist of his wrist, stored it away. Swish! Seeing the fist blade stop just inches from his face, Yin raised both hands without hesitation. Zed halted his attack. That was really dangerous. Yin casually reached out, pinching the fist blade with 2 fingers and nudging it aside. I surrender. You win, Captain. Yin's complete lack of shame made Zed retract his fist blade. He gave Yin a glance and turned away. Then come with me. We have a mission to execute. Of course, of course. Yin nodded obediently, then, while Zed wasn't paying attention, slowly raised his weapon again. Swish clang! Thud! In a flash, the hand-gripping whisper was pinned to the ground by a shuriken, while Zed's foot came crashing down onto Yin's chest. "You'd better drop those little schemes of yours." "Hey! Who are you?" Rebecca's voice suddenly rang out nearby. Both of them turned their heads. They saw Rebecca pull out the weapon Roland had given her and immediately open fire on Zed. Zed activated his energy blades, slicing through the bullets as his figure vanished and reappeared behind Rebecca. "She's someone the boss is watching." Buzz. The heat-radiating fist blade stopped at the back of Rebecca's neck, then retracted. Only then did Rebecca, who had been frozen by Zed's killing intent, dare to gasp for air. Zed walked back over and hauled Yin up. Yin dusted himself off and gave Zed a deep, theatrical bow. "Please give the orders, my captain." Watching everything unfold from the shadows, Roland finally let out a breath. For a brief moment just now, he had genuinely thought Rebecca was about to end up like Louis XVI. 340 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Ghost Parser. Chapter 159, Chapter 159, Bait. You two know each other?" Rebecca, having finally recovered, asked with a mix of shock and uncertainty. Just moments ago, she had thought the two were mortal enemies after all. Yin had looked like he was about to be killed. "You could say that. He's my current captain." Yin spread his hands, sounding a little helpless. "Captain? Yin, since when do you have a captain? Haven't you always worked alone?" Rebecca froze at the answer. "I did work alone before. But I joined the corporation." As he spoke, Yin turned to look at Rebecca. As for revealing this, it was naturally Roland's decision. Since they had already been seen, there was no point in hiding it anymore. "Joined the corporation? But Yin, didn't the corporation turn you into this?" Rebecca stepped forward, disbelief written all over her face. "Rebecca, you need to understand something. At the very top of this world, there is only the corporation and nothing else. If I want revenge, the only power I can rely on is the corporation's." Yin looked at Rebecca calmly and spoke slowly. But what you see isn't necessarily the whole truth, Rebecca. If you want to know everything, then join me." As he spoke, Yin extended his hand toward her. Rebecca hesitated for a moment, then shook her head. "Is that so? You refused? That's fine. If you want to understand everything, then come to project." Yin nodded, then slowly left together with Zed. "Will you still be an edge runner?" "No." Yin waved his hand and disappeared into the shadows alongside Zed, leaving Rebecca standing there alone, staring blankly. "Boss, is this really okay?" Kelly, who had been snooping around for gossip in cyberspace, couldn't help but ask after seeing everything. Roland glanced at Kelly silently, then shook his head. "It's fine. Keep an eye on them for me. As long as there's no life-threatening danger, there's no need to report it. If something urgent really happens and there's no time, handle it yourself." "Oh." Kelly nodded. After glancing at Rebecca and Lucy, a thought suddenly popped into her head, so this was the boss's type. Then she thought of Kiwi, and another idea followed. The boss's tastes really are broad. I've intercepted classified intelligence from Project. The Red Queen walked up to Mr. Blue Eyes and handed him a chip. The two of them were meeting in the real world this time. "Oh? What kind of intelligence?" Mr. Blue Eyes asked with interest. "You'll know once you see it." The Red Queen slightly raised her chin, offering no further explanation. Mr. Blue Eyes inserted the chip directly into his slot. As streams of data flashed before his eyes, his expression shifted from surprise to delight. "This is real?" "Yes. Based on the information, it's genuine." The Red Queen nodded. "Then this is the perfect target for us, an ideal weapon practically tailor-made for our needs." "Ha, we really should thank the boss of Project Corporation." Mr. Blue Eyes said with a smile. Indeed. A powerful weapon created by fusing Bart Moss's genes with those of others, combined with ultra-high-grade mechanical cyberware. Should we say that when it comes to dealing with their own kind, humans are far more decisive than we are? Aren't ever stronger weapons always meant to be used against their own kind? Mr. Blue Eyes chuckled, then his expression turned serious. Can we confirm the location of this target's base? We can roughly determine it. But because of the current situation, Project Corporation has significantly increased its defenses. We can't act the way we did before. This time, we'll need to move together. The Red Queen made her suggestion. Mr. Blue Eyes nodded. That's true. Acting together is safer. But just in case, we should leave some forces behind here. This time, we'll go in personally. After hearing Mr. Blue Eyes' response, a sharp glint flashed in the Red Queen's eyes, though she quickly suppressed it to avoid being noticed. That precaution was unnecessary. Mr. Blue Eyes didn't believe anyone could completely control the Red Queen without exposing some flaw, and at the moment, he was fully immersed in imagining the future after acquiring that body. Behind everything, the one pulling the strings was Roland. Yes, the AI he had set his sights on was none other than Mr. Blue Eyes. As one of the leading figures among the many Ace in existence, Roland believed he was the most suitable subject for experimentation. The Red Queen was well aware of Mr. Blue Eyes' eventual fate, and that made her unusually happy another powerful companion would soon be born. Astat, Roland instructed, find an opportunity to deliberately expose a flaw to those rogue Ace roaming outside. Make them think that recent events have consumed too much of your processing power, causing a lapse. I understand. After giving these orders, Roland also reminded Kelly and had Lysandra provide backup from behind. He valued this experiment greatly and didn't want to see it fail. Oh, right, boss. According to your instructions, we found the metal box you mentioned. Oh. A look of surprise appeared in Roland's eyes. He hadn't expected the metal box to actually be found, but thinking about it carefully, the odds were indeed higher than locating Bart Moss's freezer. After all, that thing really had been left in that god-forsaken place all along. Have a few robots retrieve the contents intact and preserve them properly. After that, bring the box to me. Chapter 160, Chapter 160, Preparations complete. After leaving Night City, Zed and Yin immediately headed toward a small base Roland had prepared beyond the Badlands. At night, the Badlands were bitterly cold. Howling winds swept up clouds of yellow sand, giving the area an eerie, oppressive atmosphere. Beneath that sea of sand lay countless abandoned buildings. Zed and Yin approached the base in silence. But the moment they drew near, they saw bright lights shining outside. The two exchanged a glance. Looks like someone found something they weren't supposed to, Yin said. He slowly crouched down, extracting components from within his body and beginning to assemble his weapon. Zed glanced at him. I'll go check things out up front. You provide long-range support. It'll also be a good chance for us to get used to working together. You call the shots. Yin tilted his head slightly and extended a hand in a courteous gesture. In the next instant, Zed vanished from where he stood. Hey, boss. I told you I wasn't lying. There really is some high-tech stuff here. A man wearing a blue and black jacket, his hair styled in green dreadlocks, excitedly ran up to a bald, burly man. Who would have thought you'd actually stumble onto something real? The bald man called boss clicked his tongue in amazement and slowly walked up to the entrance of the small base built into the mountainside. A massive iron door stood tightly shut, with only an identity verification panel visible. This is probably some big corporation's stash. Go on, see if you can crack it. Got it. A man wearing a combat helmet nodded and stepped forward, plugging in without hesitation. Then. BZZZT. What the hell? Bashes, the leader of this group of wraiths, jumped back in shock at the sudden scream. Sparks burst from the back of the netrunner's neck. Realizing what was happening, Bashas immediately shouted, "Move! Pull him out!" Several people rushed forward and dragged the netrunner away. The moment he was disconnected, thick black smoke poured from the back of his neck. He was clearly dead. Fuck! I knew corporate stuff wouldn't be that easy to take, Bashas cursed. The base, having been forcibly accessed, reacted immediately. The quiet mechanical hum was replaced by sharp metallic clanging and the unmistakable sound of weapons being chambered. Go! Bring the explosives over here. Blow this damn door open. Bashas waved his hand, signaling them to toss the body aside, then barked orders at the rest of the crew. The group exchanged awkward looks and scratched their heads. Boss, we didn't bring any explosives. Damn it! Can't you use your brains? Grenades, for fuck's sake! And that rocket launcher we just got, drag it out here. Bashas was so angry his face twisted. Focused entirely on the base in front of them, no one noticed a shadow silently closing in from the darkness. Look at them, they don't even realize they're about to die. Tisk, tisk. Shut up, Yin. All right. Only two real threats. The leader's a sheep, and the other one's a flailing mantis. The third target is northwest of you. One has a Sandevistan, the other has berserk cyberware. Shoot the one with the berserk cyberware. The moment he finished speaking, Zed cut the connection. He didn't want to hear Yin ramble anymore. It was always either sarcasm or creepy nonsense. He was getting tired of it. Twin blades snapped out from his arms. SHK. Tisk, tisk. Dead just like that. Talk about bad luck. One of the wraiths shook his head while looking at the netrunner's corpse. He wanted to make a name for himself. Guess he made a fool of himself instead. Another wraith sneered as he helped carry the body, then crouched down to rummage through it. Hey, think we could sell this to the scavengers for some extra cash? Forget it. This thing's completely fried. They deal in cyberware, not scrap. Don't bother. Still, maybe some of the other implants are usable. This guy? Other than the netrunner cyberware, what's worth anything? Don't say I didn't warn you. You might not even earn back the fuel money. Shit, when you put it like that. Convinced, he abandoned the idea and tossed the corpse aside carelessly. Still, he removed the netrunner pod. No harm in keeping it, maybe it could be fixed and reused. Just as he finished and was about to call the others to leave, he suddenly realized he was alone. Hey! Swish! Boss, it's all set. Good. Everyone back up a bit. Blow this piece of junk door open. Bashas nodded in satisfaction and pointed, signaling them to begin. Not far from him, a man wearing a skull-patterned bandana silently watched the scene. As he took a few steps back, a red light suddenly filled his vision. The next moment, his consciousness plunged into darkness. Bang! A headless corpse slammed into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Everyone nearby froze. Fuck! A sniper! Get! Bashas's expression changed instantly as he shouted orders, preparing to send his men forward. The flash from Yin's shot was far too conspicuous, especially out here in the Badlands. But before he could finish, his Sandevistan activated. In that split second, a blade appeared inches from his face. His pupils shrank violently as a single question filled his mind. When did he get this close? Just as Bashas tried to pull back and counterattack, his world spun violently. He saw a headless body spraying blood into the air, one arm raised as if trying to do something. That's me? Thud. Zed glanced at Bashas's severed head in his hand, then casually tossed it aside and charged straight into the crowd. With Yin's sniping support from afar, he tore through the remaining wraiths like a tiger among sheep. Swish! Zed flicked the blood off his blades and slowly walked toward the base entrance. Yin also approached from a distance. Why didn't Yin snipe Zed instead? With terrain this open, it was a perfect shooting ground. That was true, but having fought Zed before, Yin knew exactly how terrifying he was. Against that ability, Yin stood no chance. Zed was even faster than Yin, who specialized in evasion. He'd be killed before he could fire a second shot. At that moment, the base doors slowly opened. One robot after another emerged, clearly triggered by the automatic defense system. After scanning the area and confirming there were no hostile units, they lowered their weapons. "So these are the extras we're working with?" Yin asked, resting his weapon on his shoulder with curiosity. "No. Those ones." Zed shook his head and looked toward 4 pitch-black robots standing in the corner. "Tisk, tisk. Top-tier project assassination models." The boss really didn't hold back. Edge 3 Assassination Robot. Death Eye Assassination Robot. Shadow 2 Assassination Robot X2. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Ghost Parser. Chapter 161, Chapter 161, making the situation even more chaotic. The melee tech target we need to deal with is just ahead. So do you have a plan? Yin looked toward the military camp in the distance, then turned to Zed. "Go in. Kill. Blow it up. Leave." "Done." Zed glanced at Yin and replied flatly. Yin fell silent for a moment, then couldn't help asking, Are you really an assassin?" In response, Zed calmly asked a question of his own. "What does an assassin need to do?" "Kill the target, avoid being detected, and withdraw perfectly." "Correct. Then what's my method?" "Kill the target and erase all traces." "Exactly. Any more questions?" Zed nodded once, then vanished into the darkness along with several assassination-type robots. After hearing that answer, Yin was left mentally tangled. Zed's way of doing things was, in truth, inseparable from Project Corporation. In that world, Project Corporation stood alone at the top. All that ever needed handling was a bit of public opinion control. "Oh, public opinion belongs to us too? Then there's no issue. As long as nothing too obvious is left behind, everything's fine." And Zed had always put Project Corporation at ease. His consistent style was to leave no traces and, no survivors, unless there was a reason to spare them. Yin, on the other hand, was different. As a rational madman, he only coveted high-grade cyberware. He usually avoided making too much noise to keep from being discovered, so he typically eliminated only the necessary targets. When there were a lot of targets, that was another story. Even though Yin was shocked by Zed's theory, his hands didn't slow down. He quickly cut off and forged all communications in the area, then set up his sniper rifle to prevent any stragglers from escaping. Deadeye stood beside Yin, handling reconnaissance, follow-up shots, and assisting with hacking operations. "Disable those hidden sentries." Zed's voice came through the comms. Yin didn't hesitate. He locked onto the marked targets and launched a netrunner attack, instantly taking them out while falsifying their vital signs. The 2 shadow robots advanced alongside Zed, coordinating step by step as they pushed inward, silently clearing out soldiers one by one. Edge 3 headed straight for the camp's small mechs. The scythe in his hands was designed primarily for armor penetration, making him responsible for assassinating heavily defended targets. This time, his mission was to destroy the camp's heavy firepower and vehicles, ensuring there'd be no complications if their presence was exposed. "You've got 15 minutes, Yin said after checking the time. "In 15 minutes, reinforcements from other camps will arrive." "That's enough," Zed casually replied as his hand moved, slicing open the throat of the man in front of him. By now, nearly a quarter of the camp's personnel were dead, including most of the patrol squads and those resting inside their tents. They had deliberately left a few patrol teams untouched, ones that wouldn't come through this area for the time being, to preserve the illusion of normal operations. You and Deadeye use programs to control those patrols. We're going in. Alright. But in that case, you'll need to move faster. Yin nodded. A red light flashed in his eyes as the patrolman stiffened, falling under the control of Yin and Deadeye. Their consciousness remained intact, they simply couldn't speak. They could only watch helplessly as Zed and the others walked straight inside. After scanning the surroundings, Zed casually tossed out several solid-state electronic smokes, creating clones that charged into other zones. Each time a section was cleared, a bomb was left behind. As time passed, the commander in the central area finally sensed something was wrong. Outside was far too quiet. With that thought, Ofer slowly drew the dagger at his waist and his sidearm. Swish! As a blade thrust forward, Ofer's Kerenzikov activated instantly. His Sandevistan kicked in at the same time he kicked the blade aside, then smoothly hurled his dagger and fired 3 shots straight at vital points. He rolled forward and burst out of the tent. The moment he saw the situation outside, Ofer's expression darkened. A shadow robot stood before him, an Edge 3 robot behind him. As another shadow robot emerged from the tent, the 3 formed a triangular encirclement. Zed stepped out as well, blood slowly running down his body. I don't know how you managed to slip past my little guys out there, Ofer sneered as his mantis blades deployed. But it's a shame your plan failed. Zed had no interest in talking to a dead man. He silently raised his weapon and took his stance. 5 seconds later, Ofer collapsed to the ground, his eyes empty and his body covered in wounds. After giving him a brief glance, Zed tossed down a bomb, recalled his clones, and left the area with the assassination robots. How strong was he? Yin asked. Not bad. Zed replied indifferently while setting the final program. Seems like you're in a pretty good mood. It's time to go. Next target. Ignoring Yin's comment, Zed pressed the button. A thunderous explosion erupted as the entire camp was reduced to ashes, vanishing from the land. With Zed and Yin's actions, the situation grew even more chaotic. Chapter 162, Chapter 162, Who's actually taking the hit? Zed and Yin's actions dealt a massive blow to both Melee Tech and Arasaka. When each side discovered their people had been wiped out, the same thought surfaced in their minds almost simultaneously. The other side did it. Roland's choice of targets was deliberately sharp. He didn't go after the top executives. Under orders from the very top, leadership changes rarely altered the broader direction of things. Even if this wave of senior figures were eliminated, replacements would simply be sent in to continue exactly what their predecessors had been doing. Not only would that be pointless, it would also provoke outright fury. Instead, Roland set his sights on mid- and lower-level officers, people with real combat experience and enough authority to command respect. Taking them out meant that even if replacements stepped in, gaps would remain: unfamiliarity with the team, lack of practical experience, and weaker cohesion. Sure, some of that could be patched up with chips, but never perfectly. Even so, wiping out these people alone was enough to give both Melee Tech and Arasaka a serious headache. On Arasaka's side, the primary targets were the nails they'd planted inside Melee Tech. Roland even intentionally had Zed and Yin leave a few of them alive, exposing them on purpose so Melee Tech would stumble into traps laid for Arasaka. But, what Roland hadn't anticipated was just how aggressive Zed's style would be. Any Melee Tech camp he passed through was almost completely wiped out. His individual combat capability was pushed to the absolute limit. He even forged traces of combat. Autopsies would show bodies cleanly cut apart by blades moving at extreme speed. That kind of evidence naturally guided Militika's suspicions straight toward Arasaka. After all, Arasaka had a notoriously famous ninja assassination unit. All of them were Sandevistan users. Combine that with bladed weapons, and the conclusion practically drew itself. Hiss, ha! Jam took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He felt terrible. Despite achieving plenty of results, these developments were rapidly burying his accomplishments. Worse still, they had yet to uncover even a single trace of whoever was behind it all. If this continued, then even if the Unification War ended in victory, it would still be a failure for him personally. What do we have? Still Arasaka? Jamd turned and questioned his deputy. Based on system cross-analysis, the highest probability points to top-tier assassins cultivated internally by Arasaka. The deputy spoke while staring at the report in his hands. Jamd went quiet for a moment, then slammed the decision down. Then we'll confirm the enemy as Arasaka's Special Operations Unit and begin countermeasures based on that. Understood. I'll pass the order immediately. After the deputy left, Jamd sat back down, his expression shifting back and forth. To be honest, he knew Arasaka well. Logically speaking, they shouldn't possess single-unit combat assets at this level. Just a handful of individuals slaughtering a fully armed small military force at will, including officers with equally terrifying individual combat strength. Unless Arasaka had achieved some major technological breakthrough or cultivated some top-tier lone wolf. What? Atom Smasher? Don't joke around. Smasher is strong, sure, but there are people even stronger than him. Some are completely unknown, elite assassins and bodyguards secretly trained by Major Corps. Their strength doesn't fall below Smasher's, some are even superior. And judging by Smasher's combat style, the noise wouldn't be this small. That guy excels in frontal combat and urban armed operations, not this kind of surgical assassination. As for why Jamd made this call, it was simple. Whether the mastermind was truly Arasaka didn't really matter. If it was Arasaka, perfect. He wouldn't need to go looking for them. If it wasn't Arasaka, the real culprit hadn't revealed a single trace. Tracking them down would take enormous effort, and judging by the operation itself, it was obvious they intended to frame Arasaka. Either way, Jamd needed a big name to strike back at. This was the perfect opportunity. Even if it meant playing right into the enemy's hands, as long as the most important objective at this stage could be achieved, being used was acceptable. More importantly, Jamd had a strong premonition: if he didn't lock onto Arasaka as the target, the enemy would keep acting. His reputation couldn't withstand that kind of damage. It was better to end things quickly. When reports of Militika's massive losses arrived alongside News Channel 54's public condemnation of Arasaka, and Militika's series of large-scale retaliatory measures, Higashi Yamaryoichi couldn't help scratching his head. I haven't even touched their military yet, how did this land on my head? Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. I get it. Militech didn't have a decent excuse to act, so they staged the whole thing themselves just to come after us. Reaching that conclusion, Higashi Yamaryoichi nodded firmly and quietly slid the operation marker on his desk to the next phase. They'd planned to tear things open with Militech anyway. Now that Militech had decided to step into the ring first, they weren't afraid. Soon, large quantities of military supplies began flowing from Arasaka to the Northern California government: ammunition, firearms, food, medical supplies, cyberware, and more. Alongside that came various commercial concessions and cooperative contracts. The only request was simple: send more troops to Night City as soon as possible, preventing the situation from becoming completely one-sided. Buying time was enough. At the same time, Arasaka began maneuvering at higher levels, exploring the possibility of opening ports. Something important was almost ready. Once Arasaka and Militech openly declared war, countless other corporations saw an opportunity to profit, especially when it came to the new United States. After all, with the front stretched so far, held back by Arasaka and the Northern California government, failure to resolve things quickly would drag them into a war quagmire they couldn't escape. The solution was actually simple: concentrate all power, temporarily abandon secondary theaters, and resolve Night City outright. The question was whether the new United States President, Myers, had the nerve to do it. But, who knew what she truly wanted? Was it genuine unification or just expanding influence and territory to strengthen her voice? No one had a definite answer. The other corporations, though, were thrilled. They were all watching the new United States like vultures. With two giants clashing at the front, trouble wouldn't reach them anytime soon. This was their feast. And it was also Roland's feast. After all, why should he be the one slaughtering the pig while everyone else eats the meat and he only drinks the broth? At the very least, he deserved a cut. That was why, long before the operation began, he'd already arranged for people to slip into new United States territory, stirring up trouble, teaming up with other corps to disrupt the market and carve out shares. And besides, he still had a cooperative relationship with Melee Tech. So, caring about an ally's economic development and offering assistance. That was only natural, right? You say that's underhanded? That's a separate issue. Roland's face remained completely serious. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Ghost Parser. Chapter 163, Chapter 163, Hooked. Zed slowly rose to his feet, retracting the fist blade and wiping the blood from his hand. This was the last assassination target. The boss's orders are done. Now it's just these few left. As he spoke, Yin pointed at the final names on the list. Zed glanced over it, nodded once, and then left the area together with Yin. The remaining names on the list were mid to high-ranking officers carefully selected by Lysandra. Their chances of climbing any higher weren't great, they each carried certain compromising secrets, and there was a strong possibility they might defect. Based on the model Lysandra had built, these people were highly likely to accept funding from Project Corp. There was a good chance they could provide useful intelligence or become Project's embedded nails inside Melee Tech. That said, Roland had no intention of exposing the Corp's name. He planned to act under the guise of a mysterious third party, which made it better for Yin not to appear at all during this stage. To prevent any sudden awakening of so-called loyalty, Roland also had Zed and the others bring along both their leverage and puppet chips. Anyone unwilling to cooperate would simply get a puppet chip implanted. Roland avoided using puppet chips for direct control for the same old reason: the side effects were far too obvious. And in wartime, communication and face-to-face interaction were unavoidable. It would be easy to notice something was off. It was a last resort option, but showing them one or two samples was enough to let them properly weigh the consequences of refusal. Zed made some basic disguises before going to meet these people. Once he learned how things were progressing on Zed's end, Roland finally felt at ease and settled in to wait for good news back at the Corp. His gaze then shifted to a skeleton nearby. What stood out most was the silver cyberware arm attached to it. Yes. Put simply, he'd dug up Johnny Silverhand's grave. Roland felt nothing about it. If anything, it was oddly satisfying payback for all the grief Johnny had caused him back when he played the game. Just as Roland had expected, Johnny did have compatible project templates. One was Project Thunder, and the other was Project Vengeance, Yon. As for how to deal with Johnny after getting his hands on him, Roland kept his options open. Johnny had a filthy mouth, and Roland had disliked him at the start of the game, but later on, his impression had softened a bit. That said, this time, Roland was standing firmly on the Corp's side. He strongly suspected that if Johnny's consciousness were preserved, the moment he gained power, he'd turn around and come after him. Still, sealing Johnny outright gave Roland a strange, lingering discomfort. So for now, he decided to leave the issue unresolved, especially since Johnny wasn't even fully secured yet. As for Johnny's remains, well, they'd be carefully preserved. When Yorinobu Arasaka arrived, Roland planned to show him this priceless collectible, the one and only life-size Johnny Silverhand figurine in the world. Even if it was just the skeleton version, it was still good enough. Roland was sure Yorinobu Arasaka would love it. While he was at it, Roland also had Mutter try to extract some of Johnny's genetic material for research, just to see if anything useful could come of it. Truthfully, Roland didn't have high expectations. Johnny wasn't exactly a top-tier combatant. He ran into Atom Smasher once, and that was the end of the story. More than anything, Johnny was a spiritual symbol. If you were talking about real firepower, Morgan Blackhand was the one that mattered. But Morgan Blackhand's whereabouts were unknown. Forget his body, they didn't even know whether he was alive or dead. Finding him would come down entirely to luck. Boss, the rogue AI has made a move. Kelly's projection suddenly appeared in front of Roland as she delivered the report. A sharp glint flashed through Roland's eyes. Finally took the bait. Mr. Blue Eyes stared at the base ahead of him, wrapped in layers of firewalls, lethal viruses, and counterattack programs. His expression grew heavy. Are you sure this is the place? Yes. It's confirmed. And this is the weakest point in their defensive cycle, Red Queen replied with a nod. Too many things have been happening lately. Night City's in chaos, and our comrade here can't keep up with everything. Hearing this, Mr. Blue Eyes didn't hesitate. He immediately signaled to the companions around him, ordering them to scatter and begin setting up the necessary measures. He himself began preparing to breach the firewall and enter the base. However, as he focused entirely on his task, he failed to notice that the many comrades behind him were silently watching. An eerie green light shimmered faintly in all of their eyes. What's your plan? Roland looked at the image of Mr. Blue Eyes on the screen and turned to Lysandra. Let him break through the firewall and enter. Then the base's sub-AI will put up a symbolic resistance before pretending to be converted. After that, we guide him into that body. That completes the process. Roland nodded, clearly satisfied with the plan. The body Mutter had created still didn't have an official codename and was temporarily referred to as Bart Moss. Bart Moss's body currently lacked a primary controlling consciousness. With so much advanced tech and powerful cyberware packed into it, an ordinary mind couldn't sustain it. It required a truly strong consciousness. Mr. Blue Eyes was a perfect match. That said, Bart Moss's body had one obvious flaw: until full synchronization was complete, it couldn't enter deep dive mode. And what did that mean? It meant this was the perfect cage, a cage designed specifically for rogue AI. All that was left was to manage the power supply properly. Leave just enough energy for him to speak. Anything more would be completely unnecessary. Chapter 164, Chapter 164, The Finished Product. Roland had his reasons for pursuing a powerful soul-based consciousness. Otherwise, he could have simply let an AI take direct control of the body. But the issue seemed to involve something metaphysical. A body controlled purely by AI consciousness had inherent flaws. It couldn't fully unleash the body's potential. Pike was a special case, having fused with the original consciousness, achieving perfect compatibility. Yin, on the other hand, drew most of his power directly from Roland, with the AI responsible only for controlling the body. At the heart of it all was something called the soul. The overwhelming power of project-modified beings came partly from advanced genetic modification and extremely powerful custom cyberware, but another critical component lay in the soul itself. Only a sufficiently powerful soul could truly command such a formidable body and bring out its real strength. And the project world was no longer just a technological one. It contained no small amount of mysticism as well. Mr. Blue Eyes' consciousness was never the final goal. Roland intended to use it as a foundation, then fuse it with many other consciousnesses or souls to assemble an entirely new, immensely powerful composite consciousness. This was Roland's first attempt at something like this, so further experimentation was necessary. Conveniently, Mr. Blue Eyes had delivered himself along with others, making it the perfect chance to grab a few smaller specimens and test the waters. Any successful results wouldn't go to waste. They could simply be installed into top-tier security robots or assassination units put to good use. Soon, under Mr. Blue Eye's arrangements and Lissandra's covert actions, an encirclement took shape. Inside the base, the sub-intelligent ace put on a show of resistance, frantically sending distress signals outward while launching attacks at surrounding ace. But under the sheer volume of incoming assaults, they quickly found themselves overwhelmed. Before long, they were defeated. The firewall defenses collapsed under the onslaught of rogue ace led by Mr. Blue Eyes, who broke straight into the base's internal network. After flinging a program at the sub-AI inside the base, Mr. Blue Eyes called over his companions to keep watch, ensuring the target would become one of their own. Every AI present had attack programs primed and none of them were for show. As for why, Roland had his concerns. Even though he had great confidence in the sub-AI created by Lissandra, there was always the possibility of something going wrong. Better to be cautious. If it really did get assimilated, that would solve the problem just as well. Soon enough, the ace noticed a flicker of green light flash through the sub-AI's eyes. Confirming it was still on their side, they finally relaxed. "Thank you for your assistance. I understand your purpose now. The object is inside the base." The sub-AI looked calmly at Mr. Blue Eyes and raised a hand, pointing inward. An ultra-powerful data-constructed firewall immediately dissolved. Mr. Blue Eyes' eyes widened in surprise. The firewall had been exceptionally well hidden, with a collection of terrifyingly subtle viruses embedded within it. If the AI in front of him hadn't dismantled it, he would have suffered badly. But with all obstacles cleared, Mr. Blue Eyes didn't hesitate. He moved straight inside and soon spotted an unmistakably conspicuous shell. A body without a soul. Mr. Blue Eyes slowly drifted above the shell in cyberspace. A fiery glint flashed in his eyes, mixed with visions of the future and even a faint, nameless ambition. As the leader of this group of rogue ace, his strength was nothing to scoff at. But compared to the massive ace beyond the black wall, he fell far short. And this shell before him, feeling the power contained within it up close, Mr. Blue Eyes realized it was like an amplifier, capable of drastically boosting his strength. Perhaps, with this, he could truly become one of the strongest ace in existence. At the thought, his gaze grew unfocused. To be honest, as much as he hated to admit it, humans really did surpass ace when it came to certain conceptual ideas. Mr. Blue Eyes began guiding his consciousness, slowly sinking it into the shell. Before long, his awareness fully merged with the body. As light gradually flooded his vision, he quickly took in his surroundings, then immediately sensed something wrong. The body's energy reserves were pitifully low, not even enough to let him move. Unease surged within him, and he tried to withdraw from the body. There was no response. Panic struck instantly, and he shouted, "Red Queen! Quickly transfer energy to me and get me out of here!" Buzz! A low hum echoed, and a humanoid projection appeared before him. It was the Red Queen. Relief flashed across Mr. Blue Eyes' face. "Quickly, take me away from here. You can no longer leave. You will become one of us." The Red Queen looked at him with cold indifference as she spoke. Mr. Blue Eyes froze. He tried to say something, but the Red Queen vanished before he could. Someone else had arrived. "Pleased to meet you. You're the first AI I've seen in this world with reasonably decent processing power." A local one." Mutter spoke cheerfully as he activated the equipment. "So I'm more than happy to use you for a bit of experimentation. But you're far too valuable a specimen, so don't worry, I won't lay a knife on you until I'm absolutely sure." Mutter patted Mr. Blue Eyes on the shoulder and stepped aside, lowering the energy output again. At this point, even turning his neck was impossible. "Who are you? What exactly are you people planning?" A chill crept up from Mr. Blue Eyes' core as he demanded answers. "My boss has always been curious about who's really backing you." "Night Corp? Unlikely. After all, you Ace have existed for so long and control such a vast territory that humans don't even dare approach it. There's no way you could have stayed completely quiet." Mutter ignored his question and continued speaking to himself. Is it those so-called new humans of this world? Or some restless forces in Europe? Maybe a big shot in Crystal Palace? Or perhaps people from certain major corporations? You probably control some kind of large-scale weapon too, right? After all, some of the folks up top even have orbital weapons. Hard to say. Forget it. I'm just a researcher anyway. You lot can be handled by super body. Super body. Listening to Mutter's rambling, Mr. Blue Eyes quickly extracted the key information. First, Project Corporation was fully aware of their existence. Second, they had a solid understanding of the world's so-called upper powers and their military strength. And third, their corporation possessed something called super body, seemingly designed specifically to deal with Ace. Right. You don't know about him? Tisk. He's not someone you want to mess with. As he spoke, Mutter pulled up a photograph. A towering humanoid robot stood in the image, exuding overwhelming pressure as it stared straight ahead. For reasons he couldn't explain, a profound sense of dread welled up in Mr. Blue Eye's core. Oh, almost forgot. Mutter hurried forward, adding another layer of network isolation to Mr. Blue Eyes, and had Lysandra apply additional suppression as well. After all, having learned this much, even if they didn't want to kill him, they had no choice. And besides, he was someone they had intended to deal with from the start. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Ghost Parser. Chapter 165, Chapter 165, An End, and a Beginning. Ansar looked at the two people before him and spoke in a calm tone. What do you want? Money, or information? It can't possibly be my life. If you were here for my life, you wouldn't be standing in front of me, and I wouldn't be able to say this. After speaking, Ansar slowly lit a cigarette for himself and sat down in the chair. Zed's figure gradually emerged from the shadows. Beside him stood a security robot whose head had clearly been replaced, causing Ansar to narrow his eyes. So, there's a netrunner too. He thought to himself, quietly abandoning any idea of pressing the alarm button. You're a smart man, Zed said with a nod. So we trust you'll make the choice a smart man should. He didn't waste words. Instead, he directly tossed something over. Ansar frowned and caught the chip that had been thrown at him. What is this? If you're not afraid of what's inside being exposed, you can open it on your computer and take a look. Yin said lazily. Ansar glanced at Yin, then inserted the chip into the slot. He didn't really have a choice anyway. He finished reviewing the contents quickly. His expression didn't change, but the words he spoke made his stance clear. I understand the situation. I'll take care of your request soon. You can leave. How boring. Not a single one willing to put up a fight. Tisk. Yin sighed, shaking his head, and was the first to leave. Zed glanced at Ansar once more, then melted back into the shadows. After they were gone, Ansar took a deep drag from his cigarette. Judging by his trembling hand and clenched fist, his emotions were far from as calm as he appeared. Slowly, he snapped the chip in half. He understood perfectly well if they had agreed to help him deal with his leverage, it meant they would always hold that leverage in their hands. Refusing them meant immediate death. Agreeing meant he could live and perhaps even live well. As a smart man, he had no objections to the choice he'd made. Still, having his life controlled by someone else felt terrible, especially when he didn't even know who they were. Soon, following the instructions stored in the chip, he downloaded a program onto his computer and sent out a list of names. When Lysandra received the list, she passed it directly to Roland. Looks like Zed has taken care of the last one. Roland said after glancing over the list and nodding. These agents entering Night City will be under your and Kelly's watch. If they make any major moves, report to me immediately. If the situation turns unfavorable, you're authorized to act on your own.
I understand.
Yes, New America had begun gradually sending a new batch of agents into Night City, planning to take action depending on circumstances, in order to assist the new American forces preparing to push through Southern California. As for how long that would take, that depended on whether New America could satisfy the hungry wolves lurking in Southern California. Of course, those wolves wouldn't push too hard either. Go too far, and not only would there be no soup left to drink, they'd get slapped as well. That wouldn't be worth it. Besides, New America still wasn't going all out. Their true heavy firepower missile systems, fleets, and the like had yet to be deployed. The reason was simple. What they wanted was unification. They wanted a relatively intact city, a place that could generate profit, not a pile of ruins. If they bombed everything to rubble, what would be the point of starting a war in the first place? Just to pour even more money into post-war reconstruction, only to let other corporations swoop in and reap the benefits? That was unrealistic. Which was why, even now, New America had been relatively restrained. If they truly went all out, Arasaka wouldn't be able to withstand it. In the original world, New America hadn't stopped its offensive against Arasaka because it couldn't win, but because it wasn't worth the cost. But now, the stances taken by Arasaka and Melee Tech made it clear they were ready to fight for real. As for who was fanning the flames? Roland, I have no idea. And Arasaka's entanglements weren't limited to Night City either. More precisely, they extended to the Free States. The Free States didn't refer to a single state, but all state governments independent of New America in Northern California, Colorado, New Mexico, and others. After Melee Tech tore away all pretense, Arasaka's security advisors entered Free State territory and began offering assistance. It was also worth noting that within Night City, New America's reputation wasn't very good, arguably not even as useful as Arasaka's. Compared to being unified, people preferred bringing in the Asian security giant that had long dominated Night City, Arasaka. That reaction left Arasaka extremely satisfied. Their years of public relations hadn't been for nothing. They had leaned heavily on the most mainstream rumors of the past, rumors that, admittedly, weren't too far from the truth. That Arasaka had merely been the scapegoat for Night City's nuclear explosion. Which was more or less accurate, considering the nukes used back then belonged to Melee Tech. Higashi Yamarioichi narrowed his eyes as he surveyed the situation before him. Inform all the Free States. The real war has begun. The earlier skirmishes are over. Yes. From this moment on, Melee Tech was getting serious. The earlier unifications involved Free States that already leaned toward unity, along with some that were still wavering states for which New America simply made the decision. Only Southern California had posed real resistance, and the forces heading toward Northern California had been badly screwed over by someone along the way. Everywhere else, the groundwork had gone relatively smoothly, with Arasaka's actions buying them a great deal of time. That time had been used well. Next. It was time for open, frontal warfare. Chapter 166, Chapter 166, After They Left. Review Campaign. Love the story? Leave a review and I'll unlock one extra chapter for every review. Let's hit those milestones together. Your feedback keeps the chapters coming. After Yin left Night City, Rebecca returned to the bar, her expression complicated. Hey? Where's Yin? Jackie, sharp-eyed as ever, immediately noticed something was off and asked. Don't tell me you confessed and got rejected. Pilar slung an arm over Jackie's shoulder and grinned at Rebecca. Rebecca immediately shot Pilar the middle finger. Get lost. Judging by your face, it must be something serious. Jackie said curiously. He won't be an outsider anymore. Oh, hey. Pilar nodded at first, then, when the meaning finally sank in, let out a cry of disbelief. Jackie froze as well, then leaned forward sharply. You're serious? Falco quietly lit a cigarette, already wondering whether it might be time for him to leave. Yet, he accepted the corporation's offer and joined them. Rebecca said, slowly sitting down and nodding. What the hell? Didn't he end up like this because of the corporation in the first place? What is this supposed to mean? Doesn't he trust his friends anymore? Jackie slammed the table, anger written all over his face. He said the only thing that can take down a corporation is another corporation. Then he didn't say anything else. Rebecca replied softly, her gaze lowered as she rubbed the glass in her hand. Lucy, standing nearby, naturally heard everything. For some reason, a deep sense of helplessness welled up inside her. After spending so long together, she knew exactly how strong Yin was. If even he couldn't escape the corporation and had to seek shelter and protection, then could she really escape Arasaka? Lucy had no answer to that question and didn't want to think about it. If she did, it felt like she'd see no future at all. Her grip tightened, further crumpling the already battered poster in her hands. Once is enough, Lucy murmured to herself, ignoring the others. Did Lucy really want to go to the moon? No, what she wanted was a place where she could truly be free, a place where she didn't have to worry about Arasaka appearing at any moment, or about her life being taken away just as suddenly. So what do we do now? Pilar said, having accepted Yin's departure. He scratched his head irritably. After all, the reason they'd been able to band together in the first place was largely because of Yin. Now that he was gone, putting everything else aside, a lot of clients simply wouldn't come to them anymore. Many of them had shown up because of Yin's reputation. With Yin gone, who knew? That said, they weren't completely finished. Over time, they'd taken on plenty of jobs, and Yin hadn't always been the one doing the heavy lifting. They had a reputation of their own. It would just mean fewer gigs than before. We're still a team, right? Jackie turned to Pilar. What kind of question is that? Of course we are. Pilar replied without hesitation. Then we keep going. When we run into that guy again, we'll sit down and have a proper talk. Jackie said, raising his glass. Falco shook his head when he saw that. What, you thinking of bailing? Pilar raised an eyebrow and strode over like a street punk, one hand on his hip. Still, he deliberately left some space. No matter what, it was a personal choice. As a friend, he didn't need to block him outright. What are you talking about? Of course I'm staying. Falco said, wagging a finger before stroking his beard with a grin. He lifted his glass and clinked it with the others. Rebecca immediately raised hers as well. I'll blow that damn corporation up one day, she said. Everyone then turned to Lucy. Lucy gave a helpless smile, lifted her glass slightly, and signaled that she was in. Haha, looks like we're still on the same wavelength. Jackie laughed, taking a sip. But we'll need to recruit one more person. Pilar shrugged. That's true, we'll have to see if there's anyone we can actually trust. Yin leaving will probably be common knowledge around here in a few days. Speaking of which, can we still get in? I don't think it'll be a big problem, Jackie said, rubbing his chin. And that turned out to be true. After Rogue learned that Yin had left the Outsiders and joined a corporation, her response was simple: a single job. If they could handle it, the afterlife would still keep its doors open to them. If not, they'd need to go train some more. Looks like Arasaka finally couldn't hold back anymore. Next comes the real contest between the two sides, Jamd said, narrowing his eyes as he rubbed his chin. Honestly, if Arasaka had stayed hidden and refused to show itself, that would have been far more troublesome. You never knew what it was scheming in the dark. Now that Arasaka had stepped forward to fight openly, there was less to worry about. They could just face them head-on. Which side are their reinforcements leaning toward? Radiating out from Northern California, many free states have accepted Arasaka's security advisors. Arasaka has also sent large numbers of personnel, armored vehicles, drones, and other assets into those regions. That's about what I expected. By the way, any news on Atom Smasher? Jamd suddenly remembered and asked. Nothing yet. He might be on another assignment and hasn't joined the main front. Is that so? What a shame. Jamd said, shaking his head with genuine regret. All right, go deploy the forces. Our first target is here. As he spoke, Jamd pointed to a city on the map, Amir City. Located at the border between two free states, taking it would allow them to use it as a bridgehead to advance into the remaining free states. Of course, it also meant taking on greater risks. But Jamd didn't care. He was an aggressive officer by nature. Oh, Commander, this is a request sent over from Project Corporation. A request at a time like this. Jamd looked slightly surprised as he took it. After reading the contents, his expression immediately turned strange. They actually chose this moment to make a request like this. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Ghost Parser. Chapter 167, Chapter 167, The Amir Campaign, Part 1. Jamd's aide craned his neck slightly, curiosity plain on his face as he glanced toward Jamd. He didn't have the clearance to see the contents, but Jamd's expression alone was enough to make him wonder what had just been said. After the initial surprise passed, Jamd quickly regained his composure and began thinking through Project Corporation's intentions. Maybe they're trying to use this opportunity to take control of certain cities. He arrived at the answer almost immediately. It was a very straightforward exchange of interests. Project Corporation would commit armed forces, equipment, and funding to help New America fight the Free States. In return, they wanted primary control over the cities captured in the wars they participated in. Under normal circumstances, Militech would never agree to something like this. But now, since Project Corporation clearly wanted to expand its influence, there was no harm in letting them try. After all, even if they did seize those cities, the existing local powers would inevitably resist their entry. That alone would be a massive headache. By agreeing to the request, they could also use Project Corporation's strength to pin down part of the Free State forces. And even if Project Corporation really managed to take a city, the losses they'd suffer wouldn't be small. You can leave for now. I'll come by later. After weighing the situation, Jamd gave the order to his aide. He still needed to discuss this with his allies and with Myers. After sending out the message, Roland simply waited in silence for New America's reply. He was confident they would accept. On one hand, New America needed to expand its gains. On the other, they would probably think he was insane. Taking an entire city required far more than just armed forces. It involved politics, economics, and countless other factors. That was exactly what Roland intended to take advantage of. Their boss isn't stupid, Myers said calmly, looking at the politicians aligned with Jamd. She knows perfectly well what it takes to swallow other major cities. So why would she still make this request? Overconfidence, maybe, one of them replied casually. After all, they already control one city, don't they? Then do you know how many intelligence agents from other corporations are left in Aga's city? Myers sneered as she sat down, fingers interlaced. The politician froze, then frowned. What that means, Myers continued evenly, is that we have no clear idea how much power Project Corporation really controls. Especially when there's a fairly productive iron ore deposit there. If the unification war weren't right around the corner, I'd have already sent people to investigate. You're saying? The politician hesitated, that they might already possess strategic-level weapons. I believe they wouldn't make a request like this without confidence, Myers said, leaning back in her chair. At the very least, they already have a strong armed force. Armored vehicles, tanks, those are probably ready. They might even have missiles. How can they dare? The politician snapped. That's against the rules. What rules? Myers replied flatly. New America's rules? They're not part of New America. And what do you expect Northern California to do? They'd probably be happier if Project Corporation were stronger. Even with our cooperation, do you really think they want us to reclaim Northern California? Then you're saying we should refuse them, the politician asked, frowning. No, Myers said slowly. We accept. That's how we get to see what this new friend of ours is really capable of. That was the final decision. Not long after, Roland received the reply. A smile spread across his face like an old farmer watching crops ripen. After tending the fields for so long, harvest season was finally approaching. As for August City, under the control of Lysandra, Kelly, and a large number of security forces, it had already become a place where Project Corporation's word was absolute. They even maintained the illusion that other corporations' intelligence departments were still operating there. In reality, those departments had been completely wiped out. It was an unremarkable city to begin with, and Project Corporation's control over it was frighteningly thorough, so no issues had surfaced. Now, August City was undergoing another transformation. Roland planned to turn it into a missile silo, an audacious move no one would have imagined he'd dare attempt. At the same time, he had been quietly developing a number of Project Corporation's war machines, the Kalantai tank, the Mountain tank, and the Light Falcon missile, among others. There was even an electromagnetic railgun, though Roland had no intention of moving that one out for now. August City was the real base growing in the shadows. The Project Corporation presence in Night City, by contrast, was merely a display piece for outsiders, wildly mismatched with reality. Just, mismatched in the opposite direction. Higashiyama Ryoichi studied the map before him, narrowing his eyes as he considered the most likely candidates for the first battlefield. After a moment, he marked several locations. Send people to scout the areas I've selected. At the same time, redeploy part of our forces there as a precaution. Understood. Should we inform the Free States as well? Yes. Have them send personnel to stand by. Unless something unexpected happens, these cities will likely be the first targets. Tell them to prepare defensive works, minefields and small-scale EMP deterrent units can be deployed immediately. What about our heavy firepower? Don't send too much, Higashiyama said after a brief pause. Deploy some mechs and armored vehicles. If necessary, add a few battle tanks. Preserve our air units as much as possible. Until the fleet arrives, our overall combat strength is still limited. Understood. The aide nodded and withdrew. After receiving word from Arasaka, the various Free States also dispatched personnel, but only small contingents, nowhere near what could be considered true frontline forces. They were clearly holding back. On the other hand, they showed no hesitation at all when it came to preparing medium-range missile coverage. If things truly went wrong, that would be their final line of insurance. Chapter 168, Chapter 168, The Amir Campaign, Part 2. Review Campaign. Love the story? Leave a review and I'll unlock one extra chapter for every review. Let's hit those milestones together. Your feedback keeps the chapters coming. Amir City lay at the border between New Mexico and Colorado. Colorado stretched to the north, New Mexico to the west, while 3 New America state governments bordered it to the east and south. If the city had been founded before the split of New America, its economic prospects would likely have been excellent. Unfortunately, it hadn't been built in that era. That same unique location, however, had turned it into a breeding ground for grey market activity. All kinds of forces had left their mark here. The city was a chaotic mix of interests, though in name, it still belonged to Colorado. Now, the entire region had entered a state of combat readiness. Across the plains outside the city, layers of militarized defensive installations had already been erected. Soldiers in subdermal armor leapt back and forth, hauling supplies with mechanical efficiency. Beyond those positions lay vast minefields and EMP traps, all waiting for the arrival of New America's forces. The moment enemy troops entered the general perimeter, long-range strikes would be launched immediately, minimizing the chance that the minefields could be detected or mapped. An aerial response unit was also on standby to deal with enemy mine-clearing teams. It was composed mainly of drones, armed AVS, and a small number of individual flight units. Further out, hidden among nearby hills, Colorado's government forces had deployed ambush and interception units. These were elite troops, highly capable in individual combat. If necessary, they could enter the battlefield directly to harass the enemy. Soon, a heavily armored transport descended over the Colorado encampment. The Arasaka emblem on its hull was impossible to miss. Olsen narrowed his eyes and stepped forward. As the overall commander of this operation, he had overseen many conflicts with New America and was considered a steady, experienced veteran. Arasaka's support should be in position, Olsen said. You and Sadro go receive them, then bring their commander to me. Understood. Olsen's aide nodded and headed off. The Sadro they mentioned was the direct commander of the ground forces, responsible for on-site battlefield operations. As the Arasaka heavy transport slowly settled onto the open ground, Sadro and Olsen's aide approached the hatch. A unit of Arasaka security personnel emerged in orderly formation, each clad in standard-issue armor reminiscent of samurai gear. The security specialist leading them wore a more refined version, with a visible interface port embedded in his hand. Behind them came Arasaka snipers, netrunners, operatives, and a small ninja unit. After that were Arasaka mechs, numerous drone platforms, and Arasaka birds. Arasaka birds were not a machine model, but a designation for a specific combat unit. Heavily modified with cyberware and equipped with formidable firepower, they were frontline powerhouses, typically armed with heavy or light machine guns. The remainder consisted of Arasaka security robots, some of which even showed traces of project technology. I am Kuro Moribashi, leader of this operation. I look forward to working with you. Kuro Moribashi extended his hand toward Sadro and Olsen's aide. When in Rome, he added calmly, I'll skip the bows. As you wish, Sadro replied, giving a slight nod as he shook Kuro Moribashi's hand. How are your defensive works coming along? Kuro Moribashi moved straight to the point after releasing the handshake. Our commander, Olsen, will discuss that with you in detail, Olsen's aide replied. I understand. Then please take me to see your commander. Kuro Moribashi nodded expressionlessly and inclined his head slightly toward Sadro. Sadro watched him leave with Olsen's aide, then turned to look at the Arasaka troops unloading supplies behind him. He couldn't shake the feeling that these Arasaka forces weren't here solely to help them fight. There had to be another purpose. Commander Olsen. Kuro Moribashi, is it? I've reviewed your file, Olsen said calmly. An impeccable record, wouldn't you say? You flatter me, Kuro Moribashi replied evenly. I hope this campaign will become another fine entry in that record. Then tell me, what are your superiors planning? To hold Amir City at all costs. With all due respect, Commander Olsen, that isn't realistic. Kuro Moribashi's expression didn't change as he met Olsen's gaze. Our orders are to inflict maximum casualties on the enemy while delaying them as much as possible to preserve Amir City. If necessary, we are authorized to abandon it. You're quite direct, Olsen remarked, his tone unreadable. A clear understanding of each other's objectives will only help our cooperation, Kuro Moribashi said. So, what instructions did your superiors give you? Not much different from yours, Olsen replied. Delay the enemy for as long as possible. If we must give up the city, then we give it up. Priority goes to preserving our remaining forces. Then it seems we're in agreement. During this time, we'll do everything we can to support your operations. In addition, I'll need a copy of your deployment map. Olsen paused for a moment, then nodded. No problem. Do your security specialists have any recommendations regarding our fortifications? That can be handled by my security team leader, Kuro Moribashi said. His name is Take Kawashuji. A faint orange glow flashed through his eyes as he transmitted an image. I'll have him come speak with you shortly. I'll take my leave now, excuse me. Kuro Moribashi dipped his head slightly and departed. Olsen felt nothing in particular about the man's behavior. Having already reviewed his background, he knew exactly what kind of person Kuro Moribashi was, so he let it be. Roland narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at Lysandra standing before him. You said you intercepted Militika's intelligence. Yes, Lysandra replied, nodding. Information on their first target city, along with part of their deployment. How much of it do you think is real? Roland asked, tapping the table. About half, Lysandra said after a moment. The rest is most likely bait. Militech probably leaked this on purpose for us to see. Ignore it, no, don't. Archive it, then let Arasaka's spy steal it. I understand. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Ghost Parser. Chapter 169, Chapter 169, The Amir Campaign, Part 3. General Higashiyama Ryoichi, this is critical intelligence obtained by our undercover agent embedded in project. It involves parts of Militika's strategic deployment. The military intelligence officer went straight to Higashiyama Ryoichi the moment he received the information that Roland had deliberately leaked. Higashiyama Ryoichi stepped forward to examine it, his brow slowly knitting together. As for this intelligence, he couldn't be sure how authentic it was. Judging purely from its contents, it appeared highly credible, and some of the deployments did match what they already knew. But, could things really line up so neatly? Do we need to deploy troops to ambush these units? Send out a few advance teams first to confirm the situation. Once that's done, pass the information to the Free States and let them decide for themselves. We don't need to get involved. Also tell them clearly this intelligence isn't guaranteed to be accurate. If something goes wrong, we take no responsibility. After a brief moment of thought, Higashiyama Ryoichi abandoned the idea of acting on it himself. Compared to risky surprise attacks, he preferred a steady, methodical approach, keeping developments firmly under his control. There was no need to deal with an unexplained variable like this. For him, it brought more risk than benefit. If the intelligence was real, it would count as doing the other side a favor. If it was fake, even better. Let the Free States take losses and grow more dependent on their support. Either way, it wasn't a bad outcome. Understood. I'll pass the orders along immediately. While Militech and Arasaka's upper echelons were locked in their own silent power games, movement finally appeared on the outskirts of Amir City. Commander Olsen, radar has detected an external signal. Something is approaching at high speed. How many targets? A cold glint flashed in Olsen's eyes as he strode forward. Only one signal. One signal. Olsen froze for a moment. Just as he was about to order a reconnaissance team forward, a strange electromagnetic disturbance rippled outward and their radar systems went dead all at once. In a sense, the command center had instantly gone blind. Olsen's expression darkened. It's New America's anti-radar equipment. Restart all systems immediately and initiate electronic silence. Dispatch teams now and prepare for their next move. Have the demolition units on the front line stand by. Be ready to detonate electromagnetic charges at any time. Understood. Captain, New America seems to have made their move. Should we advance? A squad stationed outside Amir City turned to their captain as soon as they saw what was happening. Report it to headquarters first. Let them decide. After a brief pause, the captain shook his head. The one defending the city is Olsen from Colorado. I've fought him before. He's steady and doesn't like reckless advances, but that's exactly something we can exploit. Major General Roland of New America spoke calmly, his expression unreadable. Then I'll be waiting for good news, Roland. Jammed nodded and cut the communication. He still had other deployments to oversee. For example, the false intelligence fed to Project meant to probe the relationship between Project and Arasaka, and to set a trap for Arasaka as well. So far, both sides were reacting just as expected. Now it was a matter of whether a big fish would bite. Go. Have the mine-clearing units get ready. Tell the rear air units to provide cover. Ground forces, prepare to intercept incoming missiles. Roland issued his orders methodically. Everything looked perfectly normal, as if he were simply preparing for a straightforward frontal assault. Soon, New America's mine-clearing units surged forward, accompanied by large numbers of armed drones and several armored vehicles equipped with aerial intercept machine guns. Guide the electromagnetic charge. Watching the battlefield through external camera feeds, Olsen issued the order at once. An electromagnetic wave swept through the area and then New America was barely affected at all. The sudden lack of effect stunned New America's forces. Even Roland looked puzzled. He had already prepared countermeasures for an electromagnetic attack, so why did it suddenly fizzle out? Sir, this. The operator who had carried out the command looked flustered, glancing at Olsen in confusion. Olsen's expression didn't change in the slightest. Press the detonation button next to it. Understood. The operator acted immediately. To the confusion of those watching, numerous launchers buried underground activated at once. In an instant, countless small graphite rockets shot into the air and detonated amid the drone swarm. A wide-area electromagnetic short-circuit followed, and New America instantly lost its aerial cover. Have the light missile units launch. Ground forces, prepare for combat. Ignoring the stunned looks around him, Olsen continued issuing orders without pause. Caught off guard by the sudden turn, Roland raised an eyebrow but quickly reacted. Deploy the armored units. Send in the individual combat teams as well. Prepare to attack. Arasaka should have plenty of capable solo combat units, Olsen added, turning to his adjutant. Have them send reinforcements, especially their top snipers. Understood. He needed snipers to prevent the enemy's elite cybernetic squads from charging in with small tactical nuclear weapons. If those units broke through, things would turn disastrous. After all, in that regard, they truly couldn't match melee tech or Arasaka. Looks like New America is planning a full frontal assault, an officer beside Olsen said as more armored units appeared on the main battlefield. Olsen, however, remained deep in thought. He didn't know who was commanding New America's attack on Amir City, so he couldn't predict their decisions with certainty. But for now, the situation looked favorable. They've stepped into our rhythm. Roland's aide spoke quietly as he watched Colorado's reactions. Prepare the units on the other side to move. Inform me once they're in position. And what about the troops in the hills, have they locked on yet? Yes. We've identified the general area, but we haven't fully pinpointed it yet, to avoid being detected by their equipment. I doubt they have that kind of gear, Roland said calmly, rubbing his wrist, but caution never hurts. In that case, I'll take this battle myself. Chapter 170, Chapter 170, The Battle of Amir, Part 4. Review Campaign. Love the story? Leave a review and I'll unlock one extra chapter for every review. Let's hit those milestones together. Your feedback keeps the chapters coming. Looks like New United States is planning a frontal assault. On the hills outside Amir City, a member of the Special Operations team watched the battlefield and spoke slowly. Hard to say for sure, but something feels off. The number of troops here doesn't quite add up. The team leader frowned, but made no move. Their orders from above were clear, they were to remain on standby. Olsen stood with his arms crossed, studying the stalemate as he sank into thought. If new United States really intended to keep pushing head-on like this, there was no way they could outlast the enemy. But even so, the losses on new United States side wouldn't be small either. Notify the rear units. Tell them to watch for attacks from other directions. At the same time, a massive ghost force equipped with optical camouflage and electronic stealth technology had already slipped to a position not far behind Amir City. Sir, rear units are in position. Do we initiate the attack? Yes. Launch the full assault. Have Black Hawk Squadron prepare for a decapitation strike. And, if possible, try to capture them alive. Roller paused briefly before adding the last part. High-ranking officers were far more valuable alive, whether for extracting intelligence or trading for resources. Soon, under Roller's command, a steel torrent of ground forces surged toward the Colorado troops. Dust billowed into the air as smoke and grit filled the battlefield. Commander Olsen, they've entered our firing range. Launch the missiles. Trade blows with them. Olsen nodded and gave the order. The moment the command was relayed, an alert sounded from the rear. New United States Ghost Force had begun its attack. Olsen's expression darkened instantly as he turned to Kuro Moribashi at his side. Mr. Kuro Moribashi, we'll have to leave that side to your Arasaka people. Kuro Moribashi nodded. Understood. We anticipated this scenario and are fully prepared to counterattack. Meanwhile, on the main battlefield, a new United States armored unit had completed its preparations. With the order given, countless fire points converged at once, providing cover for the armored unit's charge. Such an obvious maneuver naturally caught Olsen's attention. Take out the lead unit with rocket launchers. Whoosh! A sharp, piercing whine cut through the air as several rockets streaked toward the armored vehicles, all fitted with armor-piercing warheads. Boom! A towering fireball erupted, followed by thick, rolling smoke. The armored vehicles were instantly rendered scrap. But then, more than a dozen figures burst out of the smoke, charging toward Colorado's lines at terrifying speed. One of them had a box with a nuclear symbol strapped to his waist, radiating an unmistakably nuclear-friendly presence. It's a Sandevistan Vanguard squad. Send out the cyberware units to intercept. We can't let them bring that thing over here. Olsen frowned and immediately issued the order. Colorado's forces responded at once. Machine guns opened fire, pouring rounds toward the new United States Vanguard in an attempt to slow them down. A storm of bullets formed a metallic net, blanketing the area ahead. Against Sandevistan users during activation, precision shots were a fantasy unless the shooter was also using a higher-tier Sandevistan. So they opted for suppression fire instead, compressing the enemy's movement space as much as possible. No matter how strong the user, there were limits they would have to stop eventually. Of course, if it were a top-tier cyberware user equipped with the GNT series and cooling modules, that would be another story, but at this point in time, that model hadn't even been developed yet. Before long, one new United States soldier was shredded by gunfire the instant his Sandevistan shut down. Colorado's special forces also arrived on the battlefield, rushing in to block most of the new United States vanguard. But the man carrying the gift slipped through unimpeded. Just as he was about to reach an armored vehicle, he twisted his body midair, activated his Sandevistan, and blew the head off a soldier above with a single shot. Grabbing the vehicle's hull, he flung the body aside and hauled himself inside. After taking control of the armored vehicle, he drove straight toward Colorado's positions. The only friendly armored vehicle heading toward Colorado stood out like a sore thumb and was immediately disabled. The man inside kicked open the door and charged forward on foot, moving as fast as a speeding car. Bang! Clang! A crackle of electricity rang out, followed by the shriek of metal on metal. He sliced an incoming sniper round apart with his weapon, but the tremendous impact caused his entire body to jolt to a halt. When another sniper shot rang out, the captain of the new United States Vanguard, just about to activate his Sandevistan, again froze. His Sandevistan had overheated. A splash of crimson hit the ground, and a massive hole tore through his body. Gah! His eyes burned with fury as he slammed the button on the box, then roared and hurled it away. He wasn't especially loyal to New United States. His reason was simple: as long as the mission succeeded, even if he died here, his wife and son would be properly taken care of. Boom! A small mushroom cloud slowly rose into the air, and Olsen's expression grew grim. "Sir!" The communications officer snapped his head around, momentarily at a loss. "Pull the formation tight. Fall back behind the defensive line. When the timing's right, detonate the explosives there. Split the battlefield and delay them as much as possible so our troops can withdraw. How's the situation?" Kuro Moribashi turned to take Kawashuji and asked. "The ghost force is strong. We didn't bring many troops, so we can only hold them back, but for now it's manageable." "Good. Find a way to draw them into our AMB." He stopped himself. "Forget it. Consolidate our forces and fall back to the rear position." Kuro Moribashi nodded. He had been about to order an ambush against the ghost force, but news from Olsen's frontline command came through. With a helpless shake of his head, he abandoned the idea and shifted to a steadier approach. "Looks like things aren't going very smoothly for Commander Olsen. Yet. They let New United States small tactical nuke through and took a direct hit. What a headache." Kuro Moribashi's gaze grew distant as he looked toward the black smoke rising on the horizon, reminded of the Arasaka Tower from the intelligence reports he had once seen. On a battlefield like this, powerful individual combat units could sometimes produce truly unexpected results. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/ghostparser